Chapter 501 Daluo's new game, Rahu Kill. The great stage of prehistoric times. If you are Rahu, come. Li Changqi is rarely confused. But now she is a little confused. Junior brother. What did I see? Ji Changsheng wiped his eyes and murmured, two Rahu, fighting. My goodness. Why do I feel that they are both stronger than Rahu? Li Changqi. I feel the same way. Although they don't know how strong Rahu is. The strength shown by the two Rahu fighting in Shaolin Temple makes them scared. Really scared. Not disguised at all. Ji Changsheng and Li Changqi are now at the peak of the true Lord cultivation before the Daluo gate. So they have some sense of the breath strength and attack strength. They can clearly feel that the two Rahu in the battle have the attack power to kill them directly with every blow. Maybe they can also use various methods to dodge. But they can dodge for a while. Not forever. The most important thing is, these two guys fought while hiding their true strength. Ji Changsheng felt a severe crisis. Hongwang Immortal Realm is indeed too dangerous. His current strength is far from enough. Whenever he goes out, he can encounter two Luoho fighting desperately. Who can bear this? Xiaoyu was also confused. Because he could neither understand the current situation nor what Ji Changsheng and Li Changqi said. He carefully put forward his own opinion. Couldn't it be that the real Luoho met the fake Luoho? The killer monk nodded subconsciously. After seeing this scene, his first reaction was that the real Luoho met the fake Luoho. Not only them, but even the great master Xuandu thought so. That's why the great master Xuandu wanted to kill the demon to silence him. He had just disguised himself as Luoho. And he met the real Luoho, which was very embarrassing. Fortunately, as long as he killed the real Luoho, no one would know that he was pretending. But Ji Changsheng and Li Changqi knew that these two guys were fake. And they were not pretending by their people. This was outrageous. Ji Changsheng didn't expect that he would attract a large number of Luoho by just throwing a brick. The real Luoho is now touching the blind box of Randing. Ji Changsheng complained. The two counterfeits were fighting to the death for the identity of the genuine Luoho. And the real Luoho was desperately proving his innocence. Now, let alone others, even Ji Changsheng felt a little behind the times. The Daluo masters are still too subjective. It made him, the father of this version, a little uncomfortable. Looking at this situation, the era of Daluo using small trumpets to test the waters has completely ended. And it has entered the era of per capita Rahu. If Daluo goes out without the strength to dress up as Rahu, he is not qualified to eat at the table. Li Changqi also felt very uncomfortable. Mainly because he felt dangerous. Junior brother. Did this Rahu who has the upper hand now come out of the Little Lane Temple? Li Changqi asked. Ji Changsheng nodded subconsciously. And then took a breath of cold air. He realized the point. He really didn't react just now. Yes. Why is this guy in the Little Lane Temple? Maitreya? Ji Changsheng and Li Changqi both suspected Maitreya Buddha. At this time, Tathagata had the same idea as them. Fake Rahu. The real Tathagata was also very shocked by the strength displayed by Maitreya Buddha at this moment. Maitreya, you are hiding so deeply. Master Xuandu was stunned. Of course, his hands did not stop at all. Rahu thought I was Maitreya? Yes. I came out of Shaolin Temple. All the Daluo masters knew that Shaolin Temple was Maitreya Buddha's private villa. Mainly, Maitreya Buddha has never hidden. The Tathagata Buddha's territory in Lingshan is called Lane Temple. The name of Shaolin Temple was given. And no one could suspect anyone else. Only Maitreya dared to be so arrogant. Not afraid of Tathagata's revenge. And had ideas about Lane Temple. Other capable Daluo masters would not touch Lane Temple. Therefore, the Daluo who came out of Shaolin Temple was of course Maitreya Buddha in disguise. It was because of this that Tathagata Buddha was shocked. You actually hid your strength under Haoqian's attack. He had seen clearly before that Maitreya Buddha was almost killed by Haoqian. Even if his injury was better than Randing's. It was not much better. But at this time, Maitreya Buddha showed strength that could suppress him. This is very scary. Although Tathagata Buddha is now at low health. But Tathagata with low health can still crush 90% of the Daluo masters. Among these 90%, Maitreya Buddha should have been included. If Jin Luoho had not arrived in time, Tathagata would have killed Randing. That is the real strength of Tathagata. But now, Maitreya Buddha, who should have been crushed by him, did not play according to his plan at all. But Tathagata Buddha quickly figured out the reason. No, you did not hide your strength under Haoqian's attack. Because the way you practice is that the closer you are to the desperate situation, the stronger the strength you can burst out. Mithriya, you are now at the end of your strength. After Buddha Tathagata realized this, his whole body was full of vigor, and the original idea of running away disappeared without a trace. He had figured it out. Mithriya Buddha, also known as Little Tontian, the great way he cultivated was similar to that of Tontian sect master. So this dangerous moment was fatal for Randing. But for Mithriya Buddha, it was a combat power bonus. After Buddha Tathagata finished speaking, Ji Chansheng and Li Changshi also suddenly realized. So that's it. They were also misled by Buddha Tathagata. No one in this world knows everything. Not even Taoism. So in the case of incomplete information, anyone may make a wrong judgment. Buddha Tathagata's reasoning is logical and impeccable. Mithriya Buddha is indeed cultivating the way of the Dharma ending age. Nua Nyang told Ji Chansheng in person that the Saint Junti refined the way of Tontian sect master and then taught Mithriya Buddha. Everything can match up. It can also explain the combat power that Mithriya Buddha is showing now. Therefore, the Tathagata Buddha realized that although Mithriya Buddha was powerful, he was already struggling to survive. As long as he persisted, he would definitely have the advantage. After all, Mithriya Buddha was not the real Tontian master. Even if he could rely on the special characteristics of the great Tao to increase his combat power, he could not sustain it infinitely. Time was on the side of the Tathagata Buddha. Ji Chansheng and Li Changshi both backed off. Li Changshi clearly determined one thing. Junior brother. Mithriya disguised himself as Luoho in the Little Lane Temple. What did he want to do? Ji Chansheng. There is a 50% chance that he was waiting for us. To be precise, he was waiting for the 3 burial masters. The fuse of the battle in northern Juliza was in Baibotan. The Dalyua strongmen who participated in the battle certainly knew that it was the great sage Ping Zhang who ignited this fuse. Baibotan is not far from Shao Lane Temple. If other Dalyua masters may not be able to react, Mithriya Buddha will definitely realize that the pilgrim team will soon pass Shao Lane Temple. But Mithriya Buddha did not open the mountain gate to welcome Master Sanzang, but disguised himself as Luoho. The meaning behind this seems self-evident. Although there is no evidence, Mithriya Buddha has not done anything yet. But Detective Ji and Li Changshi are not the ones who look at evidence. Li Changshi was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Mithriya may want to betray his teacher and destroy his ancestors, which is simply unreasonable. Ji Chansheng agreed with Li Changshi's judgment. Senior Mithriya still wants to improve too much. Of course, it may also be related to his injury this time. The teacher's flesh and blood can definitely help him heal his wounds. At this time, Mithriya Buddha was still happily browsing the Dalyua group chat, complaining about Luoho's audacity in his heart. He had no idea that the blame for Luoho had been put on his head. Master Xuandu saw that Tathagata Buddha had understood everything, so of course he would not explain. He chose to increase his strength, making the low-health Tathagata even more low-health. The violent attack power he showed made Ji Chansheng look sideways, and Li Changshi shudder. Junior brother, there are so many heroes in this world, and our current strength is far from enough. I am afraid I can't handle the Little Lane Temple, Li Changshi said in a deep voice. Let Junti go himself. Ji Chansheng. Senior sister, are you polite? Junior brother, you don't have to do everything yourself. When you encounter danger, just push Junti up. As soon as Li Changshi finished speaking, her figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Master Sanzang was teleported over with his hand still on his belly. There was still anger on her face. Li Changshi. This bastard. She actually set up a teleportation array in the banana cave. And she dared to teleport me forcibly. You Lao Mo. Sha monk. They looked at each other with their eyes and their hearts, and dared not say a word. They did not dare to offend the 3 burials master, and they could not afford to offend Li Changshi. Ji Chansheng also felt that what the senior sister did was a bit too much. But after all, she was his own senior sister. What could he do? He could only forgive her on behalf of the teacher. After a light cough, Ji Chansheng made up for Li Changshi. Teacher, there is a reason why the senior sister did this. This time it is an internal conflict of our sect, and it is not convenient for the senior sister to intervene. Internal conflict of the sect? The 3 burials master finally reacted at this time, and saw the 2 Rahu in front of him. Then he was also shocked. What's going on? The Dalyua group did not its saints, and the 6 saints were not in the group. Master Sanzang was concentrating on taking care of the baby before, And later Ji Chansheng gave him a teaching task. So Master Sanzang didn't know about the new game Rahu Killing that was circulating in the inner circle of Daluo's strongmen. Ji Chansheng carefully observed Master Sanzang's reaction and asked softly, "Teacher, this is the Little Lane Temple, right?" "Of course it is." After saying this, Master Sanzang's face turned ugly. Obviously, he also suspected Maitreya Buddha in an instant. Ji Chansheng continued to ask, "Teacher, among these two Rahu, is one of them Brother Maitreya?" Master Sanzang also carefully distinguished for half a minute. Then he gave Ji Chansheng an unexpected answer, "Not sure." Ji Chansheng was shocked. "Teacher, can't you see it?" The old face of the Three Burials Master turned red. And he defended himself. "My current strength is declining every day. If he were in the peak state of the saints in the past, Juinti would certainly be able to easily distinguish that the Tathagata Buddha and the Xuandu Master were in front of him. But now, the Three Burials Master is not even a Daluo strongman. If he can distinguish the disguises of the Tathagata Buddha and the Xuandu Master, that would be a ghost." Ji Chansheng didn't expect that the Three Burials Master's gold content is so low now. "I didn't expect that this Little Lane Temple Rahu has such a high gold content." Little Lane Temple Rahu took out a yellow bag, threw it up, and instantly put another Rahu in it. After seeing this scene, Ji Chansheng and the Three Burials Master's pupils shrank at the same time. Ji Chansheng could actually control himself, but he still blurted out, "Brother Maitreya's human bag." Human bag? Acquired magic weapon. The Western religion is relatively poor, and the innate spiritual treasures are generally in the hands of the two Western saints. But acquired magic weapons do not necessarily mean they are weak. The human bag is one of the few acquired magic weapons that can rival or even surpass the innate spiritual treasures. It is the magic weapon of Maitreya Buddha. Main control, storage, subjugation, infinite space. It is said that if it is used to the extreme, even Lingshan can be contained. This is what Maitreya said. The authenticity has not been confirmed. But at this moment, it was used in the hands of Little Lane Temple Luoho, which did make Ji Chansheng see the infinite power of the human bag. However, after being shocked, Master Sanzang was a little relaxed. "It shouldn't be Maitreya." "What?" Ji Chansheng was shocked again. "It's not Maitreya Buddha?" Master Sanzang nodded and said, "If it was really Maitreya who cast the human bag, the Luoho on the opposite side should not be able to escape." Just as Master Sanzang finished speaking, the real Luoho in Master Xuandu's eyes reappeared in front of him. His tone was extremely solemn. "Maitreya, it is indeed you. But the human bag can't trap me. The inner demon is invisible and intangible, and it happens to be the nemesis of the absorption and control magic weapon, such as the human bag." Master Xuandu did not speak. He looked behind Luoho. He gradually felt strange. The Tathagata Buddha realized that something was wrong, and immediately jumped 3,000 Ganji sand realms in an instant and appeared in another direction. The next moment, at the original position of the Tathagata Buddha, Luoho, who hurried over, said in a gloomy tone, "What the hell are you two?" He was going crazy. After confirming that Randang was not dead, Luoho wanted Randang to prove it to him. Unexpectedly, Randang was still extremely vigilant towards him, and he said that he had done something to the Rahu just now. If Rahu really wanted to prove his innocence, he only had to kill the impostor just now, at least expose the other party's identity, so that he could gain Randang's trust. Rahu didn't expect that Randang would have such a method when he was dying, but he agreed to Randang's request, although he knew that the guy who dared to impersonate him must be difficult to deal with. The other party had already provoked him. If he didn't deal with the other party, he would have to take the blame all the time. So he followed the clues given by Randang and tracked them all the way to the Little Lane Temple. Then, he saw two Rahu. Rahu's view of the devil suffered a great challenge. Tathagata Buddha and Xuandu Master were also shocked. This new Rahu seemed to have a more authentic devilish aura than them. It seems to be the real boss. But this is impossible. Tathagata and Xuandu both have the sense of belief of actors. Tathagata said in a deep voice, "I will not change my name. And I will not change my surname. Demon Ancestor Rahu." Master Xuandu also said in a deep voice, "I, Rahu, am responsible for all attacks on Daluo." "Who are you?" Rahu was so angry that he exploded. At the same time, the Daluo group also began to explode. The Phoenix Lord, who had just survived the hands of the demon ancestor but was seriously injured and dying, began to explode. "Rahu, I swear to be irreconcilable with you. Guanyin Bodhisattva also gritted her teeth and said, "The demon ancestor has given me a great gift. I will remember it. We will meet again in the mountains and rivers." In front of the little lane temple, the three Rahu looked at each other. Phoenix Lord is in the South Sky universe. Guanyin Bodhisattva is now in Dongsheng Shinzhou. This place is in Shinyohuzhou. Demon ancestor Rahu, after countless years of silence, has returned with force. Chapter 502 The Crazy Laughing Daozu. The Crazy Killing Mozu. Ji Chansheng was in the Daoyuo group. And of course, he also saw the real-time information in the Daoyuo group. Then he showed it to the three burials master, who was stunned. Luoho's big explosion. Ji Chansheng guessed. Could it be that Luoho knows the art of multiple shadow clones? And has it surpassed the Tai Ching Saint's one breath into three pure ones? The three burials master looked at Ji Chansheng with an idiot's eyes. Ji Chansheng glared back. Evil master. You are rebellious. How dare you look at me with such eyes? Teacher. Look at the Daoyuo group again. The three burials master looked down. He was speechless. The one who spoke was the Holy Mother Yuanjun. And what he said was exactly the same as Ji Chansheng. This was not the most speechless thing for the three burials master. What made the three burials master speechless was that many Daoyuo actually thought that this guess was very likely. Jin Yuanzi, I have experienced the era when the demon ancestor dominated the prehistoric world. To be honest, the demon ancestor did suppress the great purity saint. Yun Xiao, who woke up from a coma, also spoke from his own experience. In the chaos of the past, there were 3,000 gods and demons. Pangdu was the first, Luoho was the second, and Daozu was the third. Although the great purity saint was strong, he was just the descendant of the demon ancestor. Not many strong people knew about this matter, especially after Daozu became invincible in the universe. Even those who knew about it would not mention it. But today Luoho's strong return has awakened many ancient strong people's memories of the demon ancestor. Especially Yun Xiao, a congenital god and demon. They have a filter for Luoho, because only they know how strong the complete peak Luoho is. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva added more information about Luoho. According to the teacher, until the war between wizards and liches, the strength of the demon ancestor was ahead of the Taoist ancestor. It's just that the demon ancestor was too arrogant and domineering, while the Taoist ancestor preached in Zixi Palace and attracted more powerful Daoyuo masters, especially the three pure ones. With the help of Master Tongtian, the Taoist ancestor first snatched the four swords of Zhu Xian and then defeated Luoho. After a pause, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva continued, the current Luoho Star Lord has been weakened to less than half of his former strength, and has split into two Daoyuo clones. You can imagine how strong Luoho was back then. The three burials master almost stopped reading after seeing this. Ksitigarbha's words are deliberately misleading. Ji Chansheng asked, Teacher, is Sister Ksitigarbha's information wrong? Master Sanzang, that's not true. It's all true. Ji Chansheng laughed. Since it's all true, how can you say that Sister Ksitigarbha is deliberately misleading? Master Sanzang explained, things are changing. Things are constantly developing and changing. And the strong are also constantly evolving. Luoho was indeed very strong back then. At the beginning, he was even stronger than Daozu. But that was only the strength of that year. Even if Luoho was at his peak state now, he would not be able to beat him with one hand. Ji Chansheng looked at Master Sanzang's hand on his belly and said nothing. But his posture and eyes fully expressed his doubts. Master Sanzang was angry and embarrassed. What? Disciple? You don't believe it? Ji Chansheng shook his head decisively. Teacher, I believe everything you say. But since Sister Ksitigarbha said everything is true, she didn't lie. Maybe Luoho has really recovered his peak strength. It's useless to restore it. The current prehistoric fairyland is no longer what it used to be. Luoho can no longer dominate it. Luoho back then would be a small Tathagata now. Not as good as Haoyan. The three burials master didn't care. It's a version reversal. The six saints don't have a Luoho filter. But the six saints stand high and see far. Which doesn't mean that all Daoyuo have this vision and cognition. The quasi-saints are far less clear-headed than the three burials master in this regard. Seeing Jin Yuanzi, Yun Xiao Fairy and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva all say this. Even if they are not quickly convinced. They are also planted with the thought of the invincibility of the demon ancestor. A strong man ranked second among the 3,000 gods and demons. A demon ancestor who once overpowered the Taoist ancestor. It seems that no matter what he does, it is not strange. The victims, Phoenix God and Guanyin Bodhisattva also said the same thing. Phoenix God was filled with hatred, but also with awe. Luo Ho is indeed very strong, and it is hard to guard against him. If I had not been on guard after hearing about Qing Long's accident, I would have capsized in the gutter today. Guanyin Bodhisattva said bluntly, Luo Ho's strength is far superior to that of this poor monk, even if it is just a clone. To be honest, I haven't even tested the true details of Luo Ho's clone. In the group of Daluo, the atmosphere was solemn. Master Sanzang couldn't bear to watch. It is obvious that there are Daluo strongmen who are taking advantage of Luo Ho's name to fish in troubled waters. They can't see through such a crude conspiracy. They are simply a group of idiots. Ji Chansheng reminded him friendly, Teacher, is it possible that they said this on purpose? Put the blame on Luo Ho. And any Daluo can be Luo Ho, and can do many things that are inconvenient to do. Master Sanzang. He really hadn't thought about this, because this kind of thing had never happened before. As long as it hadn't happened before, it was always easy to enter the blind spot of many people's thinking, even if it was a super strong person. Master Xuandu also realized that he could follow suit after seeing someone doing this in the Daluo group. Master Sanzang also realized the seriousness of the problem after being reminded of this by Ji Chansheng. It's bad. In this way, wouldn't those Daluo strong people be able to impersonate Luo Ho and cause trouble for the master? Master Sanzang's heart skipped a beat. Ji Chansheng complained, Teacher, congratulations. You finally realized this. Why did Li Changqi run? Because Li Changqi just reacted and Master Sanzang was in trouble. So if there is something, let Junti do it himself. She will run away in a second. Master Sanzang glared at Ji Chansheng again. Pregnant women are always emotionally unstable. Ji Chansheng endured it. Master Sanzang reminded him in return, don't gloat over other people's misfortunes. Don't forget that you are not a Daluo yet. You can easily be hit by other Daluo masters who disguised as Luo Ho. Ji Chansheng said calmly, Teacher, have you forgotten that I am just a monkey in the heart? My real body is in the heaven. Who can go to the heaven to cause trouble for the Jade Emperor? Master Sanzang was speechless. He really forgot this. Ji Changsheng's loss of a monkey in the heart will not have any impact on his real body. At most, he will become more righteous in the future and will not be distracted. Is this a problem? But if the Saint Junti loses Master Sanzang, it means that he really loses a reincarnation. That's not a big deal. The Saint Junti will also lose a child. Master Sanzang once again realized the seriousness of the problem. Ji Chansheng sighed. This may be because pregnancy makes people stupid for 3 years. In the past, the reaction of Junti Saint would not be so slow. As his strength declined, Master Sanzang's thinking speed also slowed down. For the disrespect of Ji Chansheng, the evil disciple, Master Sanzang's hand on his belly hardened for a moment. Then he endured it. He realized that the Buddha was under the eaves. He really needed the protection of this evil disciple. Ji Chansheng did not complain about this evil master anymore. He had already seen that the current Master Sanzang was really useless and could not be relied on at all. If he encountered danger, he really had to follow Li Changqi's words and use Master Sanzang as a meat shield. But now they have not encountered danger. So Ji Chansheng used his own account to live broadcast the Battle of Shaolin Temple in the Daluo group. The live video Ping Zhang just pushed to me. Everyone, don't miss it if you pass by. Shaolin Temple. The 3 Rahas are fighting each other. Who will win in the end? Start placing bets now. I swear on the reputation of my teacher, the Saint Junti, that this casino is honest and trustworthy. By the way, at Maitreya Buddha. Brother, are you there? Isn't Shaolin Temple your home? How come there are 3 Rahas? Maitreya Buddha was quickly blown out. He was shocked. The Maitreya Buddha, who always smiles, now has a red face and murderous aura. It is worth mentioning that his breath is very weak. The gold content of the Great Heavenly Venerable is continuously rising. Just like the gold content of the Demon Ancestor is also continuously rising. The difference is that the Great Heavenly Venerable is really awesome. The Demon Ancestor is very awesome because of a group of clones. Maitreya Buddha quickly proved his innocence. Brother, what's going on? I'm in Yushi Palace. Ji Chansheng and Master Sanzang were both a little stunned. Why did you go to Yushi Palace? Maitreya Buddha explained, Yuqing Wang is about to be promoted to Daluo, and Yuanshi Tianwang is giving a lecture again to help him. I came to Yushi Palace to listen to the Hunyuan Dao, but I didn't know that Shaolin Temple was occupied by Luo Ho. Mithraeus had certainly realized that one of the three Luoho must be Master Xuandu. But he didn't dare to say it. And it was a good thing for him that Master Xuandu took action in the name of Luoho. Anyway, as long as he proved his innocence, Xuanti Saint couldn't blame him in the end. As for who was the strong man who occupied Shao Lane Temple, it can only be Luoho. Now Luoho has offended the public. It's right to put the blame on Luoho. Hearing that Mithraeus was now in Yushi Palace, Master Sanzang's face looked much better. And he said to Ji Changsheng, Master said, your senior brother is still a good one. Ji Changsheng did not refute, but continued to at Mithraeus Buddha, senior brother. This Luoho has your acquired human seed bag in his hand. Mithraeus Buddha, illusion. It must be an illusion. Luoho's attainments in illusion are almost second only to Taiyin Xingjuan. Yu Qingzhenwang also logged in to prove for Mithraeus Buddha, Emperor. I can testify that the Buddha from the East is indeed in Yushi Palace listening to the teachings at this moment. Yu Qingzhenwang is not Daluo yet, but he will be soon. He can be in the group because Yu Qingzhenwang has joined the group before. After returning, he found his account again. And other Daluo strongmen certainly would not refuse Yu Qingzhenwang. No one would kick the son of a saint without seeing the situation. With the testimony of Yu Qingzhenwang, Mithraeus Buddha was completely proven innocent. So Ji Changsheng made a conclusion. Could it be that Luoho's clones awakened their consciousness and prepared to rebel? At Jidu. Star Lord. Are you there? Jidu Star Lord bubbled. I do have an independent will. The demon ancestor was too strong back then. So he was forcibly divided into three by the Taoist ancestor. But I don't know whether the demon ancestor has other clones. If other clones have also been promoted to Daluo and have independent wills, with the means of the demon ancestor, it is not impossible. All the quasi-saints took a breath of cold air. Half of them were pretending, and half were real. Because many Daluo strongmen thought of one thing. Phoenix Lord, is the Great Tribulation controlled by Luoho? White Tiger Lord was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. So Luoho can open a backdoor for his clones. Avalokitesvara suddenly realized, but once he entered the Great Tribulation, he was no longer under control. So Luoho's clones lost control. So that's it. Luoho. So terrifying. This is like shooting himself in the foot. The demon ancestor is mighty, and we should give him more respect in the future. It's lively now. Luoho's clones are rebelling. But it's also a big trouble. And the heavens will be troubled from now on. Yushi Palace? Yu Qingzhenwang looked at Guanyin Bodhisattva with blood on the corner of his mouth and weak breath, and subconsciously felt a little distressed in his heart. He forced himself to get rid of his feelings and asked in surprise, Junior sister, do you really think it is a civil war among Luoho's clones? Avalokitesvara. Of course not. Only a fool would believe it. Don't you think there is a fool who believes it? Because they don't have complete information. Guanyin Bodhisattva at least first worshipped Yuanshi Tianwang, and then followed the two saints of the West. He is a typical disciple of a famous and upright sect. And the information he has is much stronger than that of a wild Daluo. There must be a Daluo strongman who is using the name of Luoho to take action. Ji Changsheng, including the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, did not communicate with Guanyin Bodhisattva. But smart people can guess the truth without communication. And it's not just one side. I'm afraid all parties have ended. Now the secrets of heaven are in chaos. As long as you put on a mask, you and I are all Luoho. At this point, a faint light flashed in Guanyin Bodhisattva's eyes. If possible, she also wanted to play a role of Luoho. What a pity. Opening her mouth again, Guanyin Bodhisattva spit out a mouthful of blood. She fell weakly on Yu Qingzhenwang. Brother, I'm dying. She really lost half of her life. Haodian didn't hold back on her at all. The 3 sovereigns held back, but not much. It is also strange to say that the Rahu encountered by the 2 Daluo of the human race, Jinwu Emperor and Guanyin Bodhisattva, were all disguised by the human race. Before the 3 emperors had time to hunt other quasi-saints, Raha had already blossomed everywhere. They were caught off guard. Originally, the 3 emperors attacked the human race's Daluo first in order to avoid suspicion, so as not to let others suspect the human race. Now Rahu blossomed everywhere, and the suspicion of the human race disappeared immediately. Because there were too many Rahu, the number of Daluo's strongmen of the human race was not enough. It was so funny. If the 3 emperors knew that there were so many Rahu, they would not have dealt such a heavy hand to Jinwu and Guanyin. But Jinwu was really hurt. Although Guanyin Bodhisattva was also hurt, she also gained a lot. After all, now, she fainted in the arms of Yuqing Wang. Yuqing Wang raised his hands to show his innocence. Father, I didn't do anything. My junior sister fainted. Yuan Tianwang's face was livid. He glared at Yuqing Wang fiercely. In the heavens and the worlds, when it comes to healing, my elder brother is the first. Shenong is the second. And Guanyin is the third. She is injured and needs to go to Yushu Palace for treatment. Is she here to treat her injuries? Yuan Tianwang was embarrassed to expose Guanyin Bodhisattva. He could only glare at his stupid son fiercely. Yuqing Wang was innocent. Father, no matter how good my junior sister's medical skills are, she must be awake. She is in a very bad condition now. Ah. Yuan Tianwang was very tired. He didn't even have the energy to pay attention to the Luohu civil war. Take her in. Now that he is here, what else can he do? If he is turned away, Yushu Palace will be ashamed. It will also become the center of gossip, while Luohu is still the focus of public opinion. Yuan Tianwang just wants to keep a low profile. The excitement belongs to Luohu. Yushu Palace doesn't want it. Let's talk about two things separately. Outside the Little Lane Temple, the three Luo House are still looking at each other. As the saying goes, the triangle is the most stable structure. If there were only two Luo House, they would have started fighting long ago. But three Luo House really don't know how to fight. What if they are attacked by another Luoho? Because they sensed that neither of them was a good person. The three Luo House were frozen, and no one dared to break this balance easily. Among them, the two fake Luo House were relatively calm. Only the real Luoho was the most annoying. Coincidentally, the three Luo House were all in the Daoyuo group. After seeing the live broadcast of the Changsheng Emperor in the group, the Buddha Tathagata and the Xuandu Master looked at each other. Of course, in the eyes of the outside world, it was the two Luo House who looked at each other. The eyes of the two groups of black fog flashed a glimmer of enlightenment. It turned out that they hit the wrong target. The Buddha Tathagata wanted to kill Maitreya Buddha, since it was confirmed that Maitreya Buddha was in Yushu Palace. Then the Luoho in Shaolin Temple was not his target. Master Xuandu also vaguely guessed the identity of the Buddha Tathagata at this time, because he locked on to Luoho's true body. There was no way two pirated Luoho met the genuine one, and they would definitely feel the difference. And compared with the two of them, Luoho was too weak. The weak one was obviously Luoho, since the later one was the real Luoho. The Luoho who came first obviously wanted to make trouble for Maitreya Buddha. In the heavens and the universe, there are only a few people who dare to make trouble for Maitreya Buddha, can make trouble for Maitreya Buddha, and dare to come to Shaolin Temple alone. The Buddha Tathagata is the most likely one. Moreover, the strength displayed by the fake Rahu also fits the situation that Tathagata Buddha was beaten to a low health by Haotian. Although Master Xuandu is not as perceptive as Detective G, it is not difficult to figure this out. After realizing that the opponent is Tathagata Buddha, Master Xuandu pondered for a moment, wondering whether to keep Tathagata, the full-blooded Tathagata, in the battle with Haotian, showed a strength that was slightly superior to him. But the low-blooded Tathagata is definitely not his opponent. Otherwise, Master Xuandu would not have to live. He is now in a peak state of full blood, so he has a chance to kill Tathagata completely. Before Master Xuandu made a decision, the voice of Tathagata Buddha came to his ears. Sir, let's join forces to kill Rahu first, and then discuss who will be the real Rahu. How about it? Master Xuandu decisively attacked Luoho. Whether to kill Tathagata or not can be temporarily ignored. But Luoho must be killed. If the genuine Luoho is killed, he can be the genuine one. When Haotian was in retreat and Tathagata was at low health, Master Xuandu firmly sat in the top 3 seats among the quasi-saints. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the first. In this situation, he needed the identity of Luoho. Seeing Master Xuandu decisively attack, Tathagata Buddha did not hesitate and immediately began to attack the real Luoho. Luoho was attacked from both sides. He was furious. This is simply unreasonable. These two counterfeits, when they met the genuine one, not only did they not flee, but they dared to take the initiative to attack. It was outrageous. I want to see who you are. Luoho opened fire. Then, he was beaten gorgeously. After absorbing the Azure Dragon Lord, Luoho's current strength is about equal to that of the low-health Tathagata. However, when he met the full-health Xuandu Master, even if Xuandu Master tried his best to hide his identity, he was still obviously no match. You are not injured. Luoho is Luoho after all. Although he did not judge the identity of Tathagata Buddha, he vaguely guessed the identity of Xuandu Master. Hiding your true identity and having such strength means that you did not participate in the war in northern Jiluzu at all. There are not many quasi-saints who did not participate in the war in northern Jiluzu. There are even fewer who have the strength to impersonate me. I know. You are? Boom. Luoho of the Little Lane Temple suppressed billions of demons and 3,000 worlds with a flip of his hand, and accurately locked onto specific creatures. Bang! Countless screams of demons were heard from all over the world. The powerful demon ancestor Luoho suppressed his useless clone with his backhand. The invincible demeanor was overwhelming. It made the corners of the Buddha's eyes twitch. What Luoho saw, he certainly saw too. He was able to show a stronger strength than the average quasi-saint while hiding his identity, and even used a Buddhist technique. Looking at all over the world, there are not many such strong people. For the Buddha, this is also not difficult to guess. Just like the Xuandu Master also guessed his identity. But the Buddha is smarter than Luoho. Luoho wanted to expose the identity of the Xuandu Master. That would be courting death. The Buddha did not want to provoke the full-blooded Xuandu Master. There was no guarantee, and no benefit. Besides, the Xuandu Master appeared in the Little Lane Temple, and he was dressed as Luoho. So he was definitely not waiting for him to come to him. It was obvious who the target of the Xuandu Master was. Of course, Tathagata would not be a babysitter for Xuanti. So he spoke in time, my original body. I give up. The Xuandu Master. So the Buddha is more adaptable to the new version than the demon ancestor. What era is it? And he is still using the demon ancestor's tricks. Look at the Buddha's operation. I admit that I am not your opponent now. In this case, I am willing to return to your command and listen to your orders. At the same time, the voice of Tathagata came to the ears of the Xuandu Master again. Red flowers, white lotus roots, and green lotus leaves. The three religions are originally one family. What can the Xuandu Master say? Now even if he kills Tathagata to silence him, it is too late. So he could only open up his aura. And the devil flames cover the prehistoric fairyland and even the heavens and the worlds. Officially opening a new version. From now on, there are 3 types of Daluo. Only those who can survive my hunting are qualified to be called quasi-sages. Otherwise, they are only worthy of being called Daluo. From today on, I will redefine Daluo. Just like the Taoist ancestors back then. He set rules for all the strong. The demon ancestor and the Taoist ancestor complement each other. Just like back then. Zishu Palace. The Taoist ancestor almost laughed himself crazy. Young people nowadays really know how to play. The outside world. The demon ancestor also went completely crazy. Luoho of the Little Lane Temple, with his eyes penetrating the 9 netherworlds, looked directly at Ji Chansheng and the 3 burial masters who were hiding their tracks. I found you. Chapter 503. You must know that when you were young, you had lofty ambitions and promised to be the best in the world. When Luoho looked over, Master Sanzang subconsciously hid behind Ji Chansheng. But he still felt that Luoho's eyes fell directly on him, without any cover. Then Master Sanzang looked up and laughed to death. Ji Chansheng had already run away. Master Sanzang was in a mess. You evil disciple. At least pretend to be defeated before running away. Ji Chansheng also had something to say. Teacher, I am not even Daluo. How can I be the opponent of Demon Ancestor? Teacher, hold on. I will go to call for reinforcements immediately. It is impossible to fight. Demon Ancestor is invincible in the world. Ji Chansheng would be stupid to seek death. The higher the Tao, the higher the devil. The current Demon Ancestor is really invincible in the world without the appearance of the saint. So, I will suffer for the teacher. And Luoho will bear the infamy. The great sage of Pingzhang endured the humiliation and prepared to ask for reinforcements. Want to run? Little Lane Temple Luoho. Now the genuine Luoho saw the great sage of Pingzhang running and laughed directly. Ji Huangmao, I have tolerated you for a long time, while Yu Linglong doesn't know his identity yet. Of course, I have to take revenge and complain, even if there is no hatred or resentment. Beating Ji Chansheng up is also justice for the heavens in the eyes of Luoho. So Demon Ancestor Luoho attacked brazenly. He directly passed the 3 burials master and went straight to the great sage of Pingzhang. Ji Chansheng and the 3 burials master were both stunned. Ji Chansheng blurted out, "You caught the wrong person. Juinti is in front." The 3 burials master almost couldn't catch his breath. This evil disciple is really of the same lineage as Li Changxi. He has nothing to do with human affairs. Luo Ho almost laughed. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such a shameless one. If his teacher is in danger, Master Xuandu will definitely be the first to stand. Linglong is good at everything. But why does she have such a bad eye for people? Master Xuandu complained in his heart. And the hand of covering the sky fell from the sky, trying to make the great sage Pingzhan lose his combat effectiveness with one palm. He has the ability. What can he do? At this time, a familiar voice came to his ears again. Master, that's almost it. I have left my teacher to you. Why are you still carrying personal grudges? Master Xuandu. Fuck. Cheating me. He must be cheating me. The demeanor of the demon ancestor did not move. But the amplitude of Master Xuandu's attack was instantly reduced by 7 points. It was just the level that Ji Changsheng could resist. The golden monkey raised his 1,000-pound stick. He fought Luo Ho with one stick, and was evenly matched. So Ji Changsheng was refreshed. He continued to transmit, Master, if you teach me a lesson, Xiao Yu's dowry will be at least 10 times higher in the future. Think about it yourself. Luo Ho sneered, you are misleading people with your lies. You don't know what you mean? Ji Changsheng transmitted calmly, Master. In fact, I really didn't guess it was you. And I'm not even sure it was you. This is true. Master Xuandu did not inform Ji Changsheng in advance. Ji Changsheng is not like Tathagata Buddha and the real Luo Ho. He is in the same realm as Master Xuandu. And it is difficult to conceal their background. Detective Ji relies on guessing. After all, there are only a few powerful Daluo masters who are qualified to be suspects. The Xuandu master, who did not participate in the Battle of Northern Jiluzu and is now in an intact state, will naturally be on the first list of suspects. There is just no evidence. But for Detective Ji, it doesn't matter if there is no evidence. He has a special way of investigating cases. No matter who you are. If you dare to embarrass me, I will announce to the world that you are the Xuandu master. The Xuandu master's body was a little stiff. Ji Changsheng continued, if you are really the Xuandu master, that's great. If you are not the Xuandu master, I will also put the blame on the Xuandu master. I will come forward to testify, and it will be very convincing. In order to prove his innocence, the Xuandu master will definitely find you and expose your true identity. At that time, you will face the real Xuandu master. I don't believe that your background and strength are as strong as the Xuandu master. At most they are equal. Grandmaster Xuandu wanted to curse. This guy's strength is not very good. But his methods are really disgusting. Ji Changsheng began to laugh. Grandmaster, you bet? If you dare to hit me, I dare to cheat you. Come on. Let's hurt each other. Emperor Xiaotian, never knew how to write the word fear. Grandmaster Xuandu froze. He really had never seen such a shameless person. He actually used him to threaten him. Buying Palace? Sage Taiching also laughed. Ancestor, what's wrong with you? Yu Linglong felt a little puzzled. Sage Taiching sighed. Xuandu, everything is good, but it lacks some banditry and shamelessness. It should be because of me. Xuandu can never do things like Ji Changsheng without bottom line. So he is not as flexible as Ji Changsheng. He didn't blame Master Xuandu for this. Disciples of a famous and upright sect must follow the rules when doing things. Some things just can't be done. For example, Master Xuandu can't practice Haoqian's perverted ninjutsu. If he dared to practice, Saint Taiching would dare to break his legs. Ji Changsheng's behavior is of course much better than Haoqian's. But the Taiching lineage won't learn it. Or it doesn't need to learn it. After all, the background of the Taiching lineage is too strong. It's so strong that Master Xuandu can achieve his goals without using some shady means. Over time, the shelf naturally became high. It's not necessarily that Master Xuandu doesn't have talent in this area. But it's true that the Taiching lineage didn't give him the environment to develop this talent. You grow up in a wealthy family, but you can't farm. It has nothing to do with whether you have the talent for farming. In comparison, old Demon G is not ordinary flexible. And remember the teachings of the great man. No matter whether the cat is black or white, as long as it can catch mice, it is a good cat. As for what means are used, Ji Lao Mo never cares. Just like now, Ji Lao Mo has captured the Xuandu master with just a few words. Whether he is the Xuandu master or not, it is definitely not a wise choice to continue to cause trouble for Ji Changsheng. In this regard, Xuandu should learn more from Ji Changsheng. Fortunately, he has made progress now, Tai Ching Saint said. In the past, it would be difficult for the Tai Ching heir to disguise himself as the demon ancestor. Xuandu Master has taken an important step. The next thing is very simple. From 0 to 1 is the most difficult. It is not easy to learn well, but it is easy to learn bad things. Yu Linglong still didn't understand. Grandmaster, what happened to the teacher? Yu Linglong didn't know what happened to Master Xuandu in Shaolin Temple. Sage Tai Ching certainly knew about it, but he didn't explain it to Yu Linglong. It wasn't that he deliberately concealed it from Yu Linglong. Sage Tai Ching was worried that after telling Yu Linglong would be obsessed with pleading for Ji Changsheng, which would make Master Xuandu's already broken heart even more broken. Sage Tai Ching just casually said, Xuandu encountered a little trouble, but it's not a big problem. He can solve it. It's really not a big problem. Master Xuandu didn't hesitate for too long. The whole process didn't take more than 3 seconds. Afterwards, in the eyes of the outside world, what they saw was that Luohu threw out a golden symbol, and the great sage Pingong was trapped in the golden symbol with his head and feet. Afterwards, a gust of black wind blew up, sweeping Master Sanzang, Xiaoyu, and the killer monk away, and into Shaolin Temple and disappeared. The whole process was smooth, and there was no obstruction. In other words, any obstruction in front of Demon Ancestor Rahu was just a futile resistance. The reincarnation of the saint, the 3 burial master, plus the famous great saint of Pinghong, and Xiaoyu and the monk who made up the numbers, were all destroyed by Demon Ancestor Rahu in one encounter. Demon Ancestor is so terrifying. The Tathagata Buddha witnessed the whole thing and admired the strength of the Xuandu Master. Just admiration. Not surprised. Compared with Haotian, Xuandu is nothing. Even compared with the full-blooded him, this is not a big deal. So the Tathagata Buddha calmly flattered Rahu. The original body is indeed stronger. Luoho's voice came from the little lane temple. Go and hunt down other Daluo. Any cat or dog dares to call himself a quasi-saint. It's really ignorant. From now on, quasi-saints also have disasters. And I am their disaster. Today is a special day. The Bull Demon King suddenly promoted. Haotian suddenly became a saint, and many Daluo were killed. The changes that followed one after another made all the Daluo strongmen a little overwhelmed. The invincible demon ancestor still dropped a heavy bomb at the end of today. The original Daluo did not distinguish between realms. Once you enter Daluo, you are a quasi-saint. Kill all the quasi-saints, and you will be a saint. In essence, saints and quasi-saints are actually Daluo. This division is simple and rough. And the strength gap between quasi-saints and saints is sometimes greater than the gap between Ji Changsheng and Mu Xian. Under the hunting mode of the demon ancestor, Daluo finally clearly divided into 3 levels. When you first enter Daluo, you are Daluo. Only Daluo strongmen, who can survive the hunting of the demon ancestor, are qualified to be called quasi-sages. And only those who can kill through the siege of 90% of quasi-sages, like Haotian, can be called saints. Here comes the question. Tathagata Buddha asked loudly, my body, what realm are you in? Rahu's voice came from the little lane temple. This seat is naturally above the saints, and on par with the Taoist ancestor. It is not against the law to brag. If it is against the law, there are teachers to take responsibility. It is easy to be an official if you have someone in the court. And it is easy to brag if you have a saint above you. The words of Master Xuandu were actually spoken for the saint of Tai Ching. The 6 saints knew that the saint of Tai Ching's goal was the Taoist ancestor. So Master Xuandu said that he wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Taoist ancestor. And it was not an exaggeration. How can the supreme Taoist ancestor not be the Taoist ancestor? The Tathagata Buddha could also understand what the Xuandu master meant, and felt that the master uncle was indeed the master uncle, much stronger than the second master uncle. Of course, it was Rahu who boasted. The cause and effect must also be borne by Rahu. The Tathagata Buddha did not think that the Xuandu master was his enemy at this time. So he cooperated and said, the original body is mighty. So it's time to let these Daluo understand what the demon ancestor represents. The demon ancestor represents the outdated internet celebrity. The point is not the internet celebrity, but the outdated. If you are outdated, you can be easily controlled by the popular ones. For example, the Xuandu master. For example, the Tathagata Buddha. People who don't know the inside story see that the demon ancestor is invincible. People who know the inside story see the change of times, the handover of the overlord. and the new generation of popular Daluo rising strongly and quickly seizing power. The Wa Palace? The Nuwa lady was always laughing. The two-person show of Master Schwandu and Buddha Tathagata is really fun. When the real Rahu also came in, and it became Rahu killing, the plot became even more exciting. But after Rahu was suppressed by Master Schwandu, and Buddha Tathagata expressed his intention to let the world know the demon ancestor again, Nuwa stopped smiling. Her face and tone began to become serious. In fact, when Master Schwandu suppressed Rahu and Buddha Tathagata said, "I admit defeat," the smile on Nuwa's face began to disappear. She sighed. No wonder the three pure ones and Jia In Juanti are optimistic about Tathagata. It makes sense. Tathagata is Buddha. Rahu is the demon ancestor. They were both in a state of low health. The performance of both sides in front of the Little Lane Temple was simply a public execution scene. The difference between the two sides was immediately determined. The Buddha was more adaptable to the current new version than the demon ancestor. The reason why Tathagata was favored by all the saints was because of his comprehensive strength. If his teacher was not Tontian, brother, you should be careful of Tathagata in the future, Nuwa reminded. Fushi had guessed the identities of Schwandu and Tathagata to some extent, but his face still changed. Guessing was guessing, but the confirmation of the guess still made Fushi very frightened. The strength and means of young people nowadays are too terrifying. Fushi said in a deep voice, it was Luoho who was killed by them. Fushi and Nuwa were also innate gods and demons. They had experienced Luoho's most glorious era. They had also trembled under Luoho's magic power in those days. Times change. Now Luoho has ended like this, which makes Fushi deeply touched. The most important thing is, even before the three emperors came out together, I was not 100% sure that I could stop Luoho. But Schwandu and Tathagata joined forces, and it didn't seem to take too much effort to suppress Luoho. This fact made Fushi feel bad. Nuwa comforted, first, the three of you can definitely suppress Luoho together. You just don't want to reveal your identity. Second, Luoho is not in his peak state now, and he was also beaten by Haotian. Third, I have to admit that Schwandu plus Tathagata are indeed stronger than you three emperors. Originally, Fushi's face had eased a lot after hearing the first 2 points said by Nuwa. But after hearing the third point, Fushi's mood suddenly sank. Sister, are you sure? Nuwa Nyangnyang's tone was very firm. Of course I am sure. After Haotian became a saint, Tathagata was the quasi-saint closest to a saint, and his strength firmly suppressed any of the three emperors. Schwandu Tathagata was a little bit worse. But only Tathagata was a little bit worse. And he was still stronger than the three emperors. Brother, your countless years of seclusion have indeed brought the human race a chance to live and work in peace and rise. But the price is that the three of you have stopped at the age when your strength is most likely to increase. And you have given up countless opportunities to compete. Fushi's face was complicated. Those who love war will perish. And those who forget war will be in danger. You have not forgotten to fight. But the fact is that since you retired to Huayun Cave, you have never really taken action. And Tathagata and Schwandu have been fighting. Even fighting with saints. Their talents are not inferior to yours. And they are even better than you. In addition, they work harder than you and have better resources than you. It is natural for them to beat you. Brother, the risk of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger is that if you pretend to be a pig for a long time, you may become a real pig. Seeing that Fushi's expression was a little bad, Nuwa Nyangnyang changed the subject. I am not saying that you did something wrong. From the facts, you did a good job. But everything has its pros and cons. You are not Haotian. Haotian can gain strength from forbearance. And you can only create opportunities for future generations from forbearance. Of course, you should have thought of being surpassed by future generations. If the three emperors had the invincible Tao heart, they would not choose to live in seclusion in Huayun Cave, but directly kill through the prehistoric fairyland and then kill through the six saints. But they knew very clearly that they did not have that strength and potential. So I chose to take it slow. This is not something that can be accomplished in one generation. Fushi nodded, indeed. Since we made the decision to live in seclusion in Huayun Cave, we have placed our hopes on future generations. The threshold of the Holy Realm is too high. I didn't cross it when I was a congenital god and demon. And I still can't cross it after reincarnation. He tried countless times. But it just doesn't work. Just like Guang Chengzi couldn't break through Daluo no matter what. He was also stuck at the door of the Holy Realm. He tried everything, but got nothing. In the end, The three emperors headed by Fuxi made the decision to lie dormant. They chose to be the fire and the torch. Be ready to hand over to the next generation at any time. But being mentally prepared is one thing. When the later ways are really stronger than them, it is another thing. Fortunately, the three emperors are indeed great men. Fuxi adjusted his Tao heart in time. It is a blessing for the human race that Xuandu is stronger than the three emperors. Nua nodded. It's a pity that Tathagata is not a human. Fuxi's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Since the decision has been made, the three emperors can do their best to help Master Xuandu become a saint. Now it seems that Tathagata is half a body ahead of Master Xuandu. Fuxi can't accept this. So, he wanted to kill. Not for himself. For Master Xuandu, and for the human race. He wanted to kill Tathagata. Nua felt Fuxi's attitude and reminded him in time, don't do it to Tathagata. It's hard to succeed. And it's easy to kill each other. Don't forget that Changsheng is already planning to let Tathagata reincarnate as a human. Fuxi did not relax his vigilance against Tathagata. Reincarnation is reincarnation. And it depends on what origin Tathagata himself identifies with. For the strong in the Daluo realm, their origin can't determine anything at all. It depends on their original position. Taiqing Saint and Nua Nyongyong are not human. But they both support the human race. Haoqian was reincarnated as a human. But no one would regard Haoqian as a human. There are many traitors within the human race. There are also many strong people who recognize the human race among the innate gods, demons, and even witches and liches. Ordinary people pay more attention to bloodline origin. When it comes to Fuxi, he pays more attention to his inner position and real choice. Just like after he became the emperor of the human race, he began to plan for the future of the human race conscientiously. Nua Nyongyong didn't think so much. With her strength, she didn't need to think so complicated. Brother, just be careful of Tathagata. And don't take him too seriously. With me here, Tathagata dare not touch you. As for Tathagata's future, leave it to Changsheng. Changsheng will definitely be able to arrange it clearly. Tathagata is the next wave. Changsheng is even more. And it's not your turn to worry about it. Fuxi pointed to the projection of the Hua Palace. Ho Lang was captured by Xuandu. Nua didn't care. Xuandu won't touch Changsheng at all. Let alone Changsheng. He won't even touch Yuanti. He just wants to get some benefits. The journey to the West project is related to the success or failure of the two saints in the West to repay the debt to the heavenly Tao. And then to the great event of the six saints' conspiracy to become the ancestor of Tao. Master Xuandu is not Tathagata Buddha. Let alone Tantian Jiaozhu. He won't be so reckless as to think that he can replace the two saints in the West at will. Nua Nyongyong is usually too lazy to use her brain. But when she needs to use her brain, Nua Nyongyong's brain turns quickly. Xuandu may have been stimulated by Haoqian and Tathagata. Accept the possibility. He was stimulated by Haoqian and Tathagata. In the Battle of Baijalizu, Haoqian's burst of combat power surprised the saints. And Xuandu could not have thought of it. So he was confused and his Tao heart was destroyed. If Master Xuandu was in the Nua Palace, he would definitely worship Nua with all his might. That's exactly right. Although Master Xuandu did not participate in the Battle of Northern Jiluzu, the blow he inflicted on him was no less than that of the Daluo who participated in the battle. Before Haoqian's outbreak, when everyone counted the ranking of quasi-saints, apart from the bug of Ho Tu Nyongyong, Xuandu and Tathagata were both fighting for the third place and the first place. But Haoqian's battle was shocking. Now no one would regard Haoqian as a being of the same level as Tathagata and Xuandu. Not even Haoqian. Although the strength displayed by Tathagata Buddha in this battle was not as good as Haoqian, it still made the saints look at him sideways. Master Xuandu thought he was ahead before. But when he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the world, he was actually behind. He suffered a big blow. The desire for progress is stronger than before. Nua Nyongyong has completely grasped his mentality. In the Little Lane Temple, Xuandu must make a big scene to restore his invincible state of mind. Otherwise, he will always be inferior to Tathagata and Haoqian. Nua said, Xuandu is humble on the surface. But his inner arrogance is no less than anyone else. He can't accept that he is behind. So he has this situation now. Looking at his sister who was talking freely, Fuxi was very emotional. Sister, this is probably the gap between you and me. I work very hard, but I still can't catch up with your concentration. He has never slacked off in these years, and has been collecting intelligence from the outside world. And Nua has never paid much attention to news from the outside world. But when something really happened, Nua's judgment was still more accurate and sharp than his. The reason why Fushi gave up the hope of becoming a saint was that he had seen his sister's extraordinary abilities many times. And he knew very well that he could not catch up no matter how hard he tried. Only when you really work hard will you understand the importance of talent. Saints are made of 99% hard work and 1% talent. And in the proportion of becoming a saint, 99% of the effort only accounts for 1%. That 1% of talent can account for 99%. Under normal circumstances, most people's efforts are so low that they don't even have the chance to compete with talent. But when they reach the Daliao realm, especially the saint realm, most strong people have already worked very hard. And at this time, it's talent that counts. Unfortunately, talent is something that is difficult to train after birth. So Tontian Jiaozhu can become a saint with an IQ like this. But countless smart people can't get the Daliao gate. Nua Nyang also knows that her brother's choice is correct. There are two standards for being a quasi-saint and being a saint. But after all, he is her brother. So Nua Nyang still comforted him. Brother, this is not your fault. It's Xiao Chongqing's fault. What's wrong with Chongqing? Fushi didn't understand. Nua explained, after Chongqing ascended, most of the intelligence you collected over the past countless years has become invalid. So it is normal that you can't control the situation outside. The situation in the prehistoric fairyland is changing so fast now. Faster than the speed of intelligence transmission. At this time, the most important thing is not intelligence, but the ability to adapt to changes, and the ability to take the initiative to lead the trend. Nua didn't just say these words to comfort Fushi. 90% of them were sincere. Randang recognized the reality earlier than the three emperors, and took the initiative to give up collecting intelligence from the outside world. Because Randang realized that after Ji Chongqing ascended, intelligence became the most useless thing. The intelligence that reaches him is already a thing of the past. The same is true for the three emperors. With Emperor Xiaotian vigorously promoting version updates, the strong will always be strong and even stronger. No matter how the outside world changes, I will remain unmoved. Typical representatives are Daozu and the Six Saints. No matter how the situation changes, they firmly occupy the top of the food chain and can suppress everything at any time. Of course, Ta Tian and Juanti may not be able to do it, but the other four saints are still very stable. There are also some strong people who will be more comfortable after overcoming the initial discomfort. Chaos is the ladder of progress, and their strength can fully grasp the opportunity. Such as Haoqian and Tathagata. The most affected are those strong people who have been working hard. They will really be covered by the version if they are not careful. For example, Luoho. Generation after generation. A new god. And generation after generation. The demon ancestor is weakened. Luoho is also bitter. Because the three emperors have not really participated in such a fierce competition for countless years. They are still in the stage of discomfort. It is inevitable that they have been away from the battlefield for a long time. However, Nua has confidence in the three emperors. Haoqian and Tathagata were not used to it at first. Especially Tathagata, who was beaten by Chongqing. But now he has survived. Brothers, you haven't played in person for too long. It's normal that you are not used to it. You all came through the bloody storm back then. And you will definitely be able to adapt to the rapidly updated prehistoric fairyland in the shortest time. Fushi nodded. Thank you for your good words. Sister. But if we can't keep up, that's fine. At this point, Fushi completely adjusted his mentality. And a sincere smile appeared on his face. That means that the new generation is really better than the old. A newcomer who can leave us old antiques behind has appeared in the human race. Which is a great thing. Each generation is stronger than the previous one. Which is the most benign development. Nua looked at Fushi and confirmed that what her brother said was true. She said with deep emotion, Brother, although your strength has not improved much, your state of mind has really improved a lot. Fushi, it hurts my sister. Since Luoho is dead, it saves you the effort of taking action. At this point, Fushi breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, I was worried that it would bring you trouble. It is a rule set by the Taoist ancestor that saints do not leave easily. Although this rule exists in name only. After all, Tontian's sect master had left before, and was humiliated by Ji Chongqing. But if you don't give face to the Taoist ancestor, God knows when the Taoist ancestor will settle accounts. For Fushi, Nua is of course willing to take risks. But if it can be saved, it is naturally a good thing. Nua nodded and said, My action will indeed bring some trouble. Now the six saints have reached a tacit understanding, and will not take action easily. In the era of great contention, the winds and clouds are surging. In the future, many strong people will die. But new and even stronger strong people, even saints, will also be born. If the 6 saints intervene too much at this time, it will be unfair to all parties. Only the winners of the most intense and fair competition are worthy of a higher status. What's more important is that once a saint on one side leaves the field, it is easy to attract sniping from the opposing saints. Everyone is neutral, so that the following can develop freely. Otherwise, I snipe your descendants today, and you kill my whole family tomorrow. How can there be healthy development? It is best not to use the nuclear weapon of the saint. This is the rule established by the Taoist ancestor, and the 6 saints have basically been abiding by it. Occasionally, there are stubborn saints like Tontian who don't obey orders. But with his intelligence, he can't take advantage of them. Nua is different. She will break the strategic balance. However, for her brother's request, Nua doesn't care about these things. By the way, Luoho is not dead yet, Nua reminded. Fushi was surprised. Not dead? Of course not. After all, he is Luoho. How can it be so easy to destroy? Nua shook her head and said, Xuandu only suppressed Luoho, and didn't completely wipe him out. Maybe Xuandu doesn't want to wipe him out. Luoho still has a lot of things that Xuandu can learn. Or what? Nua thought of Yu Linglong. Xuandu accepted an apprentice, and there is a breath of Luoho on him. Yu Linglong had been to the Hua Palace before. She also met Yu Linglong at the Peach Banquet. Although the Saint Taiching helped Yu Linglong hide Luoho's aura, Nua could still sense that Yu Linglong had Luoho's inheritance. At the same time, by Ying Palace, the Saint Taiching received a message from the great Master Xuandu. Teacher, Linglong wants to be promoted to Daluo. Is there still a lot of foundation missing? Indeed, it is a lot worse. If the Saint Taiching forced to help, it would be fine. But the Daluo cultivated in that way would definitely be the weakest. According to the latest classification standard of Luoho, it is an ordinary Daluo, the kind that cannot escape the hunting of the demon ancestor. It would be very embarrassing for the Taiching lineage to cultivate such a Daluo. The great Master Xuandu is of course concerned about his own disciples. Linglong has received part of Luoho's inheritance before. Let's use Luoho to supplement Linglong's foundation. Teacher, I think you can take Linglong to the world of second uncle to train her in advance. And take Luoho with you. When Linglong comes out again, she should be able to become Daluo. The Saint of Taiching laughed. Xuandu, are you worried that Linglong will cause trouble for you for Ji Chansheng? In the little lane temple, Xuandu put one hand on the golden symbol and said to the Saint of Taiching, setbacks make people grow. Teacher, I think it's time for Chansheng to suffer a little setback. The Saint of Taiching certainly had no objection, but he hesitated for a moment and said to the great Master Xuandu, Xuandu, is Ji Chansheng still in the golden symbol? Yes. Let him try to practice 1 Qi into 3 pure ones again. If he can do it, you can let him out. Logically speaking, with his current achievements, his talent should not be so poor. The Saint of Taiching still remembers this. Ji Chongqing's ability has been highly recognized by the Saint of Taiching, but he couldn't figure out. 1 Qi transforms into 3 pure ones. A small magic. Doesn't it just require a hand? Why couldn't Ji Chongqing practice it? After all, he is the person Linglong likes, and he is also on good terms with us. If he can succeed, it will be good for us. Taiching Saint said. Xuandu Master. At this time, he had the same idea as Yu Linglong. Teacher, this matter can't be passed. Right? Teacher, I don't think he has this talent. Try it one last time. Taiching Saint said. Give him another chance. Okay. I don't think he can catch it. The training conditions in the Bagua furnace of Tushita Palace last time were already the best in the universe. Taishang Laojun personally went to the battlefield to assist. But Ji Chansheng didn't succeed. Xuandu Master would not assist Ji Chansheng, so he had no confidence in Ji Chongqing's success. But Xuandu Master still resolutely carried out the teacher's instructions. After knocking the golden symbol, the voice of the Xuandu Master reached Ji Chongqing's ears. Cha-sheng, stop struggling. The teacher said that as long as you can cultivate 1 Qi into 3 pure ones, I will let you out. If not, stay here honestly. It's you. At this time, Ji Chongqing had just used Law of Heaven and Earth in the golden symbol. But the golden symbol grew larger. No matter how hard Ji Chongqing tried, He hit the golden hoop hard. But the golden symbol did not move at all. After hearing the voice of the Xuandu master, Ji Changsheng was not surprised. But after hearing the request of the Xuandu master, Ji Changsheng's face changed. The transformation of the three pure ones into one qi is a good skill. But it is not for me. Alas, I am also very sad for it. It has lost the most suitable master. Master Xuandu smiled. If you can't practice it, I won't let you out. Ji Changsheng expressed disdain. Do you have the guts? Master Xuandu asked back. Do you know what I want to do by catching Xuanti in Shaolin Temple? What else can I do? It's nothing more than getting some benefits from Master Sanzang. I took the initiative to send him to you before. After all, he is Yulinglong's master. Ji Changsheng is still very good to Master Xuandu. I was afraid that you couldn't catch Master Sanzang. So I took the initiative to bring him to you. But you actually repaid me with evil. Master Xuandu said in a deep voice. That was indeed the original plan. But now I have changed my mind. Changed your mind? Ji Changsheng was stunned. What did you change your mind about? Halqian's sanctification stimulated me. Master Xuandu said. Ji Changsheng blinked. This is not surprising. Any quasi-saint who still has ambition will be greatly stimulated by Halqian this time. Practicing and evolving is against the will of heaven. If you want to become a saint, you have to go against all the quasi-saints. Halqian has set an example for me. To become a saint, you have to be enemies with all the gods and Buddhas in the sky. And you have to kill through their pursuit and blockade. So what? I didn't participate in this battle. Even if I were included, the result would not change much. I am not Halqian's opponent. This is a fact. But it has a great impact on my Tao heart. If I don't have the courage to match Halqian, how can I become a saint? Ji Changsheng vaguely guessed the thoughts of the Xuandu master. And his pupils were dilated. Master, you don't want to use the three burial master as bait to take the initiative to be enemies with the world's strong men. Right? The Xuandu master laughed out loud. Changsheng, you really have the thinking of a strong man. The three burial master is right next to you. And I won't touch him. This time, my target is not him. Nor you. But all the strong men who hope to succeed in obtaining the scriptures. As long as the 6 saints don't come out in person, I will take as many as they come. Ji Changsheng took a breath of cold air. You stay in the golden symbol. Whether you are trapped inside or can escape, I will not stop you. Changsheng, I need your other identity. In the name of the Jade Emperor or Changsheng Emperor, send all the gods and Buddhas to rescue Master Sanzang. I will wait for them in the Little Lane Temple. And as the demon ancestor Rahu, I will weigh the world's strong men. Daluo can go down. I will not use any treasures of the Tai Ching lineage. You let go and do your best, without holding back. If I lose, or even die, it is all my fault. And it has nothing to do with you. Ji Changsheng was really shocked. Master, are you sure you want me to go all out? Whether it's the Heavenly Court or Lingshan, there are many powerful Daluo masters. You are definitely not afraid of one or two. Come together. The 5 elders of the 5 directions in the Heavenly Court are almost all Daluo masters. Not to mention the 4 imperial emperors, the Queen Mother, the powerful masters of Lingshan, and allies from all sides. The resources that Ji Changsheng can mobilize now are definitely not a small number. But Master Xuandu's voice was very calm. I am determined to become a saint. And I have to fight. Compared with Halqian, these are nothing. I want to defeat all the gods and Buddhas in the sky to rebuild my invincible Tao heart. Ji Changsheng frowned. It's too dangerous. There's no need to be so anxious. Playing is playing. Making trouble is making trouble. Ji Changsheng still cares about the safety of Master Xuandu. Master Xuandu said in a deep voice, I am the first batch of ancestors. I am the first human race to worship the saint. I am the chief disciple of the 3 religions. And I am the only disciple of the Tai Ching saint. At present, I am still the strongest person in the human race. Ji Changsheng did not refute. Master Xuandu is indeed the strongest person in the human race now. Human race can tolerate not being as good as the 6 saints or the Taoist ancestors. Now Halqian has also become a saint. If we continue to tolerate, Tathagata will also take that step. Master Xuandu said in a firm and murderous voice, if I don't rush, who will rush? If I slow down, the human race will be slow for countless epochs, and may never catch up. I carry the greatest expectations of the human race, as well as my own expectations of myself. Changsheng, don't hold back. If I am killed, it means that I am not qualified. Leave the position as soon as possible for more qualified descendants. But I believe that I can win. The wind and clouds are surging. And the world of great struggle. Some are afraid. And some are excited. Some people are willing to admit defeat. While others draw their swords and rise up to catch up with themselves, who were once highly expected. We must know that when we were young, we had lofty ambitions and promised to be the best in the world. Chapter 504 Bloody Reshuffle. A long day. Master. Here. Ji Changsheng airlifted 2 bottles of holy blood directly from the heavenly palace to Master Xuandu. One bottle is from Master Tongtian, and the other is from Haotian. You can use Master Tongtian's blood at will, but use Haotian with caution. Ji Changsheng reminded, if you use Haotian's blood, you will easily become a pervert like him. Master Xuandu was stunned. He didn't expect Ji Changsheng to give him such a good thing. It's normal for you to get Haotian's blood. But when did you get Master Tongtian's blood? When he was beaten by Yuanshi Tianwang before. Master Xuandu. You are awesome. He reflected. After becoming a disciple of the great Qing saint, the most precious treasures were at his fingertips. And he really didn't live as well as the great Emperor Changsheng. So most of his good things were given to him by the great Qing saint. The great Emperor Changsheng's good things were all fought for or picked up by himself. Although the results may be the same, the abilities displayed are definitely not at the same level. This thing is too valuable. You should keep it for yourself. Master Xuandu did not want it. He still has integrity. If such a precious thing was given by the great saint of Tai Qing, he could accept it. Ji Changsheng, a junior, gave it to him. And he really didn't have the face to accept it. Ji Changsheng casually said, you keep it. I won't use it at all. Why? I think it's dirty. Master Xuandu. Speechless. I'm not lying to you. I really think it's dirty. Master Xuandu. Do you know that this thing is priceless? I know. I originally planned to keep this bottle of holy blood from Master Tongtian for Ji's own people. Ji Changsheng said. Then give it back to me? You need it more now. Ji Changsheng said, as a matter of course. Master Xuandu suddenly fell silent. Master, you are not being hypocritical with me. Are you? Ji Changsheng guessed Master Xuandu's mentality. Master Xuandu switched from his previous passionate state, returned to normal mode, and explained to Ji Changsheng, Changsheng, you misunderstood. I am not going to become a saint. Ji Changsheng complained, I am not stupid. I didn't misunderstand at all. Of course you are not going to become a saint. Your strength is far inferior to Haotian. Master Xuandu. You are fighting for the opportunity to become a saint. So you have to fight for it. There are so many quasi-saints who are qualified to fight for this opportunity. There are no more than one hand. You are right. One step slow. Every step slow. Master, you must seize this opportunity. Now Haotian is in retreat. Tathagata is about to reincarnate. This is the best chance to overtake on the curve. Ji Changsheng helped Master Xuandu analyze. Daozu promised 7 saints. We don't know how many saints the universe can bear in the end. But there are definitely 7. And Daozu can accept 7 saints. Which is very important. Haotian and I signed an agreement in front of Daozu that we must not come out of retreat within 10,000 years. So we have the opportunity to kill him directly within 10,000 years, or after 10,000 years. I have already convinced Tongtian about Tathagata. Tathagata will be reincarnated into the human race soon. And I will also torment him as much as possible to prolong his recovery time. Ji Changsheng is not absolutely sure to kill Tathagata completely. And Tongtian will definitely keep an eye on Tathagata. And Ji Changsheng doesn't really want to really cut off the road to Tongtian. It's not that I'm afraid. It's really unnecessary. Tongtian's IQ is too easy to fool. There is no need to force the sword to the other side when it can be used for his own purposes. Unless there is no other choice. There is still a choice now. So Ji Changsheng does not want to go to extremes. So, Master, you have at most 10,000 years to overtake. At least, it depends on when Tathagata will take that step. In any case, you have a chance to fight. If you give in now, you may never catch up in the future. Master, I am convinced by you. You should fight. Fight with all your strength. The human race needs a saint. As long as you occupy the leading position in the first echelon under the saint, you can make plans on this basis later. And things will be much easier. When Master Xuandu fought for his life, he was full of determination. Now Ji Changsheng also started to plan for him. But he was embarrassed. Many people are like this. When you are alone, you can give up everything. Once you have relatives and friends, you will lose the will to fight. Cha Sheng. Don't get carried away. I'll say it again. I'm fighting for a chance to become a saint. And I won't gain much even if I win. Ji Changsheng frowned. Your goal is to make 10 billion. So you don't care about 100 million? Without the 100 million original funds, how can you make 10 billion? I care about it. I mean, you don't need to help. You're just talking nonsense. If you become a saint, I'll have a saint father-in-law. Who else can I help if I don't help you? Master Xuandu didn't know whether he should be angry or surprised. He could only say, I'm sure. You can only be a little more sure. What's the point of being pretentious? Take it quickly. I still have to show off to my wife. Changsheng Emperor believes that if he has to do something, he must show his achievements. He has a mouth. He will never play the game of licking dogs and silently paying. If Linglong knew that I paid so much for her, wouldn't she be moved to pledge her body to me? Master Xuandu knew that this was a real joke. It's not that Yu Linglong wouldn't be moved to pledge her body to me. It's so funny. There is no need for this. And it won't prevent Yu Linglong from pledging her body to me. Master Xuandu was surprised that Ji Changsheng would give him so many good things. But he still wanted to teach Ji Changsheng a lesson. By comparing them, the difference in character can be judged immediately. He was embarrassed. Cha Sheng, keep these holy blood, and you can get greater benefits in the future. I don't want benefits, but you to go one step further. Besides, you have become a saint. So if you give me 100 kilograms of blood, won't I make 100 times the profit? Master Xuandu was speechless. He began to change his opinion of Yu Linglong. Linglong may not be blind. Although Ji Laoimo often does not do anything for others, he is really generous to his own people. Cha Sheng, you give me these things. Do you want to ask other people's opinions? Ji Changsheng was surprised. Why should I ask other people's opinions on the things I picked up? Master Xuandu explained, in recent years, many people think that as the first generation of ancestors, I actually have no merit to the human race. If you give me these opportunities to become a saint, those people may have opinions about you. Ji Changsheng smiled. Your existence itself is of great significance to the human race. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Master Xuandu felt warm in his heart. In fact, he didn't want to talk so much nonsense. But there are still too many people. When there are more people, there will be more voices. Even those who have great achievements, like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, have a lot of people finding fault with them. There are also many people who privately criticize Nguyen Yang Yang and Tai Ching Saint. There are also people like King Zhou who just do it. In comparison, he, Xuandu, is just a small fry. There are too many people who don't like him. And it's not surprising that they have objections to him. The comments of outsiders will not affect his work, but it will still affect his mentality to some extent. It would be great if everyone in this world could think like you. Master Xuandu smiled bitterly. Ji Changsheng frowned. Master, the war is imminent, and your shy attitude is really awkward. If you continue like this, I really won't help you. For the human race to rise, it needs heroes like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to bow their heads and serve as servants. It needs heroes like me to charge into battle. And it also needs a sharp sword hanging in the sky to shock the gods and Buddhas. This sword can be used, but it must not be without. Mr. Qian has been a wise saying for ages. Without a sword, you don't even have the qualifications to stand on the same platform and compete fairly with others. If you say you will be beaten, you will be beaten. Only with a sword can you be qualified to compete at the table. Now, the person who is qualified to be the human race's sword, Master Xuandu, is ranked first. So Ji Changsheng must support Master Xuandu. This is something that does not need to be considered. As long as Ji Changsheng regards himself as a human being, he will do so. Master Xuandu was more and more moved, and then said, Cha Sheng, what you said is very good, but don't bring your own opinions. How did you become a hero? Ji Changsheng rolled his eyes. Xiao Xuanzi, don't be ungrateful for what you have. If I were not even a Daluo strongman now, these resources would not have come to you, and I would have snatched them from you long ago. Master Xuandu smiled with satisfaction. Put away the 2 bottles of holy blood, and stop being pretentious. Then he knocked on the golden symbol 3 times with his hand. This is my understanding of the transformation of the 3 pure ones into 1 qi. Try to absorb as much as possible. If you can cultivate it, the teacher will definitely change his mind about you, although you probably still can't learn it. Then Master Xuandu walked aside and began to close his eyes and rest. His breath was like a dragon, roaring in all directions and straight into the sky. He was arrogant and domineering. Just as Nua said, Master Xuandu looked humble on the outside, but was full of arrogance in his bones. Known. The core disciples of the Tai Ching lineage can transform the 3 pure ones into 1 Qi. Then Master Xuandu also has 3 avatars. But no one has ever seen Master Xuandu's other 3 avatars. Even when he fought with the Saint Junti and Lingshan, he only used his original body. Haotian became a saint in 1 battle. Tathagata is in the prime of his life. They have all shown their strength that moved the saints. And in the eyes of the saints, the great Master Xuandu, who could stand on equal footing with Tathagata Haotian, had never really used his full strength. By Ying Palace, Yu Linglong found that the smile of the Saint Tai Ching turned into relief. Ancestor, what's wrong with you? She felt that the recent mood swings of the Saint Tai Ching were somewhat unlike the Saint Tai Ching. The Saint Tai Ching praised Linglong. You have a good eye for men. Yu Linglong was a little surprised. Has Chan Sheng cultivated the 3 pure ones? That's not the case. The Saint Tai Ching said frankly, except for his talent in cultivation. He is good in other aspects. Much stronger than Chunyang. The Saint Tai Ching was not only upset about Ji Chengxing's failure to cultivate 3 pure ones. He also felt bad about the fact that Master Xuandu accepted Taoist Chunyang as his disciple. It completely lowered the status of the Tai Ching lineage. Fortunately, Taoist Chunyang died. What did Chan Sheng do? Yu Linglong didn't know what happened yet. This time, the Tai Ching saint did not hide it from Yu Linglong and explained. He gave Xuandu the holy blood of the 3rd brother that he had picked up before. Yu Linglong blinked, not surprised by this, and said, Chan Sheng should be disgusted and don't want to absorb other people's blood in his body. That being said, it is also a great gift and favor. The Tai Ching saint said, Chan Sheng's cultivation is not very good, but he is really generous in doing things, which is worthy of his current status and achievements. Yu Linglong, ancestor, Chan Sheng's cultivation is also very powerful. How long has he been practicing? The Tai Ching saint shook his head and said, his cultivation talent is just at the Daoyuo level, which is about the same as Guangchengzi. Yu Linglong was shocked. It's so low? The Tai Ching saint felt sorry for Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi's cultivation talent is not low. At least there is a 50% chance of impacting Daoyuo. The teacher worshipped the wrong teacher, and the difficulty of Daoyuo was set too high. At this point, even if Yuanshi Tianwang wanted to save his dignity, the Tai Ching saint was too lazy to help Yuanshi Tianwang make up for it. Facts have proved that Yuanshi Tianwang is really not good at teaching his disciples. Everyone has his own specialty, and we have to admit it. If Chan Sheng wants to impact Daoyuo, he must take some tricks. If he had the talent of Xuandu, he would have succeeded with Yang Jian, Guanyin and others last time. His talent is at the level of Guangchengzi Jiao Demon King. It's not low, but it's still a little worse than the top batch. Linglong, if Chan Sheng has difficulties in being promoted to Daoyuo in the future, let him come to me, and I will help him make up for it. Yu Linglong was moved. Grandmaster, can you create Daoyuo? No saint has ever shown such strength. Sage Tai Ching shook his head and said, it is impossible to create. But I should be able to help the creatures, who are only half a step away from being promoted to Daoyuo. Yu Linglong was still shocked. Grandmaster is mighty. Really mighty. The number of Daoyuo's strongmen never expands. Because saints cannot create Daoyuo either. The typical representative is still Yuanshi Tianwang. Although Saint Tai Ching cannot create. But if you think about what he means, at least he can help the Jiao Demon King Guangchengzi to be promoted. This is still a terrifying thing. The outside world recognizes Saint Tai Ching as the first of the 6 saints. And there is a reason for it. Sage Tai Ching added, I can only help him to be promoted to Daoyuo. According to the latest standards set by Xuandu, quasi-saints still have to work hard on their own. He still has a limit. Yu Linglong said, this is already very powerful. Master, I have a mystery. Say it. Given the relationship between you and the teacher, if the flesh and blood of the saint is really useful to the quasi-saint, you should not be stingy. Right? The expression of the Tai Ching saint was a little subtle. And he asked back, Linglong, do you know why Chan Sheng did not fuse the holy blood of the 3rd brother in Haotian? Yu Linglong said, he thinks it is dirty. There is another reason. He is afraid that there is a backhand in the holy blood, and he dare not fuse it at all. Yu Linglong was shocked. Master, is there really a backhand? The tone of the Tai Ching saint was half smiled. All dermas are empty. But cause and effect are not empty. The cause and effect of the saint cannot be cut off by the EN501 sword. But so many strong people have absorbed the essence of the flesh and blood of the EN501 saint. The saint of Taiqing glanced at Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong's pupils dilated instantly. Grandmaster. This, do Chasheng and the others know? Of course they don't know. And they may not necessarily have a backup plan. But if you owe a saint something, you must pay it back unless the saint dies. Moreover, there is a high probability that you will have to pay it back with interest. Also, if you become a saint with the help of his saintly power, it will be difficult to surpass him in the future. Isn't that dangerous? Teacher? Yu Linglong thought of the great magician Xuandu. The saint of Taiqing said calmly, Xuandu is ambitious. He only regards the 2 bottles of holy blood given to him by Changsheng as a backup plan, and will not fuse them. Most of the quasi-saints in the heavens have been crippled by Haotian. Facing these remnants, why bother with all that effort? But he still accepted Changsheng's favor. And with me here, even if he really fuses, nothing will happen. The huge amount of information made it difficult for Yu Linglong to digest for a while. What shocked Yu Linglong the most was the price after taking the saint's flesh and blood. She didn't know what those prices were. But she knew that once the EN501 saint began to retaliate, it would be absolutely tragic. And there were already many strong men who coveted or even snatched the flesh and blood of the EN501 saint. Unknowingly, these big men were already in danger without them knowing it. Practicing is so difficult. Yu Linglong sighed sincerely. The Taiqing saint said calmly, of course it's difficult. It has always been difficult. The stronger you want to become, the greater the danger you have to face. This is fair. His current opponent is the Taoist ancestor, facing the greatest danger in the universe. Therefore, the Taiqing saint can completely take other dangers lightly, and take them for granted. Yu Linglong is not at this state yet. But she tried to understand. What the ancestor said makes sense. This is the price of being strong. I still choose to become strong. Even if the strong may be beheaded at any time. The scenery standing on the high ground is magnificent, and happy that ordinary people can't imagine in their whole life. Besides, who can guarantee that being an ant will be safe and sound? When an elephant steps down, it doesn't care how many ants it steps on. When the times change, the most dangerous are not those strong people who play games, but those ordinary people who have no power to resist. It's just that no one records the life and death of ordinary people. Ancestor, do other saints know about these things? Yu Linglong asked. Yes. After a pause, the Saint Taiqing added uncertainly, it's hard to say. At least it's hard for my third brother to say. If Tantian Jiaozhu knew, the Buddha Tathagata would not be so interested in the Saint Junti. Of course, there is another possibility. Yu Linglong guessed, maybe Tantian Patriarch thinks that he can help Tathagata cut off Junti's backhand. It's possible. Third brother has always been very confident. The Taiqing Saint couldn't grasp Tantian Patriarch's thoughts. If he could grasp it, the conferred God tribulation would not be so tragic. The bravery of Jieji disciples is something that Taiqing Saint, who advocates the way of inaction, can't understand. He can't appreciate it either. He still appreciates disciples like Xuandu, who are introverted and proud, or Ji Changsheng, who has a high emotional intelligence. As long as the saint is powerful enough to kill or replace a Daluo with a drop of blood, he will naturally understand these things. Taiqing Saint said, no saint has ever helped his disciples like this before. So I think the 6 saints are clear. Yu Linglong's mood suddenly became subtle. Ancestor, you still think that anyone can achieve 1 qi into 3 pure ones. Now it seems that the Saint Taiqing may have misjudged this matter. After Jordan became a coach and manager, he never understood why it was so difficult for those top picks he handpicked to throw the basketball into the basket. Even though they were all players. Wouldn't it be enough to have hands? The Saint Taiqing probably couldn't understand it either. And a drop of blood from a saint couldn't kill a quasi-saint? But things that are not understood still exist. Yu Linglong became more and more certain of her thoughts. After all, Ji Changsheng didn't achieve 1 qi into 3 pure ones. Ling Bao Tianzuan may not really know. And the Saint Junti may not know at the beginning. Yu Linglong said firmly. It's hard to say what the Saint Taiqing said. Even if he has become a saint, he still hasn't reached this level? How can he be a saint? But the matter involves Tantian Jiaozhu. Based on Tathagata's interest in Junti, Tantian Jiaozhu is really unlikely to know. The Saint of Taiqing decided to save some face for his third brother. Let's not talk about this. Linglong, go and call those people you found, and go to the world of the second brother. Yu Linglong was shocked. Ancestor. It's not 3 days yet. Plan ahead of time. The Saint of Tai Ching said faintly. The situation in the prehistoric fairyland is developing too fast. I'm afraid that after 3 days, you won't be able to catch up with this great era. There is a very scary thing. This day has not yet ended. The Saint of Tai Ching lowered his head and glanced at the majestic and magnificent heaven. That's right. Lowered his head. The Saint's dojo is still in the sky. Of course. This is also a very normal thing. Before, Ji Chanshan adjusted the speed of time in the heaven too much. And now it is too slow. This long day has indeed happened too many things. Even the Tai Ching Saint felt horrified. Yu Linglong then realized, oh, today is so long. Yes. Chanshan adjusted the speed of time in the heavenly court. The mortal world had already developed from Ji Han to the Tang dynasty. But at that time, not even a day had passed in the heavenly court. The speed of time in the heavenly court was almost ruined by Ji Chanshan. Now Ji Chanshan is starting to adjust it back. It was too fast before. It is too slow now. Of course, the time of the mortal world, which occupies the largest space, cannot be adjusted. This is the remains of Pangu. So according to the time of the mortal world, this day has not yet passed. But fortunately, the sun has set. The moon has appeared. This long day is about to end. For many strong people, this is good news. Finally, I can have a good sleep. Digest the massive amount of information that happened today. At night, it is the home court of Taiyin Xingjuan. The moonlight covers the heavens and the worlds. Li Changqi's strength is also growing rapidly. Infinitely close to the Daluo strongman. Even on Taiyin Star, she can already match the Daluo strongman. Just like the home advantage of the Jade Emperor in the heavenly court. At this time, Li Changqi has returned to the heavenly court. After discovering that two Luoho appeared in the Little Lane Temple, Li Changqi was already moist. Pushed the 3 burial master up. Now returning to Taiyin Star, Li Changqi used the Taiyin authority to begin to grasp more and more information. Taiyin Star hangs high in the sky, covering the 10,000 worlds while observing the 10,000 worlds. The innate advantage it occupies is really too great. Of course, under normal circumstances, Li Changqi cannot observe the Daluo strongman. But this is not a normal situation. Rahu is blooming everywhere. Many Daluo are fighting with the appearance of Rahu. Once they fight, their aura will inevitably leak out. Not all Daluo masters can hide themselves as tightly as Tathagata Buddha and Xuandu Master. Most Daluo masters are not at that level. Li Changqi has innate advantages. And also has intelligence support from all sides. Especially the intelligence support from Huiyun Cave. Xian Yuan, did you do the attack on Guanyin? Li Changqi sat in Taiyin Star and began to analyze the identities of various Rahu. Xian Yuan quickly replied, indeed. But Guanyin's injury is not serious. We haven't killed her yet. But she has been seriously injured. Li Changqi? Xian Yuan Huangdi analyzed. She should have injured herself for Yuqing Zhenwang and Yuanshi Tianwang to see. If the injury is too light, Yuanshi Tianwang will easily reject her. Li Changqi, thinking of the tangled relationship between Guanyin Bodhisattva and Yuqing Zhenwang, as well as Yuqing Zhenwang's 2 newly born children Bio and Bai Lianhua. Li Changqi gave up the analysis. Blessings. Lock it. I hope Yuqing Zhenwang will have good luck. Then again, maybe Yuqing Zhenwang also enjoys it. Such a simple method. Xian Yuan Huangdi can see it clearly. Shi Li Changqi can see it clearly. Yuanshi Tianwang can see it clearly. But Yuqing Zhenwang can't see it clearly? People don't want to expose it. So outsiders don't need to say more. Love transcends gender and origin. Again. Blessings. Lock it. Where is the Phoenix Lord? Li Changqi asked. Did you do that? Too? Xian Yuan Huangdi's voice became strange. No. We were about to take action. But someone got there first. Li Changqi raised her eyebrows. Who did it? I can't tell. The other party deliberately concealed his identity. And the magic weapon in his hand is very powerful. Xian Yuan Huangdi provided too little information. And Li Changqi couldn't analyze it for a while. But she quickly replied, take advantage of her illness to kill her. And continue to kill the Phoenix God. If you need support, my junior brother, and I will take action at any time. The Phoenix God has been won over by Tathagata. And the son of the Phoenix, the golden-winged eagle, also participated in the battle of the Banana Cave in Suyin Mountain, and stood on the side of the Bull Demon King. Then, there is no need for mercy. When it is possible to kill the other party, The G party will not hesitate at all. Xianyuan Huangdi will not hesitate either. He immediately put forward his request. We don't need your support and Changsheng Emperor. But we need Xingjuan to help us disguise. The human race is not strong enough now. And we can't let the outside world know that we are the ones who attacked the 4 spirit gods. We still have to pretend to be Luoho. I understand. Wait. I won't pretend to be Luoho this time. Li Changqi suddenly saw the little Suzaku. And a golden bird appeared next to Suzaku. Li Changqi immediately had a new idea. Wait for me 3 minutes. Li Changqi asked Xianyuan Huangdi to stay put. And then quickly enlarged the picture of Suzaku. She and Suzaku had reached an agreement before. So she was not afraid that Suzaku would find out that she was monitoring her. And Suzaku's current strength is not yet Daluo. And he can't refuse Li Changqi. After a moment, Li Changqi's eyes flashed. She confirmed the identity of the golden bird next to Suzaku. The clone of Suzaku teacher. He separated an incarnation or trumpet and came to the prehistoric fairyland. Found the little Suzaku. And the information revealed made Li Changqi a little surprised. Suzaku. Have you heard about the attack on the Phoenix God? Suzaku nodded. It was Luoho who did it. The demon ancestor is really powerful. She admired him very much. The golden bird chuckled and said, the demon ancestor is of course powerful. But it was not the demon ancestor who ambushed the Phoenix God, but the master. Suzaku widened his eyes and looked at the golden bird in shock. The golden bird continued, Suzaku. The master knows that you want to replace the Phoenix God. But the Phoenix is one of the 4 spirits after all. And the eldest son Kong Xian is a Daluo strongman and is allied with Tathagata. In the short term, we still need her. But the master promises you that within 10,000 years, the master will definitely kill the Phoenix and support you to become the new 4 spirits. You should be patient for a while. The future is yours. Don't worry. Suzaku blinked. Teacher, you are not lying to me. Are you? Phoenix God clearly said that it was Luoho who assassinated her. Although Zhu Kei is not in the Daluo group, there are many demon saints among the remnants of the demon race. And her teacher is also a demon saint. So their information channels are still very smooth. The golden bird laughed dumbly. Silly disciple. There are not so many Luoho. But they are all using the name of Luoho to make things convenient for themselves. The teacher is also Luoho, wearing a mask. All the Daluo masters can be Luoho. This time in the Battle of Northern Juluzu, our demon race did not participate too much. And half of the current Luoho are pretended by us. Just like the human race wants to kill other Daluo. The remnants of the demon race also feel that there are too many Daluo masters. Hearing this, Li Changqi was shocked. And a strange smile flashed in her eyes. Very good. After Luoho, the scapegoat, the second scapegoat jumped out. No. The remnants of the demon race are not even the scapegoats. They really did it. Although the human race and the demon race did not cooperate. When the opportunity came, they accurately grasped the opportunity and attacked decisively. Suzaku, the future belongs to our demon race. And also to you young demons. Time is on your side. And your master will definitely support you. The golden bird came here to give Suzaku a reassurance. After giving Suzaku a reassurance, the golden bird disappeared from the spot. Suzaku was left with a flickering look in his eyes, as if thinking about something. The next moment, Li Changqi's voice came to Suzaku's ears. Your teacher lied to you. Suzaku was startled. Star-Lord. What did you say? Li Changqi directly took the credit for the remnants of the demon clan. Your teacher said that he assassinated the Phoenix Lord. It's so funny. It was obviously us who did it. You? Suzaku got the point. My junior brother and I. You should know that Luoho and Jidu were both introduced to the heaven by my junior brother. And now they are both serving as the 9-star lords. Suzaku did know. You should also know that the Phoenix Lord and the Buddha formed an alliance. And the second son of the Phoenix, the golden-winged eagle, supported the bull demon king and offended my junior brother. Coincidentally, Suzaku also knew about this. My junior brother is a vengeful person. The Phoenix Lord offended my junior brother. And my junior brother couldn't stand it for a day. After the Battle of Northern Juluzu was over, he arranged for Jidu Star Lord to assassinate the Phoenix Lord. The Phoenix Lord herself confirmed that it was Luoho who assassinated her. Your teacher really wants to take credit for the work of heaven. Li Changqi's voice was full of disdain. As if this matter was really done by her and Ji Changsheng. Zhu Kei, who was not very experienced in the world, believed half of it instantly. Don't blame her. Compared with the remnants of the demon clan, the reason why Changsheng Emperor attacked Phoenix God is too sufficient. Her teacher lacked motives, and Changsheng Emperor had full motives in this regard. However, Zhu Kai still asked based on his trust in his teacher, Xingjuan. Do you have evidence? Li Changxi directly transferred the battlefield picture that Xianyuan Huangdi sent to her to Zhu Kai. I don't need evidence. Our people have not withdrawn from the battlefield. In this battle, Phoenix God must die. Zhu Kai, I am willing to support you to replace Phoenix God as the new four spirits. But you must also show the corresponding value, so that I have a reason to convince others in our camp to support you. You have not done anything for my junior brother, and he cannot support you. But as long as you show enough value and contribution, I can convince him to enthrone you as the new four spirits. Zhu Kai was instantly moved. There is a video and the truth. She can't help but believe it. In fact, it doesn't matter whether she believes it or not, because she really wants Phoenix God to die. And Titan Star God really wants to kill Phoenix God now. In this case, does the truth matter? It doesn't matter whether Zhu Kai is naive or not. What matters most to her is that she can get the biggest benefit. Facts have proved that Zhu Kai is not a simple naive. She may not be experienced in the world, but she is definitely not brainless. She clearly grasped the key point. Eternal Emperor can't make me the new four spirits. Only the Jade Emperor can do it. Li Changxi pondered for a moment, and decisively dropped a bombshell. The authority of the Great Heavenly Venerable is in the hands of my junior brother. This heavy bomb stunned Zhu Kai. What did you say, Xingjuan? The authority of the Great Heavenly Venerable is now in the hands of my junior brother. You can taste the details yourself. Zhu Kai, do you see my sincerity in cooperating with you now? If you don't cooperate, I must kill you to silence you. Li Changxi did not hide her murderous intentions and threats. But Zhu Kai thought Li Changxi's reaction was normal, because this news was too heavy. At this time, Zhu Kai did not know that the news that Ji Changsheng was the Jade Emperor was actually not of much value now. Moreover, after the battle in Baijiluzu, the smart Daluo should be able to react afterwards. Now not many Daluo have reacted. Not because they are stupid, but because today is not over yet. Before they had time to review the details of this battle, the Rahu killing incident happened again, causing many Daluo strongmen to have no time to think carefully. But they will always have time to think. At that time, Tathagata Buddha and demon ancestor Luho escorted Changsheng Emperor out of the battlefield of Baijiluzu with all their strength. After Changsheng Emperor returned to heaven, the Jade Emperor deprived Xuanwu Xinjun of his position as one of the four spirits in the name of the Great Heavenly Venerable. This matter will become the focus of Daluo's suspicion. People used to think that the Jade Emperor was Haotian. Then why would Haotian fight himself? This matter is not easy to explain. Of course, there can be various reasons. But for Daluo's strongmen, as long as they plant a seed of doubt, they don't actually need too much evidence. And verifying the relationship between Changsheng Emperor and Jade Emperor is actually very simple. Luoho has proved this point. It is difficult to break through the forbidden method, but it is not difficult to verify. It's just that after verification, it can't be announced. Li Changxi actually told him such inside information. Zhu Kai clearly felt Li Changxi's sincerity. He also felt the strength of Li Changxi and Ji Changsheng. The Jade Emperor is the Changsheng Emperor? The vaguely guessed truth made Zhuchua's scalp numb. In comparison, Li Changxi's threat was not a problem at all. If it were her, she would threaten more excessively. Xingjuan, I need a personal promise from the Jade Emperor. Zhu Kai was already tempted, but she still played it safe. She knew that the decision she was about to make was related to her fate, and even to part of the fortune of the demon race. Li Changxi met her request and called Ji Changsheng over. After Ji Changsheng learned the inside story, he decisively cooperated with Li Changxi and promised Zhu Kai directly, as long as the Phoenix God dies. I swear to the heavenly Tao that I will enthrone you, Zhu Kai, as the new four-spirit God. If you break this oath, I will never be able to ascend to Daluo. Zhu Kai felt at ease. The Jade Emperor's attitude was very sincere, and he didn't ask her to wait for 10,000 years like her teacher did. 10,000 years is too long. As an old antique, the teacher didn't understand the mentality of young monsters at all. Young monsters like her just want to improve as soon as possible. Of course, I'll say it in advance. Zhu Kai, once I enthrone you, you can't hide it, and you will inevitably be exposed to everyone's eyes. The cause and effect of the death of the Phoenix God will inevitably be borne by you, which will in turn affect your teacher. Even if Ji Chansheng didn't say these words, Shu Ke could have thought of them. But Ji Chansheng still said them. And his words were threatening. Shu Ke felt more and more relaxed. If the Jade Emperor kept painting cakes for her, she would suspect that this was a trap. But the Jade Emperor also pointed out the risks she would face after the success, which could make her trust her more. She knew that the Jade Emperor and Tian Star Lord were deliberately creating a split between her and the remnants of the demon clan, and then creating a rift between her teacher and other demon saints. Once she took this step, there was no turning back, and she might even become a traitor to the demon clan. But the Jade Emperor and Tian Star Lord gave her too much. As long as the power of the four spirits was added, she would immediately be comparable to the Daluo strongman. This is an open conspiracy. The biggest advantage of an open conspiracy is that even if the other party sees through all your intentions, they will still choose to take the bait. Shu Ke finally made a choice. Shu Ke is willing to guard the South Sky universe for the great heavenly venerable. Teacher, I'm sorry. After I become Daluo, I will definitely compensate and honor you. Now, I want to make more progress. As for the demon clan, it's so funny. What does the demon clan have to do with me? I am the noble Shu Ke. Ji Chansheng and Li Chongqi smiled at each other. In that case, Shu Ke, you lead the way and kill the Phoenix God. I will send others to stop Kong Xian and Daping. All my troops in the southern universe will also help you with all their strength. I will never return until the Phoenix is killed. Thank you, great heavenly venerable. Thank you, Tian Star Lord. Shu Ke took a deep breath. There is no turning back from this step. She didn't want to turn back either. One step forward. A prairie fire burned fiercely in the southern universe. All the birds in the southern universe crawled, led by Shu Ke, the new generation seed player of the demon clan. They launched a fierce charge against the old bird overlord Phoenix God. The change of dynasties happened at this moment. The remnants of the demon clan showed their bloodthirsty fangs. This southern universe may not be a demon. The southern universe was shaken. And then, the heavens were shaken. But under the protection of the remnants of the demon clan, no matter how desperately the Phoenix Lord struggled, no matter how quickly the reinforcements rushed to help, they could not break through the blockade of the remnants of the demon clan. The kingship and hegemony were handed over. Fortunately, with the invisibility of the golden crow and the coverage of the moonlight, this long day finally passed. The new day began with the vermilion bird taking over as the Lord of the Four Spirits. Chapter 505. A new day. A new storm. How dare you? The inspirational demon saint was furious. The Suzaku replaced the Phoenix Lord and became the new Four Spirits. When the news came out, the heavens were shaken. The remnants of the demon clan unveiled their mysterious veil and reappeared strongly. The strong men who were still immersed in the power of the demon ancestor were shocked again. Of course, there were also the furious Kong Xian and Daping, and the accountable Tathagata Buddha, and many prying eyes. The demon clan was the overlord of the previous era. As we all know, the dead overlord is the best overlord. All the living creatures who are still alive, except the demon clan, do not want the overlord of the previous era to be resurrected. When the remnants of the demon clan are not yet able to suppress the entire universe, such a gorgeous appearance is definitely not what they want to see. So the inspirational demon saint, who presided over the daily work of the remnants of the demon clan, was furious. Suzaku, do you still have any tribes in your eyes? Do you still consider yourself a member of the demon race? Suzaku was very surprised by the questioning of the inspiration demon saint. Suzaku looked at the inspiration demon saint in the projection with doubts, and his tone was full of doubts. I am one of the four spirits of heaven, a congenitally sacred being. What kind of mountain spirits and wild monsters are the demon race? I don't know them. Really not familiar. Before becoming one of the four spirits, Suzaku did not consider herself a member of the demon race. Plants, trees, bamboos, and stones can all be demons. Is she, Suzaku, so worthless? Why should she have those plants, trees, bamboos, stones, pigs, cows, horses, and sheep in her eyes? We are not the same species. The brainwashing education from the major demon saints has never convinced Suzaku from beginning to end. This is the importance of ideological education. Of course, Shu Ke was not worthy of the level of innate sacredness before. But now she is one of the four spirits of heaven. With the authority of the four spirits and the gift of the Southern Universe. Whatever she says is what it is. At least in the Southern Universe. Zhu Kei has this confidence. Not convinced? If she is not convinced, she will wait for the remnants of the demon clan in the Southern Universe to take the initiative to give her the head. This demon. Don't contact me in the future. I'm afraid that the great heavenly venerable will misunderstand. Zhu Kei decisively cut off the projection of the inspirational demon saint. Then he said to Luo Ho, who was shrouded in a black mist, "Please tell the Star Lord and the great heavenly venerable that the Southern Universe will be the most solid rear of the great heavenly venerable and the Star Lord in the future. The Phoenix Lord has been killed." Zhu Kei doesn't want to hesitate anymore. Changsheng Emperor and Tian Star Lord are very generous in doing things. They said they would help her kill the Phoenix Lord, and they would help her kill the Phoenix Lord. They said they would make her one of the 4 spirits of heaven. The heavenly decree has been brought to Luo Ho. At this point, Zhu Kei had no intention of sitting on the fence. What's wrong with being used? With full treatment, she can do whatever she is asked to do. The Changsheng Emperor really has no shortage of hungry soldiers. And to be honest, Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi don't need her to do anything. As long as she is alive, she has achieved the goals of Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi. Compared with the black pot to be taken, the power of the 4 spirits and the home advantage of the Southern Sky Universe are more attractive to her. As for the revenge of the remnants of the demon clan? Zhu Kei laughed. I have been named Daluo. So why do I care about this? Come one and I will kill one. What's more, the entire heaven is behind her now. Luo Ho also said this. The great heavenly venerable and Tian Star Lord both have high hopes for Zhu Kei Divine Lord. In time, Zhu Kei Divine Lord will surely become a true Daluo. Or even a quasi-sage. After a pause, Luo Ho took out another bottle of Emperor's Flowing Ju. This is the gift from Tian Xingjuan to Zhu Kei Xingjun for ascending the throne. Zhu Kei was convinced. Xingjuan is generous. De Tianzuan is mighty. Zhu Kei is grateful. It's sad to say. Among the remnants of the demon clan, the one who treated her best was her teacher. She really thanked her teacher. In addition, she stayed in the camp of the remnants of the demon clan for thousands of years. But Li Changxi didn't give her as many benefits. One camp only knew how to paint a pie in the sky for her. The other camp offered her the treatment of Daluo. She's not stupid. This multiple choice question is really not difficult to answer. Luo Ho continued to reassure Zhu Kei. If the South Heaven Universe is in turmoil, the great heavenly venerable will never sit idly by. And Lord Zhu Kei can rest assured. Suzaku smiled. The South Heaven Universe will not be in turmoil. I know those demons. Their purpose is to continue to endure. And they do not have the strength to stand in the open and stir up the situation. It is frustrating to follow the remnants of the demon clan. It is refreshing to follow the Changsheng Emperor. It is not wrong to endure. But among the countless powerful people in the heavens and the worlds, only Hao Yan and Lord Xuanwu can really draw strength from the ninja way. Zhu Kei does not have that ability. So she can't adapt to the ninja way either. However, the strength of this group of demon remnants should not be underestimated. The great celestial venerable should be careful. Zhu Kei reminded, especially since they each have their own disguised identities in the prehistoric fairyland. It seems that they are targeting the reincarnation of the Saint Juanti. By the way, the demon saint who just came to question is called Lingon Demon Saint, and he is now responsible for the daily work of the demon remnant camp. Luo Ho became interested. Ji Changsheng, who was receiving the live broadcast behind Luo Ho, also became interested. This is first-hand information from Zhu Kei. Facts have proved that Li Changxi's move to instigate Zhu Kei is really worthwhile. Zhu Kei deserves this treatment in terms of strength and background. And it will bring them excess returns. Zhu Kei did reveal the details of the inspirational demon saint. Among the remnants of the demon clan, she only has feelings for her teacher. Zhu Kei doesn't care about the success or failure of the entire demon clan. And to be honest, she doesn't think she can succeed. When the demon clan was at its strongest, it was defeated. Now a group of remnants can still turn the world upside down. What's the use of hiding well? The word hiding already means that it can't be done head-on. When the official power is watching, these remnants will only be wiped out. Zhu Kei chose to jump on the big ship of the Changsheng Emperor. If possible, she also hopes to help her teacher recognize the reality as soon as possible. So Zhu Kei told Luo Ho everything she knew. Like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. The inspirational demon saint is the think tank of the remnants of the demon clan. It is said that it evolved from the wisdom of all the demon saints of the past demon clan. But there is also a rumor that the true body of the inspirational demon saint is the former demon clan heavenly military strategist Bai Zai demon saint. Luo Ho and Ji Chansheng were shocked when they heard the news. Bai Zai? Bai Zai is not dead yet. Li Chengxi was also shocked. Bai Zai is really not a small character. When the demon clan was the most powerful in the past, the top 6 seats were unquestionable: the 4 emperors of the demon clan, the demon master Kunping, and the Taiyin Star Lord, and the 7th seat. In fact, most of the demon clan recognized Bai Zai. It's not because Bai Zai ranks 7th in strength among the ancient demon clans, but because Bai Zai is known as the smartest demon. Bai Zai is the military strategist and think tank of the entire demon clan, and is also the most trusted confidant of the demon emperor Di Jun and Dong Wangtai. In ancient times, Bai Zai's status can be compared with the 6 saints. It is known that Bai Zai was suppressed by Taiyin Star Lord. The Saint Jiayin was also suppressed by Taiyin Star Lord. It can be seen that Bai Zai and the Saint Jiayin were about 50-50 in those days. Gao Jun should be one step ahead. Such a big man is worthy of Ji Chansheng, Li Chengxi, and Luo Ho to be shocked. Xu Ke obviously also knew the weight of Bai Zai. She patiently explained, "This matter is uncertain, but there have been rumors. It is said that the remnants of the demon clan are very mysterious. In fact, the inspiration demon saint is the most mysterious among the remnants of the demon clan. No one else. Letting the remnants of the demon clan hide is the proposal of the inspiration demon saint. This time on the journey to obtain scriptures, all the plans of the demon clan were also personally presided over by the inspiration demon saint." On Taiyin Star, Ji Chansheng and Li Chengxi looked at each other. This is the first time they have heard of this news. Of course, this speed is not slow. It has not been long since Daozu handed over the matter of the remnants of the demon clan to Ji Chansheng. Daozu does not think that Ji Chansheng neglects him at all. It's just that the Emperor Chansheng lives too full every day. The things that the remnants of the demon clan have that are not visible to the public are not worthy of the Emperor Chansheng to bother investigating. Now that he has learned about the information about the inspirational demon saint from Xu Ke, the Emperor Chansheng, who has finally had a moment of free time, fell into deep thought. Li Chengxi is also very interested in his former little brother. Bai Zai was suppressed by me very badly back then, so he has always been very resentful towards me. It seems that he will face him again this time. Having said that, Li Chengxi's tone has turned relaxed. It's just a defeat. Junior brother, don't worry. Ji Chansheng gave Li Chengxi a thumbs up. I admire Li Chengxi's spirit of deceiving others before deceiving herself. And Li Chengxi really believes it. Ji Chansheng just reminded, senior sister. In fact, the inspiration demon saint is not necessarily the Bai Zai of the past. Li Chengxi waved her hand. If he is Bai Zai, he is definitely not my opponent. If he is not Bai Zai, he is not as good as Bai Zai. In any case, there is no need to worry. Ji Chansheng thinks that Li Chengxi's words are full of logical loopholes. It is impossible to draw Li Chengxi's conclusion based on the preconditions. But Ji Chansheng didn't say a word of rebuttal. Instead he nodded and said, "Sister, what you said is right. Whether it's inspiration or Bai Zai, they are not worth mentioning. But after all, it is a task ordered by Daozu, so I still have to pay attention. Strategically despise the opponent. Tactically pay attention to the opponent." Li Chengxi agreed, "Junior brother, what you said makes sense. Then let's see the methods of this inspiration demon saint." Suzaku quickly informed Ji Chansheng and Li Chengxi about some of the methods of the inspiration demon saint. Before, the inspiration demon saint arranged for the goldfish spirit to be undercover in Guanyin Bodhisattva, and kept Guanyin Bodhisattva in the dark throughout the process. If it weren't for the teacher, I wouldn't know about this. I don't know much about the inspiration demon saint. I can only confirm that he has the means to deceive Daoyuo and the ability to strategize. If it weren't for Xingjuan and De Tianzuan helping me take over the power of the 4 spirits, I wouldn't even be able to say this information about the inspiration demon saint. The remnants of the demon clan also have a gag order for the internal. The 7 great saints couldn't get any useful information from them before, because they couldn't fight against the ban set by the demon saint. Xu Ke couldn't fight against it normally. But Ji Chansheng invested a lot in Xu Ke, after replacing Phoenix God and taking charge of the southern universe. Although Xu Ke is not a real Daoyuo strongman, at least in the southern universe, she can have the strength of a normal Daoyuo. It is easy for a Daluo strongman to control the creatures below Daluo. But the difficulty of controlling a Daluo strongman is increased by one level. Zhu Kei herself has a background, and her teacher's status in the remnants of the demon clan is not much less than that of the Inspiration Demon Saint. Therefore, even the Inspiration Demon Saint dare not or cannot use too many means on Zhu Kei. So after Zhu Kei stood on the team, she directly revealed everything she knew. This is something that the Inspiration Demon Saint never thought of before. Daozu and the 6 saints can't make every plan, let alone a mere demon saint. Even if he is by Zai, the information provided by Lord Suzaku has already been known to the Great Celestial Lord and the Star Lord of the Moon. They have seen the Lord's sincerity and believe that under the Lord's leadership, the Southern Universe will surely usher in glory. Luoho's words made Suzaku feel at ease, and he added, "Please ask the demon ancestor to tell the Great Celestial Lord and the Star Lord that Suzaku has no other request, but only hopes that the Great Celestial Lord and the Star Lord will show leniency to my teacher after they take action against the remnants of the demon clan." Luoho was a little surprised. Who is the Lord's teacher? Suzaku sighed, although the teacher has always denied it. If nothing unexpected happens, he is the only prince of the ancient demon clan who escaped from the sky. After all, there are only a few Daluo demons who are good at playing with fire. Luoho was shocked when he first learned about this. On the Tian Star, Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi were very calm. They had known it for a long time. Or guessed it. Li Changxi said calmly, "Xian Yuan, tell Zhu Kei that I agreed to this matter." The Luoho in front of Zhu Kei was of course pretended by Xian Yuan Huangdi. In today's universe, Luoho is everywhere. The human race must also have its own Luoho. On the Phoenix God side, Xian Yuan Huangdi is in charge. After Li Changxi's disguise, Xian Yuan Huangdi now looks more Luoho than Luoho. Of course, after Zhu Kei took control of the power of the 4 spirits, he had realized that there was something wrong with the Luoho in front of him. But what if he realized it? The power of the 4 spirits is real. The great celestial master said that the person in front of him was Luoho. So he must be Luoho. And it doesn't matter if he is not. This is called a smart Suzaku. After getting Li Changxi's promise, Emperor Xian Yuan said to Suzaku, Xingjuan agreed. For the sake of Suzaku, as long as the master returns to the right path, Xingjuan will not make things difficult for him. Suzaku breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Xingjuan. Thank you, demon ancestor. Luoho in the black fog nodded slightly. God, if there is nothing else, I will return to the heaven to report. Demon ancestor, take care. Suzaku saw demon ancestor off. Countless strong men were watching the southern sky universe at this time. They happened to see the scene of Suzaku seeing demon ancestor off. Pass it on. Demon ancestor is also supporting Suzaku. Pass it on. The remnants of the demon clan and demon ancestor Luoho are in the same group. Pass it on. The demons are in chaos, and the demons and monsters have joined forces. Pass it on. The demons and monsters will change the world and restore their former glory. They are already killing people. Wait. The monster seems to have gone to heaven. Is the monster going to rebel against heaven? Wait and see what happens. If things go wrong, there will be a big war soon. While the rumors were spreading, Li Changxi was also chatting with Ji Changsheng. Li Changxi said, Junior brother, I owed Dong Wangtai the cause and effect before, and I have the authority to evolve all the monsters. I must take care of the demons, so I can't refuse Juchua's request. The EN2 sword can cut off the cause and effect, but there is also a limit. You can't expect the EN2 sword to cut off the cause and effect of the saints. If the EN2 sword was so awesome, the leader of the Styx would not have been killed by Nuwa with 3 punches. The cause and effect between Li Changxi and the demons was formed with Dong Wangtai and Taiyin Xingjuan. Neither of these two is inferior to the Lord of the Styx. If nothing unexpected happens, Dong Wangtai will still firmly suppress the Lord of the Styx. So, for now, even if Ji Changsheng holds the EN2 sword, he cannot cut off the cause and effect between Li Changxi and the demon clan. Besides, there is no need to cut it off. If the Emperor Lu Jiang is such a useful core technology, wouldn't it be more loss than gain if it is cut off? Li Changxi continued, but you don't have this restraint. Your cause and effect is with the witch clan. At the beginning, the Taoist used a heaven-defying method to send her and Ji Changsheng back to the ancient times when the witches and demons fought for hegemony. Under Ji Changsheng's operation, Li Changxi got the inheritance of Dong Wangtai and Tian Xingjuan of the Demon Clan. And Ji Chansheng got the inheritance of the 4 ancestor witches of wind, rain, thunder and lightning. One owed karma to the Demon Clan, and the other owed karma to the Witch Clan. But they were all lice that didn't itch. They owed too much debt. And the 2 companies of the Witch and Lich clans that had already gone bankrupt were nothing. And it was not their turn to pay them back first. The one who owed money was the boss. This was vividly demonstrated by Ji Chansheng and Li Changxi. It was not convenient for Ji Chansheng to take action against the Witch Clan. So Li Changxi took the lead and hit Ho Tu Nyang Yang hard. It was not convenient for Li Changxi to take action against the Demon Clan. So Ji Chansheng took the lead and hit the remnants of the Demon Clan hard. The main point was a flexible complement. Men and women work together. And the work is not tiring. Junior brother, if you don't like that little prince, you can kill him. Anyway, you are not bound. And I can save trouble. No problem. Ji Chansheng agreed at once. Maybe I don't even need to do anything. The 3 emperors will just crush him to pieces. It can't be said that the human race and the demon race can't coexist peacefully. But when there is a chance to kill an important boss of the other side, they generally won't miss the opportunity. As for the karma that Li Changxi owes to the demon race, the Jiao Demon King is also a demon race. The 2 generals of the turtle and the snake under the command of the Jinwu Emperor are also demon races. Even the Suzaku can be considered a demon race. Why didn't Li Changxi repay the karma of the demon race? Isn't this always taking care of it? Even to the teacher Suzaku, who is suspected to be the prince of the demon race, Li Changxi also expressed goodwill. This is taking care of it, regardless of whether the demon race admits it or not. Li Changxi admits it anyway. Ji Chansheng also thinks it's okay. He and his senior sister are not human maximalists. They both yearn for love and peace, and are willing to coexist peacefully with other races. So they definitely don't mind showing goodwill to the leaders of other races. For example, the Heart Demon Clan. For example, the Demon Clan. A moment later, in the Lingxiao Palace, there was a fierce argument between the Jade Emperor and the demon ancestor Luoho. The guards on duty outside could hear it. To be precise, it was not an argument. It was the demon ancestor Luoho who unilaterally notified the Jade Emperor. Great Celestial Venerable, the 4 spiritual lords are being reshuffled. I want a position as the Eastern Universe 4 spiritual lord for my general. How dare you talk to me like that? I am not discussing with you. I am informing you. You, Hongjun, has been in seclusion, and the 6 saints will not take action. Great Celestial Venerable, you are just seriously injured in northern Jiluzu. I advise you to be polite when talking to me. Stamp it. Then you can continue to be the Great Celestial Venerable. Otherwise, I don't mind changing a heavenly emperor. The demon ancestor was so domineering that the entire heavenly court was prostrating under his dominance. Of course, inside the Lingxiao Palace, it was another scene. Ji Chansheng canonized Black Robe, a general under Luoho, as the new Eastern Azure Dragon Lord. Demon ancestor Luoho was confused. Emperor, who is the man in black robe? Ji Chansheng said calmly. He is Luoho's trusted general. Demon ancestor Luoho. He doesn't know him. The 3 emperors have never given up searching for external intelligence. But no matter how fast their intelligence is, it is not as fast as the Chansheng emperor. And the intelligence around Luoho is not so easy to collect. Luoho's squad is still hiding in the dark. When Tathagata reincarnates, it will be their time to shine. At this stage, they are mainly improving their strength silently. Ji Chansheng also proved with practical actions that he really wants to make friends with the demons. If anyone dares to say that he hates the demons, he will let Brother Jiao beat the guy to death. Did the emperor place people under Luoho? Xianyuan Huangdi could of course guess the truth. Ji Chansheng shrugged. Human emperor. To be more precise, he arranged the magic hand, or you can say the demon hand. Anyway, my brother Jiao has nothing to do with people. The emperor is awesome. Seeing Ji Chansheng, Xianyuan Huangdi felt that he was old. Today's young people are much more playful than him. He reminded, Emperor, the play we did is too fake. In the previous battle in northern Jiluzu, Halcyon was domineering and killed all the quasi-saints in the sky. Even if he practiced the way of ninjutsu, not many strong people would believe that Luoho dared to speak to Halcyon like this. Ji Chansheng nodded. I know. Xianyuan Huangdi was stunned. Ji Chansheng said calmly, Human Emperor, I can't hide it anymore. There are fools among the powerful Daluo. But this time the fools will almost all die. The Daluo who can still survive will guess what they should guess. So there is no need to continue pretending. Not allowed to mention the Dharma is not allowed. Not allowed to guess. It is also difficult for the conspiracy to continue. Ji Changsheng is satisfied that it can last for a few days. He is ready to be exposed. Of course our play is fake. It doesn't matter. It's simple and crude. Insulting IQ. I always appreciate the beauty of simplicity and crudeness. Ji Changsheng said. Careful layout and exquisite planning are the style of the hate cult. Changsheng Emperor takes another path. Violent speed pass. When they can't guess, there are unexpected ways to play, which can catch them off guard. If you guessed it, you have the right to guess it. I have the authority of the great heavenly venerable. I just want you to be unconvinced. And you still dare to fight me? Luo Ho is not the real Luo Ho. And the great heavenly venerable is not the real great heavenly venerable. So what? Anyway, they can't beat him. Ji Changsheng smiled. Before, I hid the identity of the great heavenly venerable for EN501 and Luo Ho. Now they are all going to withdraw from the battlefield. And there is no need to hide it. What can Emperor Xianyuan say? He can only express envy. The emperor is really unscrupulous, youthful, and young is good. If it were me, I would never dare to do this. The human emperor has his own rules. And the heavenly emperor has his own way of playing. The behavior of the human emperor represents more than one person. The heavenly emperor. It's different. I can be responsible for everything I do. Of course, the price is also very high. I can no longer experience the troubles and constraints of the human emperor. Xianyuan Huangdi. Have you heard what people say? Human emperor. The remnants of the demon clan. You Huayun Cave should focus more on them. Ji Changsheng said, I have another big project to work on next. I have to finish this project before I can free up my hands to deal with the remnants of the demon clan. Xianyuan Huangdi nodded. Emperor. Don't worry. We have already started. After Zhu Ke took control of the South Sky universe, the remnants of the demon clan were exposed to the public. As long as they show their heads, the threat will be greatly reduced. Ji Changsheng also has confidence in the strength of Huayun Cave. Although the remnants of the demon clan and Huayun Cave have been dormant for countless years, Huayun Cave is at least dormant in the open. And the remnants of the demon clan dare not be exposed at all. In this case, the development and growth speed of the two is not at the same level. Moreover, the advantage is really on the human race now. Times have changed. What big project will the emperor be busy with next? Do you need our help? Xianyuan Huangdi asked. Ji Changsheng was not polite. We do need Luo Ho to help. Xianyuan Huangdi. What is Luo Ho going to do? Ji Changsheng assigned Luo Ho a task. Set up a ring in the Little Lane Temple. Welcome all the powerful Daluo warriors to challenge. Xianyuan Huangdi didn't understand. Then what? Nothing happened. Luo Ho wanted to prove to the universe that he could do what Haotian could do. He wanted to restore the glory of the demon ancestor and make the hard demon clan great again. Xianyuan Huangdi. Haotian really wants to become a saint, so he can trigger the siege of many powerful Daluo warriors. Luo Ho's strength in the battle in northern Jiluzi was far from the level of a saint. It would be difficult for other powerful Daluo warriors to take it seriously. Luo Ho has bargaining chips. What bargaining chips? The reincarnation of the Saint Junti. Sanzang. Master. Whoever can defeat Luo Ho will have the 3 burials master. Xianyuan Huangdi looked at Ji Changsheng speechlessly. Emperor. You are really filial. Zuni Saint is the teacher of Changsheng Emperor. Ji Changsheng nodded in agreement. I think so too. Xianyuan Huangdi. Whether it is to rescue the 3 burials master from Luo Ho, or to get a piece of the saint's flesh and blood essence from Luo Ho, it is enough to attract the Daluo strongman to take action. Of course, Luo Ho himself needs to take the initiative to promote it. This is where Huayun Cave can help. Xuandu Master was suddenly stimulated by Haotian. So he changed his mind and prepared to fight a big battle in Shaolin Temple. But time was too tight. And he had no spare energy to deal with these details. And Ji Changsheng had to help him perfect them. Ji Changsheng thought to himself that it was not easy for me. When my wife comes out, I must let her know how much I have paid for her. The Taiqing lineage owes me a favor. My uncle should also be credited. Emperor Xianyuan did not know that Ji Changsheng had so many thoughts in his mind in an instant. After he understood what Ji Changsheng meant, he nodded thoughtfully. Now Luo Ho is wreaking havoc in the universe. But his whereabouts are uncertain. If there is a Luo Ho who stays in a certain place, it is indeed easy to cause siege by other strong men. If this Luo Ho has enough chips to attract other Daluo, it will be easier to cause siege. This can be done. Emperor, do you want to use this pressure to promote Daluo? Emperor Xianyuan thought that this was set up by Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng's eyes lit up. Yes. This was set up by me. Xuandu does not want to expose his true identity. I can help him. Dear teacher. Knowing that it was definitely not done by him, Ji Changsheng was not afraid of offending Xuanti. And if other strong men thought that he was planning the Little Lane Temple, the danger was Xuandu's. The record was his. TSK. I won so hard. Why didn't I think of it before? Ji Changsheng looked at Emperor Xianyuan with admiration. The Emperor of Man is worthy of being the Emperor of Man. This ability to make up his mind was beyond the reach of an ordinary person like him. Ji Changsheng immediately entered the state. Pressure is motivation. There are many strong men in the heavens and the worlds who want me dead. If they knew that I was in the Little Lane Temple and did not have the home advantage of the heavenly court, it would be difficult for them to refuse the temptation to kill me directly. The speed of Emperor Xiaotian's rise was completely proportional to the number of strong men he offended. If there is a chance to kill him, many Daluo masters will spare no effort. In contrast, the Xuandu master has no such ability to attract hatred. Of course, few masters have the courage to attack the Changsheng Emperor himself. After all, Nua is watching in the Hua Palace. If a master of the same level takes action, Nua will not say anything. Once there is a situation where the big bully the small, such as the last time when Tontion's sect master was killed, Nua directly stopped him. So if Ji Changsheng does not leave the heavenly palace, he is unlikely to be in danger. But if Ji Changsheng dies in the hands of others as Luo Ho, even Nua will have no public reason to avenge Ji Changsheng. It doesn't matter if Ji Changsheng is not killed, even if it is just to defeat Ji Changsheng, or leave some psychological shadows on Ji Changsheng, making it difficult for him to improve his cultivation. All of these are possible. Don't you see that Guangqingzi can't break through Daluo no matter what? That is no longer a matter of pure talent and hard work. It is just that an insurmountable obstacle has been formed. Changsheng Emperor has not yet broken through the Daluo. At this stage, there is a chance to prevent Changsheng Emperor from making further progress and turn Changsheng Emperor into the second Guangqingzi. Such an attraction. Such a great opportunity. How can it be missed? Xianyuan Huangdi felt that this matter was not difficult to do. He was just worried about Ji Changsheng. Emperor, you seem never good at fighting. Xianyuan Huangdi reminded with high emotional intelligence. He was afraid that Ji Changsheng would get into trouble. Although the three emperors of Huiyun Cave did not follow the same path as Ji Changsheng, they definitely hoped that Ji Changsheng would continue to make great strides. Xianyuan Huangdi continued, in fact, you don't have to rush. You are still very young. Time is completely on your side. Ji Changsheng smiled. 10,000 years is too long. I only want to seize the day. Emperor Ren, I have made a breakthrough in my strength recently, and I want to use mini Daluo as a whetstone to help me go further. No need to persuade me. It's decided. Suffer a little in Xuandu. I will earn fame. A new day begins when the Changsheng Emperor once again challenges the Daluo. Chapter 506 Emperor Xiaotian attacks Daluo again and breaks his legs. Emperor Xianyuan Huangdi is still very capable in doing things. The news that Luo Ho wants to set up a ring in Shaolin Temple and imitate Haotian to weigh the world's strong men spread quickly. At first, no one took the news seriously. Luo Ho was beaten by the great heavenly venerable in Baijalizu, and the scene is still vivid. No matter how powerful Luo Ho is, it is impossible for him to think that he can match Haotian just after being beaten by Haotian. Who knows what face is hidden under this Luo Ho's mask? Facing such a Luo Ho, smart people choose to stay away from him. But soon, anonymous news came out. It's the Changsheng Emperor. So countless strong men heard the news and moved. They couldn't sit still. Anyone can make progress. But if the Changsheng Emperor makes progress, many strong men will be unable to sleep at night. Daluo group. In the past 1,000 years, it was basically a dead group. And there were rarely any Daluo. But now, almost every day is 9999 plus. The change started with the rise of the Changsheng Emperor. After the Changsheng Emperor ascended to the prehistoric fairyland, the Daluo group began to boil. And it was out of control. Because a lot of things happen every day. And they could all be related to the Daluo strongmen. As a result, many Daluo strongmen can't help but pay attention. Before the Changsheng Emperor appeared, the Daluo were high and mighty. And even if there were disputes, they were finally fought by proxy wars. After the Changsheng Emperor ascended, the war burned directly on their heads. Proxy wars became a thing of the past, and the war was completely escalated. The lives of the Daluo strongmen were no longer guaranteed. Now the great Emperor Changsheng is going to attack the Daluo again. This news is so frightening to death for a group of Daluo. The great master Xuandu is the most confused. Isn't the Rahu of Shaolin Temple me? How did it become Ji Changsheng? He hadn't reacted yet. So he asked directly in the group, is the Rahu of Shaolin Temple Ji Changsheng? The Tathagata Buddha was also shocked. He personally went to the Shaolin Temple, confirmed that the other party was the great master Xuandu. How did this get to Ji Changsheng? Both parties were confused by the rumor. The Tathagata Buddha refuted the rumor online. The great Emperor Changsheng's strength should not be enough to be a Rahu in the Shaolin Temple. He couldn't stand up to him at all. As soon as he finished saying this, he saw the Queen Mother asked back, the Buddha has never been to the Shaolin Temple. How do you know it's not the great Emperor Changsheng? The Tathagata Buddha. I really have been there. But I can't say. Buddha Tathagata was in a bad mood. Queen Mother continued, let's turn on anonymous mode. Changsheng Emperor will never let go of any grudge. If we discuss directly, it will be easy for Changsheng Emperor to target us. Jin Yuanzi was a little surprised. Your Highness, aren't you afraid of being hated by Changsheng Emperor by talking like this now? As far as he knows, Ji Changsheng is not a magnanimous person. And Queen Mother and Ji Changsheng have an ambiguous relationship. Is this fishing? But Jin Yuanzi immediately thought of another possibility. Sure enough, Queen Mother's reaction confirmed his guess. Queen Mother snorted, Emperor Changsheng has taken action against my mother. And I can't say a few words? That's right. Many Daluo agreed with this view. Even if the Changsheng Emperor is overbearing, he can't bully the daughter of the god of creation like this. The Queen Mother is not Haoqian. She won't tolerate it. The Holy Mother Yuan Jun also said, the Changsheng Emperor is indeed unruly and outstanding. This can be a compliment. It can also be a criticism. It all depends on what the listeners think. Ji Changsheng said. A smile scared a group of Daluo. The Daluo group quickly turned on the anonymous mode. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows. He has not yet been promoted to Daluo, so he has not figured out the details of this Daluo group. He doesn't know how many group members there are in the group. He doesn't know who the group owner is or who the administrator is. He can't even control the authority of this group. This situation is very bad for the Changsheng Emperor. Shishao Yuqing Mansion. Ji Changsheng touched his nose and muttered to himself, I think the leader of this Daluo group looks like Domu Monster. Forget it. Adu has retired from the version. So let's just say it's Luoho Monster. The Jade Emperor is the common leader of all heavens. It's outrageous that a group member did not obey the order of the great heavenly lord and dared to gather to discuss the heaven. However, Ji Changsheng did not have the management authority of the Daluo group, so he could only watch these guys discuss him. After confirming that the anonymous mode was turned on, a group of Daluo did tear off their disguises and began to show their true faces. We must not let Ji Changsheng be promoted to Daluo. Emperor Changsheng has not been promoted to Daluo yet, but he has already killed a group of Daluo. If he really becomes a Daluo strongman, what will happen? How can we deal with ourselves? Ji Changsheng deserves to die. I will be uneasy if he doesn't die. There are already enough Daluo masters. No need to increase them. Wait, are you really sure that the Luoho of Shaolin Temple is Ji Changsheng in disguise? The news came from Huiyun Cave. Where? Huiyun Cave? It's Huiyun Cave. It seems that the human race is not united. That's normal. How can there be a united race? Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. So far, everything is still under his control. Among the Daluo masters, 80% of them should want to kill him, which is normal. After he became Daluo, he didn't want other creatures to be promoted except for the people of Ji's party. And the fact that he was the Luoho of Shaolin Temple was of course spread from Huiyun Cave. After all, this matter was handled by Emperor Xianyuan. So the news received by the Daluo masters is true. Based on the real information, they can of course check and get the correct conclusion. I have connections in Huiyun Cave. I'll go and confirm it. An anonymous Daluo strongman disappeared for half a minute and then came online again. It is indeed the news from Huiyun Cave. Verify correctly. Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes and sent a message to Xianyuan Huangdi. Human Emperor. Is there any Daluo who just inquired about me through the channel of Huiyun Cave? Yes. Then Run Wang. You should be careful. The other party may be contacting a trader of Huiyun Cave. Ji Changsheng reminded. Xian Yuan Huandi. That won't happen. Ji Changsheng was a little surprised. Why? Xian Yuan Huandi. Because the other party contacted me. The one who contacted me was Jiao Tian Xian Nu. Ji Changsheng. Alexander Dumas is awesome. Peach Blossom debts are everywhere. But Jiao Tian Xian Nu is not a Daluo strongman. And is not in the group at all. So the one who asked about this matter should be Sheng Mu Yuan Jun. This cheap mother-in-law seems to still hold a grudge. Ji Changsheng silently remembered it in his heart. If it was just to inquire, he could tolerate it. Eternal Emperor has always been magnanimous. But if it's more than just inquiring, it's possible that Sheng Mu Yuan Jun and Luo Ho are really colluding. Alas, I will have to torment her daughter hard at that time. Why bother? I hope Sheng Mu Yuan Jun can control herself and never bring disaster to her daughter. While Ji Changsheng prayed for Sheng Mu Yuan Jun in his heart, the information in the Daluo group was also refreshed. Successive Daluo confirmed the news from the Huiyun Cave channel, which made more and more Daluo strongmen begin to believe that Luo Ho of Shaolin Temple was the Changsheng Emperor in disguise. Once you have confirmed something, you will prove the accuracy of this guess from various angles. And the more you analyze, the more accurate it will be. The powerful Daluo are no exception. And they have found a breakthrough. Yes, I said that the Little Lane Temple is Mithraya's territory. How could it be occupied by Luo Ho? It is reasonable that it was borrowed by the Changsheng Emperor. Yes, the Changsheng Emperor and Mithraya Buddha are from the same school and have a close relationship. The Changsheng Emperor asked Mithraya to borrow the territory, and Mithraya naturally agreed readily. Mithraya also went to Yushu Palace to listen to Yuan Shitianwang's preaching, just to make room for the Changsheng Emperor. This pair of brothers sang in unison, and they cooperated really well. The net of heaven is vast and wide, and nothing can escape it. Ji Changsheng probably didn't expect that he was stabbed in the back by his own people. The Daluos pieced together the truth of the whole thing. Ji Changsheng almost believed it. Xuandu Dafashi and Tathagata Buddha began to doubt themselves. Yushu Palace? Mithraya Buddha was even more confused, especially after he found that Yuqing Zhenwang and Guanyin Bodhisattva were looking at him. Donglai Buddha? Is the one from Shaolin Temple really Changsheng Dadi? Yuqing Zhenwang asked. Mithraya Buddha. How should he answer? Selling out Xuandu Dafashi would definitely not work. But admitting this matter would not work either. It seemed that Mithraya Buddha had guessed what he was thinking. And at this time Ji Changsheng's message arrived. Mithraya Buddha didn't think much about it at all, and naturally thought that Ji Changsheng was confused about this matter like him. Yuqing Zhenwang and Guanyin Bodhisattva were next to Mithraya Buddha at this time, and Mithraya Buddha did not cover it. So they saw Ji Changsheng's message directly. Ji Changsheng, brother, don't be embarrassed because of me. If someone asks you, just agree. I will shoulder the responsibility of the cause and effect. And it has nothing to do with you. Mithraya Buddha sighed inwardly. Brother Changsheng really shoulders the moral responsibility. It should be to share the pressure for Master Xuandu. It is normal for both of us to be human. Until this time, Mithraya Buddha still didn't think much. He is of course a hero. But he is not as cool as Ji Changsheng. Let alone him. The other party, Master Xuandu, is still confused at this time. Changsheng Emperor refreshes their cognitive limits again and again. Yuqing Zhenwang and Guanyin Bodhisattva looked at each other and found the shock in each other's eyes. Then they both logged in and started to speak in the Daluo group. It has been confirmed by Mithraya that Luo Ho of Shaolin Temple is indeed the great Emperor of Immortality. Same confirmation +1. Fellow Taoists, no need to doubt it anymore. All Daluo could guess that the two anonymous whistleblowers should be Yuqing Zhenwang and Guanyin Bodhisattva. At this time, Mithraya Buddha was in Yushu Palace. It is normal that they can confirm this, since Mithraya Buddha has admitted it. This matter certainly cannot be false. The 10,000 worlds were in an uproar. Lingshan, the Tathagata Buddha doubted Buddha's birth. Did I recognize the wrong person? It shouldn't be. What is going on? Shaolin Temple. Master Xuandu looked confused. Mithraya admitted it? What's going on? I became a substitute? Why did I become a substitute? Master Xuandu couldn't figure it out. So he knocked on the golden symbol. Changsheng. What are you doing? Ji Changsheng explained. I'm trying to help you. Help me. Master Xuandu still didn't understand. How can you help me? Ji Changsheng said sincerely. Master, you have to know that it is not easy to attract all the Daluo to the Little Lane Temple. Even if you reveal your identity, it won't work. They don't think you are a threat to Haoqian, and they think your background is too strong, so they are unlikely to attack you. Master Xuandu nodded. This is also the reason why he didn't use his real body. With Haoqian's strength, only Huda can be picked out from the Quasi-Saints. None of Tathagata and Xuandu have the status of Haoqian now, which can attract enemies from all over the world. On the contrary, Tathagata and Xuandu's backgrounds are more feared by other Daluo masters than their own strength. Especially Master Xuandu. He has the support of the Saint Tai Ching. Unless it is confirmed that he is really going to become a saint, no one will be stupid enough to offend him now. This is a different time. It is no longer the time when the great Master Xuandu attacked the outer calamity of Daluo. Ji Chansheng continued, I am different. Although I debuted late, the hatred I attract is hundreds of times that of you. His tone was full of pride. The great Master Xuandu held his forehead, Chansheng. This is really not something to be proud of. But it is useful. I will take the initiative to jump out to attract firepower. And 90% of the Daluo strongmen will become my outer calamity. That's true. The great Master Xuandu did not doubt Ji Changsheng's ability to attract hatred. But at this time he finally reacted. Wait! Your external tribulation? You want me to help you overcome your external tribulation? Ji Changsheng patiently explained to Master Xuandu. How can this be called helping me? This is helping yourself. I'm betting my reputation. Master, you must not let me down. Master Xuandu was directly laughed at by Ji Changsheng. How can this be generalized? Daluo can't take shortcuts. Even if I kill these Daluo, you won't become a Daluo strongman. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, Really? But if you kill the Daluo strongman again, what will they use as my external tribulation? Master Xuandu. That's really the truth. Haoqian has already killed the Daluo once, killing 90% of the Daluo into a residual blood state. If he Xuandu comes again, these Daluo will enter a super residual blood state. By the time Ji Chansheng really tried to reach the Daluo realm, the external calamity had already been defeated by Haoqian and Master Xuandu. External calamity, after all, is a calamity from the outside. If the Daluo strongman does not take action, the external calamity will of course disappear automatically. In other words, if the Daluo strongman is unable to take action, the external calamity will also disappear automatically. Daluo can't take shortcuts? Ji Chansheng laughed. That's because he didn't meet me before. As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. The Chansheng Emperor is flexible in thinking and never sticks to the rules. The Xuandu master was speechless, because he found that Ji Changsheng's operation was really feasible. And he had to wash these Daluo blood for Ji Chansheng. Master, you have the opportunity to become a saint, and I don't have the external calamity of Daluo. We both have a bright future. Ji Chansheng directly sublimated the situation. The Baiyang Palace and the Huahuang Palace burst into laughter at the same time. Later, the Xixia Palace couldn't help it, and a few chuckles came. If Guang Chengzi had become Changsheng's disciple, he would have reached Daluo long ago. Daozu sighed. Yuan Shi Tianwang's stubborn and old-fashioned character really doesn't know how to adapt. Or rather, his pride doesn't allow him to adapt. Nor does it allow Guang Chengzi to adapt. Sometimes this pride is valuable. Sometimes this pride is a way to self-destruction. Look at Xiao Chansheng. Not to mention others. Even Daozu feels that he is always new. He is just better than Ji Chansheng. But he is definitely not as coquettish as Ji Chansheng. Nuan Yangyang was also opened up to a new world by Ji Chansheng. I was thinking that when Chansheng was promoted to Daluo, I would have to play next time, and then bully the weak again. Although Nuan Yangyang could also do such things. But it is indeed embarrassing. Yuan Shi Tianwang originally had a high status, but because he did too many things to bully the weak, his status was shattered in the conferred God tribulation, and he was looked down upon by the disciples of Jiju. When a saint fights a quasi-saint, it is right for him to win, and no one will praise him. If he fails, he will lose face. Junti Saint has a deep understanding of this. So in most cases, saints are too lazy to bully quasi-saints. Why do they do things that are not beneficial? Unless there is no other way. Nuan Yangyang did not expect that Ji Chansheng could even come up with a solution for her to deal with the Great Luo tribulation. When Xuandu was promoted to Daluo, Taiqing took action. When Dizong was promoted to Daluo, Jing took action. Guangqing was promoted to Daluo. Guangqing did not advance to Daluo. Nua Nyongyang said with emotion, Chongqing's doing this has allowed me to be ahead of Tai Ching and Jian in this matter. What a good child. In the future, when the saints eat at the same table and brag, Nua Nyongyang asked other saints, how did your disciples survive the Daluo external calamity? The other 5 saints had to let Nua Nyongyang sit in the center. Will Tai Ching be crying with envy? He likes children like Changsheng, who are easy to trouble the most. Nua glanced in the direction of Baiyang Palace. Sage Tai Ching was indeed a little envy. Master Xuandu actually made him worry-free. But Ji Changsheng was even more worry-free than Master Xuandu. Emperor Chongqing's ability to solve problems by himself was so strong that even Saint Tai Ching began to admire him. Of course, although Ji Changsheng took a different approach, there were still problems with doing so. Master Xuandu also quickly realized the disadvantages of Ji Changqing's shortcut. Cha Sheng, you haven't been promoted to Daluo yet, so it doesn't make much sense to defeat the external calamity now. The Daluo calamity is divided into 3 levels: Thunder Calamity, Inner Demon Calamity, and External Calamity. The most important thing is that your own Taoism and understanding have not yet reached the Daluo realm. Ji Changsheng said calmly, I'm here. What? Thanks to the help of Adu's family, especially Ziwei Laotai and Go Chen Laotai. They helped me fill the most critical link. Of course, I have to thank Ho Tu Nyongyang. Daluo strongmen cannot have fatal crises throughout their career. Ensure that no matter when and where they are, they can be invincible, and will not make mistakes at any period of time in the past, and be used by other Daluo strongmen, and then become their own fatal moment. The most dangerous moment of Ji Lamo's career was actually the first 6 months of the Tianma sect. Although it seems to be reckless later, it has always been safe. Only in the first 6 months of joining the Tianma sect, it is best to make changes to his life. The last time Ziwei Emperor and Go Chen Emperor wanted to make a move on him, they also chose that time period. What a pity. It was because of their assistance that Ji Changsheng repaired the most dangerous loophole. So one of the internal skills to be promoted to Daluo. In terms of closed-loop logic and Taoism perception, Ji Changsheng has met the standard. What he lacks is hard mana. It is difficult to cultivate Taoism. There are too many ways to take shortcuts to mana. Taking drugs, gaining merit, cultivating magic skills, and gaining power. In short, this is not difficult. It is a matter of time. For the matter of impacting Daluo, the most difficult thing is the Taoism of the Daluo realm, and the difficulty of the Daluo tribulation itself. Coincidentally, Emperor Xiaoqian first met the most difficult items of the Daluo hard standard. Only a few simple items were left. This once again refreshed the 3 views of Master Xuandu. No one has played like this before. Cha Sheng, you are in the wrong order. Ji Changsheng laughed. What order? As long as I become Daluo, everything I do is right. Master Xuandu. Ji Changsheng clearly listed his plan to advance to Daluo. Master, you also said that Daluo tribulation is divided into 3 levels: Thunder Tribulation, Inner Demon Tribulation, and External Tribulation. There is no need to say more about Thunder Tribulation. I can control it myself. The Inner Demon Tribulation used to be under the control of Luoho, but now Luoho is in your hands. Ji Changsheng laughed when he said this. Just let Luoho set a minimum standard for me. Although the minimum standard of Daluo Inner Demon Tribulation is also very high, it at least prevents me from becoming a big wrong person like Guang Chengzi. When the Bull Demon King passed the Daluo Inner Demon Tribulation, he passed the minimum standard. The Jiao Demon King was just the opposite, passing the highest standard. In fact, the difference in strength between the Bull Demon King and the Jiao Demon King is not big, or even non-existent. But because of the different standards for passing the tribulation, one succeeded and the other failed. Of course, their fates were reversed again. This is another matter. Ji Changqing's focus is that the Daluo tribulation can also be controlled. Although the minimum threshold is ridiculously high, it can still be controlled. Master Xuandu reminded Changsheng, the higher the standard of the hard demon tribulation, the stronger the strength will be after becoming Daluo. Just like Guang Chengzi, if he can successfully pass the Daluo hard demon tribulation, he has the opportunity to directly surpass me and Tathagata. Ji Changsheng complained, is this realistic? Master Xuandu was speechless. After becoming a Daluo strongman, I have 10,000 ways to become stronger. So I am too lazy to make it difficult for myself when passing the tribulation. Master Xuandu reminded again, this is a foundation problem. The more difficult the hard demon tribulation is, the more stable the foundation of Daluo will be, and the higher the upper limit will be. Ji Chongqing's words made Master Xuandu shut up again. What is foundation? Ji Laoimo never wrote these two words. Master Xuandu recalled Ji Chongqing's path of cultivation and shut up decisively. Ji Chongqing really didn't care about the foundation problem. And the fact proves that the foundation problem has never affected Ji Chongqing. No, it still has an impact. Ji Chongqing reviewed it himself and found the impact of his unstable foundation on him. If my foundation was more stable, I might have succeeded when I used the Five Fingers Mountain to impact Daluo last time. Master Xuandu nodded. Somewhat relieved indeed. Chongqing, you finally understand. Ji Chongqing said, of course I understand. But if I had built such a stable foundation, I would not have been able to grab the holy fate of the Five Fingers Mountain. Now I am still struggling in the Chongqing realm. How could I fail in the impact of Daluo? Master Xuandu could not refute. After all, Ji Chongqing has been practicing for less than a year. If he had taken the path of steady progress, he would definitely not be able to ascend now. The last time Jinwu Yongji and Guanyin succeeded, it really made me see the gap. It doesn't matter, Ji Chongqing said frankly. How long have they lived? How long have I lived? It would be strange if I could catch up with them. I am still young and have the capital to try and make mistakes. When I am the same age as them, I will have no capital to try and make mistakes. Look at Guang Chengzi. His foundation is solid, and he dares not to challenge Daluo again. Chongqing Emperor's foundation is not solid at all. But Chongqing Emperor once again sounded the charge against Daluo. Even if I fail again this time, I am still very young, and it is difficult for me to fail this time. I can handle the Thunder Tribulation myself. Let Luoho handle the Inner Demon Tribulation, and you help me handle the External Tribulation. What can I lose? It was the first time for the Chongqing Emperor to fight such a rich battle. Master Xuandu could not help but remind him again, Chongqing, you are taking a shortcut. Even if you become a Daluo, you will be the weakest Daluo. Ji Chongqing laughed, but 90% of the other Daluo masters were beaten by Haoqian and you. I became a Daluo, and I was immediately stronger than these 90% of Daluo masters. It doesn't matter if I can't improve myself, but I have a way to lower the level of others, lower than me. On this basis, it is too easy for the Chongqing Emperor to improve himself. What can Master Xuandu say? This goes against his long-standing cognition. Most of the strong, especially the Daluo strong, pay more attention to improving themselves. Those who focus on killing others, like Ji Chongqing, are anomalies. But he can't refute Ji Chongqing's logic, because Ji Chongqing's logic is closed. Master, you must give me strength. I put all my future on you, which shows my trust in you. Ji Chongqing began to CPU Master Xuandu. Now they have become a community of interests. Master Xuandu rolled his eyes unhappily. You didn't put your future on me. You asked me to work for you. Ji Chongqing said seriously, I am for everyone. Everyone is for me. Master, don't be so stingy. As human beings, we should be of the same blood. Master, you don't even have this big picture, right? Otherwise, I'll let the three emperors persuade you. Ji Chongqing is 100% sure that the three emperors will support him. What can Master Xuandu say? He can only knock on the golden symbol again with hatred. The foundation affects not only the strength, but also the difficulty of practicing other skills. Why do you think you can't practice one chi into three pure ones? It has a lot to do with your weak foundation. There is gain and loss. And blindly pursuing speed will also make you lose many opportunities. Ji Chongqing knew that what Master Xuandu said made sense. But he didn't care. The most reasonable thing Master Xuandu said was there is gain and loss, compared with the opportunities lost by his vigorous efforts. He felt that he had gained more. As long as he could always gain more than he lost, he would not lose. Of course, the holy skill of one chi into three pure ones is still very tempting. One Chongqing Emperor has already made all the powerful Daluo masters in the heavens unable to bear it. If he can create three more clones, even the saints will have a headache. So Ji Chongqing also wanted to cultivate this holy skill, compared with Master Xuandu, who still doesn't know who the other three clones are, and Yu Linglong, who rarely uses clones to cause trouble. The skill of one chi into three pure ones will definitely be more developed in Ji Chongqing. Ji Chongqing felt that he was the true master of this holy skill, and it was entirely possible for this skill to reach another peak. The Taiqing Saint used one chi into three pure ones to reach the peak of combat power. The Chongqing Emperor used one chi into three pure ones, and should be able to reach the peak of trouble. Perhaps this is why the Taiching Saint is obsessed with this matter. The current strength of the Taiching Saint is definitely not as good as that of the Taoist Hong Jun. If the lower-level people want to change the situation, they need to change. Because the upper-level people are the ones who do not change. There is no doubt that now looking at the heavens and the worlds, the one who can most change the situation is the Changsheng Emperor. So the Taiching Saint has reason to hope that Ji Changsheng can cultivate this skill. But holy skills are just like advanced mathematics. It is difficult for outsiders to help. If you can't learn it, you can't learn it. Shishao Yuqing Mansion. Ji Changsheng pondered for a moment and decided to take a gamble. Previously, Master Xuandu passed on all his insights of practicing one qi into 3 pure ones to him. Although Ji Changsheng did not think it was of any use. Some things cannot be taught by teachers, and you still have to rely on your own understanding. In the two things of impacting Daluo and practicing one qi into 3 pure ones, as Master Xuandu said, Ji Changsheng did feel the disadvantages of his unstable foundation, or the limit of his own ability. Since he could not solve the problem by his own ability, he could only try to cheat. Ji Changsheng adjusted the time flow rate inside the Shishao Yuqing mansion and prepared to retreat for 7 days. Then he sacrificed all the merits he had accumulated so far. Using merit to gain experience points for practicing skills is not as useful as using realms. If you still can't learn it, then the loss is great. But merit can be gained again. Try a third time to see if you can cultivate one qi into 3 purities. After all, the one qi into 3 purities skill is really useful whether it is used for trouble or for fighting. This time, Ji Changsheng is going to continue to attack Daluo. So he hopes to prepare one more trump card for himself. 7 days. If you can succeed, then succeed. If you can't succeed, then give up and don't waste time anymore. Although he is in the heaven, the speed of time can be adjusted by himself. But Ji Changsheng's mentality is still very young now. He can't stand it if he goes into seclusion to practice for 1 or 2 years. Let alone for 10,000 or 20,000 years. That will easily make his mentality old, affecting his overall performance and thinking. 7 days of seclusion in the Shishao Yuqing mansion is the deadline Ji Changsheng set for himself. If he can't succeed, then he will be promoted to Daluo in tears. Endless merits burned rapidly above Ji Changsheng's head. Ji Changsheng entered a state of full-strength cultivation. 7 days later, Shishao Yuqing mansion. Ji Changsheng opened his eyes and looked at the 3 hairs that appeared in front of him with a strange expression. Master, if you successfully cultivate one qi into 3 pure ones, you will cultivate 3 clones. Right? Nonsense. Master Xuandu didn't understand the literary meaning of Ji Changsheng's nonsense. Ji Changsheng. The Saint Taiching cultivated one qi into 3 pure ones and cultivated 3 saint clones. Master Xuandu cultivated one qi into 3 pure ones, and it seems that he also cultivated 3 incarnations. Yu Linglong cultivated one qi into 3 pure ones and cultivated Yu Qingqing and a jade sword. Obviously, she didn't go the wrong way. How come he only cultivated 3 hairs? Buyer's show and seller's show? But Ji Changsheng felt that he had made progress. You should know that he tried to practice one qi into 3 pure ones twice before, but he didn't achieve anything. This time, he finally got started and used one qi into 3 pure ones to cultivate 3 hairs. Although he didn't feel the use of these 3 hairs. If I use these 3 hairs to say that I have cultivated one qi into 3 pure ones, will my uncle beat me to death? Will he dislike me for insulting the one qi into 3 pure ones technique? Ji Changsheng was not sure. But he thought again, the master and I are still human beings. So why can't 3 hairs be the incarnation of the 3 pure ones? Is the difference between his 3 hairs and the incarnation of the 3 pure ones as big as the difference between Mu Xian and him? Ji Changsheng still admitted that the master was the same person as him. Everyone is equal. The incarnations of the 3 pure ones should also be equal. Changsheng Emperor successfully convinced himself. So he officially announced to Master Xuandu, Master, I have cultivated one qi into 3 pure ones. Master Xuandu was stunned. The great Emperor Changsheng was full of pride. Ask how many quasi-saints there are in the world, and see what I can do. Master, get started. The first guest is here. Rahu of the Little Lane Temple is the first incarnation of the 3 pure ones that he cultivated. Xuandu himself may not know it yet. It doesn't matter. The great Emperor Changsheng has already acknowledged it for him. Next, one of the 3 pure ones incarnations of the great Emperor Changsheng will officially make his debut. Chapter 507 Changsheng External tribulation. I am your tribulation. Xuandu also sensed that there was a guest in Xia Lilian Temple. After confirming that Xia Lilian Temple Luoho was Ji Changsheng, many Daluos sat up in shock from their dying illnesses. Even at the risk of worsening injuries, they did not want Ji Changsheng to go any further. But the Daluo who was the first to stand out and take the lead was still a warrior. Of course, it was also a sand sculpture. Everyone knows that the first bird to stick out will be shot. Emperor Changsheng dared to set up the ring, so he must have a certain degree of confidence. In this case, whoever goes up first is most likely to be the pioneer of the king. However, when Master Xuandu confirmed the identity of the other party, there was no surprise. It was just a bird. It is true that the first bird to stick out will be shot. Master Xuandu also understood the other party's attack very well. Kong Xian. He really had to come. Who made his mother die? On the surface, the death of Phoenix Lord was caused by the demon ancestor Luoho and the remnants of the demon clan. But the Phoenix God had long been connected with the remnants of the demon race. No matter how stupid Kong Xian was, he would not link his mother's death with the demon race. The biggest beneficiary of this incident was Suzaku, and the one who canonized Suzaku was the Jade Emperor. Kong Xian did not guess the identity of the Jade Emperor, because he did not have that IQ. But his brother Dapeng Golden Winged Eagle did. Dapeng's strength was not as good as Kong Xian's, but his IQ was much higher than Kong Xian's. After learning the specific details of the battle in northern Jiluzu from Kong Xian, Dapeng grasped a point that many Daluo began to doubt. How was the authority of the Xuanwu god taken away? The Queen Mother could have been coerced. The news that Changsheng Emperor attacked Xingmi Yuanjun has spread, so everyone can understand the Queen Mother's behavior. But isn't the Jade Emperor Hao Qian? Why is he being himself in the Heavenly Palace? Even if the Jade Emperor is just a clone left by Hao Qian, he can't be threatened by Changsheng Emperor. Think about how Tathagata Buddha and demon ancestor Luoho fought to send Ji Changsheng away from the center of the battle. And as soon as Ji Changsheng left Baijiluzu and returned to the Heavenly Palace, he used the Jade Emperor to deprive Xuanwu Shijun of his authority. Dapeng blurted out on the spot, Jade, %#UN ***UN ##. Fuck. I guessed it right. If he guessed wrong, there would be no such method of not mentioning. Until this time, Kong Xian still didn't react. He was the one who took Jundi twice directly, and he would lie down where he fell. He would never change his mind when he hit one. So his reaction to Dapeng was very strange. Dapeng. What are you talking about? Dapeng Golden Winged Eagle was full of murderous intent. Brother, I know who killed my mother. Kong Xian's murderous intent also instantly swept the entire space. Who is it? Eternal Emperor. Kong Xian was stunned. What does it have to do with the Emperor of Eternal Life? Dapeng, you are not waiting for an opportunity to take revenge? He knew that Dapeng Golden Winged Eagle was beaten badly by the Emperor of Eternal Life's party in the battle in the Banana Cave of Suiyun Mountain. So he suspected that Dapeng Golden Winged Eagle was framing him. Dapeng was almost laughed at by Kong Xian. Brother, you are really... Maybe becoming Daluo requires a stubborn person like you. In the end, he was also helpless. As sons of the Phoenix, Dapeng Golden Winged Eagle and Kong Xian are actually equally talented and born. Even in terms of innate magical powers, Dapeng Golden Winged Eagle is better than Kong Xian. Kong Xian's innate talent is the 5 elements, which he later cultivated into 5-color divine light. Dapeng's innate talent is Yin and Yang. In terms of strength, the Yin and Yang Dao is actually better than the 5 elements. But Kong Xian cultivated the 5 elements into his innate magical power. Dapeng was too smart and didn't want to endure the pain of cultivation and evolution. So he cultivated the Yin and Yang energy he was born with into a portable magic weapon. Magic weapons are of course very important, especially in the prehistoric fairyland. Magic weapons are particularly emphasized. Many big guys rely on magic weapons to fight across levels, such as the Xuandu Master. Before, he and Juinti Saint fought in Lingshan. If it weren't for the magic weapon, he would have no chance of winning. During the conferred God Tribulation, Guangchengzi used the Fantian seal and repeatedly achieved good results. Dapeng Golden Winged Eagle's choice is not wrong, but it is definitely not the best solution, because no matter how good the magic weapon is, it is definitely not as convenient as the innate magical power. It's just that refining magic weapons is much simpler. To cultivate the innate magical power, one must go through millions of years of hard practice and evolution. Kong Xian chose the latter, and Dapeng chose the former. So although Dapeng Golden Winged Eagle is much smarter than Kong Xian, Its strength is also much worse than Kong Xian. When practicing and evolving, one needs to be a little stupid. In other words, sometimes great wisdom appears foolish, and small cleverness will only ruin big things. Peng Golden-Winged Eagle is of course smart, but he only has small cleverness, not great wisdom. If Peng can be as smart as the great Emperor of Longevity, with his background and foothold, he must be a Daluo now. But small cleverness is also smart. In any case, his IQ firmly suppressed Kong Xian, and he also saw the truth of the death of the Phoenix God. Brother, think carefully. Is there something wrong with the sudden deprivation of the power of Xuanwu God? Peng Golden-Winged Eagle persuaded. He knew that it was impossible to avenge his mother by himself, so he could only help his elder brother see the truth and pin his hopes on his elder brother. Although Kong Xian's brain was not enough, Peng said so clearly that he really didn't think it through. Yes, the power of the four spirits was conferred by the Great Heavenly Venerable, and only the Great Heavenly Venerable can remove it. Kong Xian's eyes were confused. How can Halcyon reduce his own combat power? Peng Golden-Winged Eagle knew his elder brother's IQ very well, so he was not discouraged and continued to remind him, of course Halcyon can't reduce his own combat power, unless it's not Halcyon who did it. Kong Xian still didn't understand, but only the Great Heavenly Venerable can remove the power of the four spirit gods. Isn't the Great Heavenly Venerable Halcyon? Wait. The confusion in Kong Xian's eyes turned into shock. There is a limit to being stubborn. Peng had already fed the food to his mouth. If Kong Xian still couldn't react, then he was exaggerating. Kong Xian wasn't that exaggerating, so his pupils contracted violently. Peng? You mean? Peng Golden-Winged Eagle nodded seriously. Big brother, try to speak out your guess. Kong Xian said, you, percent hashtag UN hashtag, asterisk asterisk UN hashtag hashtag. Not allowed to mention Dafa. It is the great muteness of the saints. Kong Xian knew more about the saints than Peng Golden-Winged Eagle, and he reacted completely at this time. Peng Golden-Winged Eagle sighed inwardly, thinking that it was really not easy for him. Big brother couldn't lead him. Fortunately, now Big brother finally realized it. Brother, there must have been a lot of changes between Changsheng Emperor and Halcyon that we don't know about, which led to the great changes in the current situation of the Heavenly Court. We can't explore the reasons behind this. We just need to know that it was the Great Heavenly Venerable who wanted my mother to die. Kong Xian's murderous aura spread all over his body, and he nodded solemnly. The Great Peng Golden-Winged Eagle continued to analyze, combined with the fact that Changsheng Emperor suddenly set up a ring in the Little Lane Temple to attack Daluo. It can be seen that in a short period of time, he has made great progress again. It is very likely that this is the benefit brought to him by the authority of the Great Heavenly Venerable. The Great Peng Golden-Winged Eagle guessed wrong on this point. The authority of the Great Heavenly Venerable brought Ji Changsheng a combat power bonus in the Heavenly Court, which is not very useful after leaving the Heavenly Court. However, it is understandable that the Great Peng Golden-Winged Eagle came to a wrong conclusion because of incomplete information. The most important thing is that Kong Xian believed the well-reasoned conclusion drawn by the Great Peng Golden-Winged Eagle. So Kong Xian was furious. You are bullying me too much. The Golden-Winged Eagle was also murderous. Ji Changsheng must die. But he has not yet entered the Daluo, and he dared to set up a trap in the Little Lane Temple. He must have something to rely on. Brother, let's let other Daluo go as pioneers to explore the way. And then you. Brother? Brother? The Golden-Winged Eagle was still talking. Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of him. Then Kong Xian was gone. The Golden-Winged Eagle was stunned. Brother, come back soon. Brother, we can't be the first to go. Brother, you are just a stupid bird. The demon heart of the Peng collapsed. He also supported Kong Xian to seek revenge on Ji Changsheng, and even supported Kong Xian to kill Ji Changsheng. But how could he be the first to go? Big brother, why are you so impulsive? Peng's face was full of despair. It was impossible to chase him, because he couldn't catch up at all. Among the creatures below Daluo, Peng Golden-Winged Eagle could only compete with speed to keep the third place and fight for the first place. But there is a gap between those below Daluo and the strong ones. What's more, Kong Xian and he were brothers from the same mother, and his ability was not enough in front of Kong Xian. Peng Golden-Winged Eagle could only pray. Big brother ate the saints twice before and survived, and this time it should be possible. He no longer expected Kong Xian to win. It's not that he didn't have confidence in Kong Xian's strength. It's because he has a brain. And he believes that Ji Changsheng also has a brain. Maybe Ji Changsheng will eventually lose in the battle of Shaolin Temple. But in the first battle, Peng believes that Ji Changsheng will definitely not lose. It's just that Peng never expected that the first person Ji Changsheng would sacrifice would be his own big brother. Big brother. You must hold on. Peng didn't go to Shaolin Temple. He knew that it was not a battlefield he could step into. With its wings flapping, the rock roared and headed straight for the Great Lane Temple. Now, the only one who could save Kong Xian was Tathagata Buddha. Kong Xian and Tathagata Buddha had formed an alliance before. And he was also helping Tathagata. Since they were allies. Now was the time to use allies. Neither Ji Changsheng nor Master Xuandu were surprised that Kong Xian was the first to come. Even Tathagata Buddha was not surprised. Now the Little Lane Temple was the focus of public opinion. When Kong Xian appeared in the Little Lane Temple, he immediately attracted the attention of other strong men. It's Kong Xian. Very good. It's a good time to see the strength of the Changsheng Emperor. Kong Xian was seriously injured by the Great Heavenly Venerable in the Battle of Northern Jilu Continent. But the Great Emperor Changsheng has not yet entered the Daluo. So this battle is worth watching. Many Daluo masters hope that Kong Xian can help them test the details of the Great Emperor Changsheng. Few expect Kong Xian to win. Kong Xian is stupid. But they are not stupid. But they don't think Kong Xian will lose too badly. After all, no matter how low the blood of the Daluo is, it is still a Daluo. However, things are completely beyond the expectations of the Daluo who eats melons. When seeing the appearance of Little Lane Temple Rahu, Kong Xian thought of what Peng said. And suddenly he was furious. And he opened his mouth and swallowed Little Lane Temple Rahu in one gulp. 3 times. Daluo group. It is difficult to evaluate all the Daluo. The Queen Mother was the first to complain. Kong Xian can't change his habit of eating people. Right? He didn't learn his lesson after being beaten twice by the Saint Juanti? She didn't understand. Why did he fall into the same pit 3 times? This time, Emperor Xian Yuan of Huiyun Cave stood up to speak for Kong Xian. My queen, you should read more about the history of our human race. The Queen Mother, what do you mean? Emperor Xian Yuan sighed. The fall of each dynasty of our human race is almost due to the same mistakes. Kong Xian only made the same mistake 3 times. Which is not much. The Queen Mother was speechless. The Emperor Xuanyuan's argument was too sufficient. And she couldn't refute it. But she still thought Kong Xian was stupid. Zhen Yuanzi also spoke for Kong Xian. Kong Xian may not have done anything wrong. The demon race has the ability to devour. Kong Xian ate the Saint Juanti. So he naturally couldn't digest it. But the great Emperor Changsheng is not Daluo yet. And may not be able to resist Kong Xian's ability to devour and digest. Since he has developed this habit, it must be because this habit has helped Kong Xian win many times in the past. The stomach of the demon race is indeed one of the most powerful parts of their body. Zhen Yuanzi's statement makes sense. But he just convinced the other Daluo for a second. The next moment, bang! Outside the Tathagata Hall of the Little Lane Temple, a bloody rain fell from the sky. A fist directly opened the belly of the open-eyed, thin-crowned red peacock from the inside. Ji Changsheng even sang out. My right fist opened the sky and turned into a dragon. Kong Xian, who was once praised as the strongest person under the saint in the conferred god tribulation, was seriously injured by a punch from the Emperor Changsheng. Although he still had some strength left, he was breathing out more than breathing in. He was already beaten to a low health by Haotian. He swallowed the Xuandu master in one gulp. With Kong Xian's own body as a cover, he could block the prying eyes of the outside world. So the Xuandu master didn't need to cover up this punch at all. And he used all his strength directly. Kong Xian, the strongest person under the saint, is so watery that it's scary. Invincible supernatural power is different from invincible strength. When the strength is strong, it is impossible to restrain it. But if the supernatural power is strong, you just need to find a way to restrain the supernatural power. The 5-color divine light belongs to the 5 elements supernatural power, which is of course very strong, but not uncontrollable. During the great calamity of the conferred god, Kong Xian couldn't even take down the fledgling Yang Jian. It was because the transformation method of the 9 turns mysterious art practiced by Yang Jian could shuttle through the 5 elements. If Yang Jian couldn't restrain him, what could Kong Xian use to restrain the Xuandu master? During the great calamity of the conferred god, the Xuandu master didn't end up at all. When there are no heroes, the young ones become famous. After the conferred god, The first time the Xuandu master made a move. His opponent was Zhuanti. Kong Xian knelt twice in front of Zhuanti. The Xuandu master won. They were not at the same level. And a peak Xuandu master with full health met Kong Xian, who was super low health, and took the initiative to swallow him. Xuandu felt sorry for himself if he didn't come with a critical hit to kill him instantly. After dealing with Kong Xian, the Xuandu master left the opportunity to perform to Ji Chansheng and prepared for the next battle with all his strength. He knew that Kong Xian was just an appetizer for the external robbery. Kong Xian was not worthy of wasting too much of his energy. Ji Chansheng did take over the stage for the performance. Kong Xian, as my teacher's mount, you dared to attack me. You are committing a capital crime for your crimes. Kong Xian's body was severely injured. The Xuandu master punched his lower abdomen from the inside. At this time, he was unable to maintain the dissipation of his magic power. So he gritted his teeth and turned back into human form. At least this way his magic power would dissipate more slowly. He covered his lower abdomen and opened his mouth to expose Ji Changxing's true face. Damn it. It was Xuandu who attacked. And Shaolin Temple was set up by Xuandu and you. Master Xuandu attacked with all his strength in his body. Without any cover-up. Kong Xian would certainly not fail to see the identity of Master Xuandu at this time. But it was useless for him to see it clearly. Because he could not spread this news. From the moment he stepped into Shaolin Temple, Kong Xian's fate was doomed. Kong Xian, stop struggling. Guess what the outside world heard just now? Ji Chansheng kindly helped Kong Xian play the VCR. In the VCR, Kong Xian knelt on the ground and begged for mercy from Little Lane Temple Luoho, Emperor Chansheng. Kong Xian knows he was wrong. I hope the Emperor will spare Kong Xian, this time for the sake of the saint. Kong Xian is willing to be a slave for another 10,000 years to thank Emperor Chansheng for not killing him. Kong Xian saw this and his eyes were red with anger. How dare you humiliate me like this? Ji Chansheng smiled and said, I have done it. Do you think I dare? Emperor Chansheng has done many daring things. This is the last one. Kong Xian roared, who can you fool? The strong men in the world. Who doesn't know that I am aloof and arrogant? They will never believe that I am such a waste who depends on others for food. Ji Chansheng said calmly, after I kill this batch of strong men, the newcomers will not understand you. The propaganda machine is in my hands. If I say you are a waste, you are a waste. A dead thing. Can you refute me? Kong Xian felt cold all over. He has killed many people. But the murderous aura coming from Ji Chansheng at this moment still made Kong Xian feel the chill from the soul. Because he could hear that Ji Chansheng was serious. You? Ji Chansheng interrupted Kong Xian's words directly. A scholar can be killed. But not humiliated. Kong Xian, I am very disappointed in you. A waste who has no courage to face life and death is no longer qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with many Daluo. As soon as the voice fell, Ji Chansheng attacked. This time he used the Yuan-Tu sword, but disguised it as a blood knife. The boundless sea of blood swallowed Kong Xian in an instant. Although Kong Xian was already in a super low blood state after 2 critical hits from Haotian Xuandu, Ji Chansheng still used all his strength and did not give Kong Xian any chance to kill him. The Chansheng Emperor, who was at full fire, let the outside world see the mountains of bones that soared into the sky. The surging sea of blood that covered the sky. The umbrella of 10,000 people with billions of resentful souls wailing and screaming. And the world-destroying heavenly demon sword. Who said this was not the demon ancestor? When Luoho came, he had to admit that he was a pirated copy. The 3 swords pierced through Kong Xian's desperate resistance. And the umbrella of 10,000 people took Kong Xian's soul into the umbrella. The next moment, the first peacock in the world uttered a wail that made the Daluo's strongmen mourn. The 5 elements avenue trembled. The blood rain fell from the sky again. The demon king Kong Xian, who had been in the wild during the conferred God tribulation, became the first external tribulation to destroy the Little Lane Temple. Only the tall figure of the Chansheng Emperor with raging demonic flames was left, holding Kong Xian's Dao fruit, standing between heaven and earth. I don't have enough foundation. So you Daluo Daoguo will help me. External calamities. Keep coming. My destroying heavenly demon sword has been starving for a long time. External calamity? There is no such thing as external calamity. The great Emperor Chansheng does not survive external calamities. But external calamities need the great Emperor Chansheng to survive. Chapter 508, Overcoming External Tribulations, and Tribulations Again. And transforming 3 demons in one breath. Under the blood rain. After Changsheng Emperor posed, heavenly fire immediately appeared on his hand. A roasted peacock was served on the scene. Master Xuandu was right. His foundation was indeed unstable. At least not stable enough to be promoted to Daluo without any mistakes. So after eating beef, he ate some peacock meat to make up for it. As the saying goes, you can make up for what you eat. If your foundation is insufficient, then eat more Daluo foundation. Look! Isn't Kong Xian helping Changsheng Emperor's Daluo dream? While Changsheng Emperor was eating a lot of meat, the golden-winged eagle was pulling the Buddha to ask for help. Speaking of which, the broadcast of Shaolin Temple was not real-time. Master Xuandu was still awesome. He wanted to complete the annihilation of Daluo without revealing his identity, and forced himself to increase the difficulty. Although even this is not as good as the bloodshed by Haotian and Baijilizu. Master Xuandu has higher requirements for himself. Haotian is the target of comparison. But surpassing oneself is always more important. It is a fact that he cannot compare with Haotian at present. And he must accept it. But he cannot just take advantage of Haotian. So Master Xuandu used his great magic power to delay the broadcast of Shaolin Temple for 1 minute. Except for the 6 saints and Daozu who can see the real-time broadcast. Other strongmen, even Daluo, can only see the picture from 1 minute ago. Such a live broadcast delay gave Master Xuandu 1 minute to deal with a live broadcast accident. In other words, even if his identity is really exposed, he must end the battle within 1 minute. If his identity is not exposed, he will have to kill the opponent while tying his own hands and feet. No matter which possibility it is very difficult. The great powers that can be favored by many saints, such as Tathagata and Xuandu, are indeed very valuable. What Tathagata Buddha saw at this time was also a 1 minute delayed live broadcast. So although he knew that Kong Xian was going to die, he was still comforting Da Ping. Da Ping, don't worry. Kong Xian will be fine. Da Ping golden-winged eagle was not very relieved, although my brother has eaten Juanti Saint twice, and he didn't die. Changsheng Emperor is not Juanti Saint. Changsheng Emperor is much more cruel than Juanti Saint. In order to expand the strength of the Western Church, Juanti Saint did a lot of things that he spit in his face. Changsheng Emperor never bowed down to strengthen the strength of the Ji party. Dare to offend Changsheng Emperor. Changsheng Emperor will dare to kill directly. Buddha Tathagata said confidently, don't worry. Changsheng Emperor has reservations this time. You are all in the plan. Changsheng Emperor will not kill Kong Xian for the sake of Juanti Saint. Otherwise, the strength of Buddhism will weaken, and the 2 saints in the West will have a hard time. Buddha Tathagata knew about the debt repayment plan of Journey to the West. And he knew that Ji Changsheng was the chief screenwriter and director. In this case, Ji Changsheng must be responsible for this matter. Da Ping golden-winged eagle vaguely understood what Buddha Tathagata said. If Ji Changsheng killed Kong Xian, it would weaken the strength of Buddhism. The loan of the heavenly Tao of the 2 saints in the West has not been repaid. Kong Xian is the private property of the 2 saints in the West, especially Juanti Saint. After the conferred God tribulation, killing Kong Xian is indeed making Juanti Saint lose money. After realizing this, Da Ping golden-winged eagle felt at ease. The Buddha is right. They just reached a consensus, and the live broadcast screen was updated. The 5 Elements Avenue wailed. Kong Xian's Daluo Dao fruit was held in the hands of the Changsheng Emperor, and Kong Xian's body was burning in the sky fire, and it seemed that it was about to be roasted. Da Ping golden-winged eagle first looked at the projection of the little Lane temple with bloodshot eyes, and then looked at the Tathagata Buddha with bloodshot eyes. Bald donkey. You lied to me. Tathagata Buddha also lost his composure. Ji Changsheng did not play by the rules. Why did he dare to do this? Tathagata Buddha's eyes twitched. His heart was also twitching. Kong Xian is his ally, and the organization was once attached to Jeju. The relationship with him is really not bad. Their alliance foundation is much more solid than with other Daluo. This wave of Juanti saints certainly suffered a great loss. But Tathagata Buddha also suffered a great loss. Da Ping golden-winged eagle figured it out. Why doesn't he dare to do this? If I were Ji Changsheng, I would kill him too. Is it difficult to choose between paying off the teacher's debt and becoming Daluo? Not at all. So Ji Changsheng didn't even think about the problem that Tathagata Buddha was worried about for a second. The 2 saints in the West can't pay off the debt to the heavenly Tao. The great Emperor Changsheng must be promoted to Daluo. The reason why Ji Changsheng helped the 2 saints in the West plan the Journey to the West project was to become Daluo. It's not to help the two saints in the West pay off the debt. If there is a simpler way to become Daluo. Hey. Why hesitate? The great Emperor Changsheng is a man of great achievements. And he never looks back. And he has never forgotten his original intention to become Daluo. Doing this will offend the Saint Juenti. Isn't Ji Changsheng afraid of offending the Saint Juenti? At this point, Tathagata Buddha couldn't continue. Well, he really isn't afraid. The great Emperor Changsheng might be afraid of Noah. He might also be afraid of the Saint Tai Ching. But the other four saints? Tathagata Buddha thought about it. Judging from the great Emperor Changsheng's resume and record, he really wasn't afraid of any of them. Even the teacher Tong Tianjiaozhu, who was so awesome in Tathagata's eyes. The great Emperor Changsheng would turn against him at any time. Who was the Saint Juenti? Did Ji Changsheng not dare to offend Juenti, or Juenti not dare to offend Ji Changsheng after killing Kong Xian? After realizing it, Tathagata Buddha took a deep breath. The knowledge and view barrier. I also formed the knowledge and view barrier. And although I don't take the Saint Juenti seriously, I still have the thought stamp of the saint's invincibility. Otherwise, he wouldn't think that Ji Changsheng didn't dare to resist the Saint Juenti. Ji Changsheng had obviously slapped the face of the Lord Tontian. He had also slapped the face of the Saint Juenti before. But there are still many strong people, as well as onlookers, who will subconsciously think that Ji Changsheng will consider the saint's intention first. It's not that they are not smart enough. But after the saint era began, the idea of saints are invincible was engraved in the minds of almost all living beings. Those who can break through this cognition are basically Daluo. Even many quasi-saints are not immune. After the Buddha Tathagata realized this, he felt that his Buddha's heart had improved again. But the progress is Tathagata's. The sadness is Dapeng's. The fruit of Tao is Kong Xian's. Dapeng's golden-winged eagle's heart collapsed. Tathagata, you have to avenge my elder brother. Although Dapeng's heart collapsed, his IQ was really not low. My elder brother was a disciple of Jieju before. And now, he was killed by Ji Changsheng. Tathagata, if you are a coward, who among the Jieju disciples will recognize you as the elder brother of Jieju? Buddha Tathagata narrowed his eyes. After threatening, Dapeng continued to tempt. Tathagata, if you avenge my elder brother, from now on, I will follow your lead. After all, I am the son of the Phoenix, and my speed is unparalleled under Daluo. With me working for you, you will be much more relaxed. Buddha Tathagata looked deeply at Dapeng golden-winged eagle. He had to admit that although Dapeng's strength was not as good as Kong Xian, Dapeng's IQ was really not low, especially compared with the disciples of Jiejiao. Dapeng was simply a bird standing out among chickens. Buddha Tathagata really lacked such a capable demon talent. Not to mention, Dapeng's footing and talent were both expected to break through Daluo. Buddha Tathagata knew that he would have to compete with Ji Changsheng again sooner or later. And Dapeng and Ji Changsheng had a grudge for killing their mother and brother. He was his natural and completely trustworthy subordinate, coupled with the potential and ability of Dapeng golden-winged eagle itself. Buddha Tathagata made a decision. Dapeng, avoid the sharp edge and be patient for the time being. The current Changsheng Emperor is in high spirits and is not easy to deal with. The Tathagata Buddha knew that this statement was not enough to convince the Dapeng golden-winged eagle for the time being. So he resolutely cut off a piece of his own flesh again. Kong Xian lost because he couldn't bear it. He was the first to hit the muzzle of the Changsheng Emperor's gun. So he suffered this disaster. Dapeng, you have a brain. You should know that now is definitely not the time to fight the Changsheng Emperor. You should practice first. Be patient. And take the great heavenly venerable as your target. I will definitely wait for the opportunity to act. The Dapeng golden-winged eagle held the flesh and blood of the Tathagata Buddha in his hand. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he also knew that the situation was stronger than the monster now. And he had no choice but to be unwilling. Tathagata, remember your promise. He didn't have much to threaten Tathagata Buddha, but he still had to threaten, which was an attitude, even though even Dapeng himself felt powerless. So after leaving a threat, Dapeng left Lingshan and returned to the cemetery. Brother, rest in peace. And mother, one day, I will definitely avenge you. Dapeng didn't know how far away that day was. But Tathagata Buddha had a sentence that ignited his dream. Halkyan can endure for billions of years, and finally prove the way to become a saint. I, Dapeng, will endure from today. Even if I can't compare with Halkyan, I must kill Ji Changsheng. Let's talk about two things. Kong Xian was miserable. Under the eyes of the crowd. Ji Changsheng was grilling meat, while absorbing Kong Xian's Daluo Dao fruit. What he ate was Kong Xian's body. What he refined was Kong Xian's Daluo Dao fruit. The breath of the Changsheng Emperor was getting stronger, at a speed visible to the naked eye. It made countless Daluo strongmen afraid. The Daluo group once again turned on anonymous mode. This is outrageous. What did Kong Xian do wrong? Can the great Emperor Changsheng slaughter Daluo so wantonly? Where is justice? Where is the law of nature? Where is morality? Where is the legal system? The above. Stop being funny. We are all Daluo. Who will talk to you about justice and morality? We are all talking about fists. There are millions of rules in the heavenly law, and none of them is aimed at punishing Daluo. Similarly, there is no one to protect Daluo's strongmen. Daluo's strongmen are exempt from the heavenly law. No one can be their master. No one can make decisions for them. They can only fight for their lives by themselves. And immediately another anonymous strongman complained. I thought about it carefully. Luoho of Shaolin Temple never said that he was the Changsheng Emperor. We don't have any obvious evidence. He said that his foundation was not enough, and he had to use the Dao fruit of other Daluo strongmen to make up for it. This is already an admission. What a joke. There are many people who don't have enough foundation. Guang Chengzi doesn't have enough foundation either. Could it be that Guang Chengzi killed Kong Xian? In Yushu Palace? Guang Chengzi was shot for no reason. What made him even more sad was that Yu Qingzhen specifically told him about this. Nanji, you should be a human being, Guang Chengzi said helplessly. Yu Qingzhen smiled. I am not a human being. As the son of Yuanshi Tianwang, Yu Qingzhen belongs to the second generation of Pengdu descendants. Of course, he reincarnated into the human race, but was soon killed by Liu Bang, the reincarnation of Haotian. So Yu Qingzhen has no obsession with being a human being. What could Guang Chengzi say? He could only roll his eyes silently and forcefully change the subject. Will it be difficult for you to be promoted to Daluo again? No difficulty. Yu Qingzhen said calmly. My heart demon tribulation is much simpler than yours. It hasn't changed. No change? Guang Chengzi's eyes were red with envy. It really hasn't changed. I still killed my way through the conferred God tribulation, grabbed a heavenly emperor position, and prevented the disciples of the Chan sect from being annihilated in the conferred God tribulation. To be honest, the difficulty of Yu Qingzhen Daluo heart demon tribulation is actually not low. At least other Chan sect disciples can't do it. But Yu Qingzhen has done it once in reality before. It is of course a sure thing for Yu Qingzhen to have another Daluo heart demon tribulation. Daluo masters are also divided into several levels. Those who can advance to Daluo without any external help are the best level. Tathagata Buddha, Xuandu Master, Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva, including Do Muyuan Jun, and in fact, Yu Qingzhen are all at this level. Those who need external help to advance to Daluo, such as Guanyin Bodhisattva, Xinwu Emperor, and Yang Jian, are one level lower than the above. The lower level is to rely on authority to advance to Daluo, such as Ziwei, Gochen, and now Zhu Ke. Their potential is even lower. Of course, there are weaker ones among the weak. For example, Guang Chengzi. Yuanshi Tianwang helped him take many shortcuts. He is still the gatekeeper of Daluo. Ji Chongqing's talent is at the level of needing external help to advance to Daluo. The reason why he failed to succeed with Zhenwu Guanyin Yang Jian last time was because Ji Changsheng was indeed too young and had not accumulated enough in all aspects. Not because his talent was not as good as theirs. But Ji Chongqing's talent is indeed not as good as those top-notch peerless monsters, who can be promoted to Daluo 100% by their own accumulation without the help of the outside world. Yu Qingzhen is also in this group. Yu Qingzhen lost twice before. Once to Adu and once to Haotian. This is not shameful. Adu directly regarded Nguyen Yang as an opponent. Even the incarnation is a Daluo strongman. Haotian is even more needless to say. Compared with him, Yu Qingzhen is indeed a lot worse. But for other Daluo, according to the classification standard of Xuandu Grand Master, Yu Qingzhen is definitely a member of the quasi-saints. Of course, Jade Purity True King often loses when facing Guanyin Bodhisattva. But this has nothing to do with cultivation. Those who understand will understand. Jade Purity True King also reminded in the Daluo group. After Changsheng Great Emperor completely absorbs Kong Xian's Dao fruit, he will only become stronger and stronger. Jade Purity True King did not want to harm Ji Changsheng. He was just telling the truth. He would never take action. but he wanted to see how many Daluo would take action. Moreover, the battles and collisions between Daluo strongmen can also provide reference for other Daluo. Opening. Who is the second Daluo to stop Changsheng Great Emperor? It's hard to say. Kong Xian lost too quickly, and failed to find out Changsheng Great Emperor's trump card. Kong Xian deserves to lose. He always relies on eating people. And he didn't even use the 5-color divine light. This IQ simply lowers the bottom line of Daluo. Although Kong Xian didn't use the 5-color divine light, I think Changsheng Great Emperor is about to learn it. This is true. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ji Changsheng was constantly refining Kong Xian's Dao fruit. The 5 elements avenue changed from a trembling state to submission. The Daluo strongman could sense that the 5 elements Dao was extremely active in the endless world radiating from the Little Lane Temple and its surroundings. Ji Changsheng was gradually taking over the 5 elements avenue controlled by Kong Xian for his own use. It was impossible to refine it on the spot. But as long as Ji Changsheng was given time, it would not be a delusion to hold the 5 elements in his hands in the future, or even use the 5-colored divine light. Speaking of which, when Haodian fought Kong Xian in Baijiluzu, he learned the 5-colored divine light on the spot. The great heavenly venerable is really amazing. I surrender. It's different. Haodian already has the power of the 5 elements in his body. He may not have learned the 5-colored divine light on the spot, but he may have learned it a long time ago. The great Emperor Changsheng has a clean background and has practiced for too short a time. He must not have come into contact with the 5 elements avenue before. Just from the time of cultivation, Haodian was born in the last calamity of the witches and liches. Even if he has the special training of the Taoist ancestor, his talent is really terrifying. But Ji Changsheng is more terrifying than Haodian, and he rose to prominence in a shorter time. So we must not let the great Emperor Changsheng continue to improve. The Daluo masters reached a consensus. Then they all hoped to let the other party take the lead. Kong Xian is a tough guy among the Daluo masters. So after 5 minutes, there was no external calamity in the Little Lane Temple. All the Daluo masters watched Ji Changsheng eat peacocks live, and live refine Kong Xian Dao fruit. The 5 elements avenue is even as easy as using his arms in Ji Changsheng's hands. If he waits any longer, he will really learn the 5 colors divine light. But no Daluo master appeared to stop him. Ji Changsheng himself laughed. Is the external calamity so timid? This won't do. A mere Kong Xian can't help him completely fill the foundation of Daluo. Ji Changsheng had almost exhausted the cultivation foundation built with the Dao fruit of Ziwei and Gaochen. The main reason was that Ziwei and Gaochen were not special monsters. They could not directly promote to Daluo, so they could only help Ji Changsheng to this point. Ji Changsheng wanted to continue to improve, so he had to seek new growth points. Kong Xian's Dao fruit made Ji Changsheng feel the growth. The 5 elements avenue is indeed a good thing. Ji Changsheng has set his sights on the golden winged Dapeng. Kong Xian controls the 5 elements. Dapeng is born with yin and yang. Now he has killed Kong Xian, and will kill Dapeng later to snatch Dapeng's yin and yang. By then, he will hold the 5 elements in his hands, step on yin and yang, and then supplement it with the authority of wind, rain, thunder and lightning obtained from the Wu clan. If he wants to attack Daluo, it's almost done. Of course, if the external calamities are strong enough this time, maybe he won't have to bother with the golden winged eagle. He can gather the foundation needed to attack Daluo on the spot. So Ji Changsheng has high hopes for the external calamities. And the external calamities also have high hopes for other external calamities. Too many smart Daluo is not a good thing. Everyone wants to take advantage. Buddha Tathagata couldn't stand it anymore. If he waited any longer, Ji Changsheng would really become powerful. But he didn't want to do it himself, because Tathagata had been to Shaolin Temple before. He still believed in his judgment that there was Xuandu in Shaolin Temple. Although he didn't know how Ji Changsheng showed up. There must be a conspiracy in this matter, and it might be aimed at him. But now this Rahu who killed Kong Xian is the real Ji Changsheng in the eyes of Buddha Tathagata. He couldn't stand it either, no matter what the conspiracy is. He hopes that Ji Changsheng will always be blocked in front of Daluo. So he went to find another ally of his. The great Emperor Changsheng has already attacked you. Are you really going to surrender? The Buddha Tathagata contacted the remnants of the demon race. This is a group of powerful Daluo who should not be silent. When Zhu Ke was promoted to the Four Spirits Lord and took charge of the Southern Sky Universe, the remnants of the demon race were completely exposed to the public's attention. and from then on they would lose the opportunity to develop silently. They must take equal revenge on Ji Changsheng. Otherwise, how can they revive the glory of the demon race? Can they rely on Haotian's patience? The problem is that they can't cultivate Haotian's patience. Before receiving the news from the Buddha Tathagata, the inspirational demon saint had already gathered other demon saints to hold a high-level meeting. The pressure from the Buddha Tathagata did not change the attitude of the demon saints, because they themselves were inclined to take action. The demon saint with inspiration looked at Jinwu. Prince, you are the teacher of Suzaku. You are to blame for Suzaku's betrayal of the demon clan. If you don't take action this time, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the crowd. The other demon saints also looked at Prince Jinwu. That is, the mysterious Taoist Luya in the conferred god Tribulation. Luya was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, during the conferred gods, I fought with Kong Xian, but I was no match for his five-color divine light. Kong Xian was defeated, so I can't do that either. The spiritual demon saint frowned and said, Kong Xian was severely injured by Haotian before he went to the Little Lane Temple. But the prince was intact. How can we compare? Luya continued to shake his head. Spiritual, don't forget that Yu Xiao and I have an irreconcilable feud. If I take action, it is likely to trigger a series of chain reactions. Not only will I fail to kill Ji Changsheng, but I will also provoke a powerful enemy for my demon clan. When Luya said this, all the demon saints were silent instantly. During the conferred gods, Taoist Luya was the strongest troublemaker. Once the battle situation became tense, he would appear, kill a few important characters, and make the fight more fierce. At that time, King Zhou of Shan hoped that the three religions would fight among themselves, and the human race would reap the benefits. Luya's idea was actually similar to King Zhou's. As the only surviving prince of the ancient demon clan, Luya's dream is of course to inherit his father's legacy and restore the demon clan to greatness. But during the conferred gods' tribulation, the world was dominated by the three religions, especially the Jia religion. The Jia religion's thousands of demons came to pay tribute, which was almost a replica of the ancient demon clan's heaven. In Ji Changsheng's view, the Jia religion under the rule of Tontian sect master was a paradise for the demon clan. But in the eyes of Luya, the orthodox heir of the demon clan, Jieju is a fake of the ancient heaven. Without Jiejiao, the demon clan can restore its glory. Jieju has always been there, and the demon clan is the glory of Jieju. This is completely different. It can be said that Jiejiao did what he, the prince of Jingwu, should do. Since ancient times, colleagues have been enemies. Yu Jieju has protected all the demon clan. So what is the meaning and value of my existence as a prince of the demon clan? So Luya stared at the invincible Jieju in the conferred god Tribulation and beat it hard. He killed many Jieju disciples. This included the sworn brother worshipped by Fairy Yu Xiao. This was the most dangerous thing Luya did in the conferred god Tribulation. Killing other Jieju disciples would be fine. He cursed Fairy Yu Xiao's sworn brother to death, causing him to directly confront Yu Xiao. Then, he was suppressed by Yu Xiao. Although he escaped later, he also forged a deadly feud with Fairy Yu Xiao. The most important thing is that Luya could not beat Yu Xiao. If he dares to show up openly again, Yu Xiao will continue to hunt him down. He couldn't beat Yu Xiao back then. And now, he is still unsure if his identity is exposed. Yu Xiao's full revenge on the remnants of the demon clan cannot be ruled out. Yu Xiao is a congenital god and demon, so he doesn't care about the life and death of the demon clan. The inspirational demon saint was silent for a moment and decided not to embarrass Luya anymore. Fairy Yu Xiao was really a tough guy who almost killed his way through the conferred god Tribulation. Her record was more brilliant than Luya's. It was the Taiching saint and Yuanshi Tianwang who took action to subdue Yu Xiao. The remnants of the demon clan are certainly not afraid of Yu Xiao. But there is really no need. Even now they know that Yu Xiao is seriously injured. But unless you can completely kill Yu Xiao, a congenital god and demon who is determined to take revenge is too terrifying. Prince, you don't have to take action. Use the 7 Arrows book with nail heads to curse Ji Changsheng, the inspirational demon saint said in a deep voice. Luya did not hesitate this time, and nodded decisively, no problem. But the 7 Arrows book with nail heads is more time consuming. It doesn't matter. Prince, you start preparing from today. It's not that easy for Ji Changsheng to be promoted to Daluo, the inspirational demon saint said. The 7 Arrows book with nail heads is the magic weapon of Taoist Luya, and it can also be said to be a spell. Write the name of the person being treated on the straw man. And practice the straw man every day within 21 days. Then take the mulberry branch bow and peach branch arrows to shoot the straw man's left and right eyes and heart. And the person being treated will be killed. During the conferred god tribulation, Luya used the 7 arrows book with nail heads to kill Yu Shao Fairy's brother. And since then he and Yu Shao have a life and death feud. However, this spell can only curse and kill strong people below Daluo out of thin air. Once he enters the Daluo realm, he cannot be killed so easily. So far, Luya has never failed to use the 7 arrows book. He did not refuse this matter, which made the other demon saints feel relieved. However, the demon saint of inspiration, the think tank of the remnants of the demon clan, did not relax his vigilance. The prince's 7 arrows book is indeed magical, but it must ensure that Ji Changsheng does not advance to the Daluo realm within 21 days. So this time, the Little Lane Temple must definitely hit Ji Changsheng hard, and not give Ji Changsheng the opportunity and time to advance to the Daluo realm. The demon saint of inspiration said. The other demon saints also nodded. Ji Changsheng's cultivation speed is too terrifying. If it were someone else, there would be no need to worry about 21 days. But for Ji Changsheng, there is really no 100% certainty. It's better to have an extra layer of insurance. It's difficult to kill Ji Changsheng directly in Shao Lane Temple, but it's not that difficult to injure him severely. I'll go. A 9-headed lion volunteered. The Lingon demon saint smiled. I'm relieved that Jioling will take action. The other demon saints were also relieved, with relaxed smiles on their faces. Jioling, be careful. There's no need to kill Ji Changsheng. Just injure him severely or interrupt his upward momentum. That's right. There are many strong people who don't want Ji Changsheng to be promoted to Daluo. We'll start, and we may not need to take action later. The Jioling demon saint nodded and disappeared. Lingshan. When Tathagata Buddha learned that Jioling demon saint took action, he also felt relieved. Jioling has already become a demon saint, but he has always insisted on not transforming into a human form and has always acted in a beast body, which shows that he is an absolute demon racist. If Jioling takes action, he will definitely not show mercy to Ji Changsheng. If it were any other demon saint, Tathagata Buddha would still be worried. As for Jioling demon saint, Tathagata Buddha is not worried at all. He knows much more about the situation of the remnants of the demon race than the outside world. So he is much more looking forward to the next battle than the outside world. Luohu. Die. The facts prove that Jioling demon saint has a brain. He did not point the spearhead at Changsheng Emperor, but only said that he came to kill Luohu. When Jioling demon saint appeared, Xuandu master had already used his magical powers to move Ji Changsheng into the hall and confronted Jioling demon saint himself. When Ji Changsheng saw the true form of the 9-headed lion, he instantly felt a desire. If the god of food makes a table of braised lion heads, it will be so delicious. Hope this 9-headed lion will do well. Help him realize his dream. The 9-spirit demon saint looked at the Luoho in front of him, and the 9 lion heads were extremely solemn, and their hearts were even more dignified. Why did you suddenly become stronger again? The aura he sensed at first was obviously not that strong. At the same time, Ji Changsheng communicated with Li Changxi, who was on Tying Star at this time. Yugwan Luohuan enveloped the Little Lane Temple, ensuring that except for the 6 saints, only other Daluo could see the scenes they wanted the outside world to see. Anyway, everyone thought that it was Ji Changsheng who was in the Little Lane Temple, so Li Changxi's cover-up would not make the outside world suspicious, but would deepen the outside world's understanding of Changsheng Emperor's impact on Daluo. Xuandu Grand Master naturally saw Yugwan Luohuan's disguise, so he relaxed a little, and looked at the 9-spirit demon saint with a look full of inquiry. 9 heads, 9 different souls. As soon as Xuandu Grand Master said this, the 9-spirit demon saint's heart sank. His secrets should not be so easy to see through even by a Daluo master. Moreover, the great Emperor Changsheng is not a Daluo master. Why can he see through his details at a glance? What made the 9-spirit demon saint even more frightened was the next words of Luoho. These 9 souls are very strong, almost reaching the top level below Daluo. And even one broken soul seemed to be a Daluo master before his death. The 9 souls united as one, helping you cross the threshold of Daluo and become a demon saint. The remnants of the demon clan really have something. This is really a creation that seizes the fate of reincarnation. The great master Xuandu exclaimed sincerely. Such a creation authority seems to be not inferior to that of Noah. What is your name? 9 spirits. So it's the 9 spirits demon saint. Master Xuandu nodded. 9 spirits merge into one, ascending directly to Daluo. It is indeed a simple and crude but very useful fusion method. But I am very curious. Can the 9 spirits really be completely integrated? Are the souls of the demon race who died in the battle really willing to become part of other demon saints after their death? The demon heart of the 9 spirits demon saint has fallen to the bottom. Before the fight started, all his details were seen through, which was a fatal blow to his morale. And he didn't understand how Ji Changsheng saw through it. He could only muster up his remaining courage and decisively act. Luoho, you talk too much nonsense. Die. Master Xuandu exuded infinite auspicious light all over his body, completely covering the 9 spirits demon saint. The next moment, Master Xuandu disappeared. Instead, there were endless incarnations, like the number of sands in the universe, and objects responded to the sound. Some live in heaven, some descend to the human world, some live in hell, some capture the masses, some are fairy boys and girls, some are emperors and saints, some are Tianzuan Jinren, some are Vajragod kings, some are demon kings and warriors, some are heavenly masters and Taoist priests, some are emperors and legions, some are heavenly doctors, some are men and women, some are civil and military officials, some are capital masters, some are teachers and Zen masters, and some are wind and rain masters, with infinite magical powers and infinite merits. He can save people from suffering and respond to things according to their circumstances. At the same time, one of the lion heads of the 9 spirit demon saints suddenly jumped back and let out a painful roar. Help! Help! I want to be free! Bang! The endless incarnations disappeared in an instant. Finally, he turned into a heavenly emperor wearing a crown, a rosy robe, a wonderful Taoist body, and a purple and gold auspicious appearance. Sitting on a 9-colored lotus throne, the Emperor of Heaven was surrounded by 9-colored divine light, radiating thousands of feet of light. A huge hand that covered the sky happened to be placed on the head of the roaring 9-spirit demon saint. The 9-spirit demon saint stopped struggling instantly. Huangji Palace? Haodian, who was in retreat, almost jumped up. This is impossible. Yushi Palace? Yuanshi Tianwang subconsciously pulled out a beard of his own. He looked at his first disciple Guang Chengzi with an ambiguous look. We are all senior disciples. Why is his own disciple so bad? Bio Palace? Tontian Sect Master was also shocked. Xuandu used? It seems to be Dongji's magical power. The outside world has not sensed it yet, but the saints have seen the real-time broadcast. When seeing this, Nuan Yang had just eaten half a peach and stopped her actions. Sister, what's wrong? Fushi asked hurriedly. They had already left Huiyun Cave. Since he knew about the Little Lane Temple incident, he was too lazy to go back. Just in time to get first-hand information from my sister. Nua was shocked and sighed. Brother, Xuandu is indeed stronger than you. I was curious before what his third incarnation of the 3 pure ones would be, but I didn't expect it to be this. Fushi. In fact, he only knew that Master Xuandu was the incarnation of the 3 pure ones, and he didn't even know what the second incarnation was. What is it? Nua's tone was a little complicated. The great emperor of Dongji Qinghua. What? Fushi stood up in surprise. This is impossible. The great emperor of Dongji Qinghua is dead. Not the original great emperor of Dongji Qinghua. Nua's eyes were shining with holy light, and she had seen it clearly. After the death of the great emperor of East Pole Qinghua, he left behind the authority and a little breath of the heavenly emperor. Xuandu used the breath as a guide and the authority as a method to cultivate his third Sanqing incarnation into the great emperor of East Pole Qinghua. If nothing unexpected happened, Xuandu originally wanted to occupy a 6th imperial heavenly emperor position for the human race, but he didn't expect that Changsheng would appear later. So he shelved this plan. But he still mastered the authority and magical powers of the great emperor of East Pole Qinghua. Fushi was completely out of control. He could understand every word that Nua said. But when combined, why did he feel so far-fetched? Sister, can you cultivate an incarnation like this? It completely violated his cognition. Nuan Yang sighed. Of course ordinary people can't do it. Even I have never thought of doing this. But Xuandu did it. Fushi was surprised and happy. Xuandu really has the appearance of a saint, and is indeed not inferior to Tathagata, but is only slightly inferior to Haotian. Nua commented fairly. Jiuling's strength is not bad. And he is definitely a quasi-saint. At most only a little inferior to Xuandu. But the power of the East Pole Qinghua Emperor just restrains Jiuling's weakness. The East Pole Qinghua Emperor is also known as the Heavenly Lord of seeking and rescuing the suffering. When humans are in danger, as long as they recite the name of the Heavenly Lord, the Heavenly Lord will respond to the call and go to rescue. The great saint is merciful, compassionate, and has great wishes. He responds to the call and rescues the suffering. The power of the East Pole Qinghua Emperor is 3. The heavenly realm assesses the immortals. The human world seeks the call to save the suffering, and the underworld rescues the dead. The 9 Spirits Demon Saint is the soul of 9 super strong men of the ancient demon clan. And the new generation of demon saints was born from the fusion. This is naturally a great thing for the entire demon clan. However, individual interests and collective interests cannot be equated in many cases. Not all powerful demons are willing to continue to contribute to the tribe after death. There are also some demon kings and demon saints who hope to return to dust and earth after death and rest in peace. The authority of the Eastern Qinghua Emperor to rescue the dead and save the suffering just satisfies these unwilling souls. So, the 9-spirit demon saint knelt down. He knelt very quickly. It was not that he was not strong enough, but that he was restrained by the Eastern Qinghua Emperor. All things are interdependent, and the 6 imperial heavenly emperors have their own magic. Of course, the fact that the great master Xuandu can use his breath as a guide and his authority as a law to refine a heavenly emperor dharma body is more terrifying than killing the 9-spirit demon saint in seconds. After Fushi completely accepted this matter, he was overjoyed. Xuandu is indeed the magic sword of my human race. I am very happy. Sister, I toast you a glass. Nguyen Yang was not as happy as Fushi, but her expression became solemn. Changsheng is in trouble. What do you mean? Fushi was stunned. Nguyen Yang said in a deep voice, Xuandu does not want to kill Jiuling, but wants to take him as a mount. This will take time, but the next challenger is coming soon, and Changsheng may not be able to deal with it. Well, Changsheng really never makes me worry. Nguyen Yang also laughed out loud. Brother, compared to Xuandu, I still think Changsheng has more prospects. Fushi didn't care. Xuandu can use 1 qi into 3 pure ones to this extent. What can Ji Changsheng compare with? Nguyen Yang smiled. Compared to 1 qi into 3 pure ones alone. I also think Xuandu is not as good as Changsheng. How is this possible? Sister, you have been coaxed by Changsheng and ignored the facts. Fushi absolutely did not agree with Nua's point of view. I also admire Ji Changsheng. But he has not even practiced 1 qi into 3 pure ones. And his cultivation talent is at least 1 level lower than Xuandu. But he made this technique more advanced based on 1 qi into 3 pure ones. What do you mean? Fushi didn't understand. Nua laughed again. At the same time, Yushi Palace? Yuanshi Tianwang looked at Ji Changsheng in a rare stunned state. What did you say? Ji Changsheng looked at Yu Qingzhenwang. True king. You should be going through the external calamity. Right? Yu Qingzhenwang nodded. Xiaotian Emperor smiled. I will help you. There is a ready-made opportunity now. 1 qi into 3 pure ones is a sacred skill created by the Taiqing Saint. It's boring to repeat what others have said. Changsheng Emperor exerted his subjective initiative. Heavenly King. Based on the 1 qi into 3 pure ones of the Great Purity Saint, I have created a holy skill, which I named 1 qi into 3 demons. The first demon is the demon ancestor Lu Ho. The second demon is the supreme heavenly demon. The third demon is the Yuanshi heavenly demon. Ji Changsheng said generously, I was just about to ask the true king to take action, so that the powerful people in the heavens can see my new holy skill. Chapter 509 Didi's Salvation. 1 catastrophe and 3 deaths. Yu Qingzhenwang was a little dazed. He couldn't quite understand what Ji Changsheng meant. In other words, he didn't quite believe his first judgment. There is such a flirty person? Yuanshi Tianwang was also a little confused. He had never seen such a flirty person. You didn't practice the 1 qi into 3 pure ones, right? Yuanshi Tianwang began to doubt his own judgment. Ji Changsheng patiently explained, Heavenly King. On the basis of 1 qi into 3 pure ones, I innovated and practiced 1 qi into 3 demons. Now the one who is killing people in Shaolin Temple is the second incarnation of the supreme heavenly demon that I have practiced. Yuanshi Tianwang was amused. The one in Shaolin Temple is obviously the Xuandu master. Outsiders can admit mistakes, but he can't. However, Seeing Ji Chongqing's serious expression, Yuan Tianwang stopped laughing and began to seriously consider Ji Chongqing's proposal. Cha Sheng, you play like this? There is no precedent. The saint is knowledgeable and has never seen such an operation. It's okay to use Didi to play for you. Can Didi also help you to pass the Great Luo Tribulation? This kind of trick is a huge challenge for Yuan Tianwang, who is old-fashioned and serious by nature. But Ji Chongqing's next sentence convinced Yuan Tianwang, Heavenly King, I will take the blame, and you can do whatever you want in the future. Yuan Tianwang was moved. Ji Chongqing hinted. Crossed out? He directly stated, if I had been born a few years earlier, you would not have bullied the weak during the conferred God tribulation. Only Yuan Tianmo was rampant in the prehistoric world and destroyed Jieji by himself. Yuan Tianwang immediately made a decision, Nanji. Listen to Chongsheng. Emperor Chongsheng has always been good at upward management. Nua was worried that there was no pillar in the Hua Palace. So he stepped forward to be the pillar. The two saints in the west wanted to repay the loan from the heavenly Tao as soon as possible. So he helped them plan the journey to the west project. The problem that Yuan Tianwang was worried about, in addition to the lack of successors, was that he bullied the weak during the conferred God tribulation and ruined his reputation. At that time, the disciples of the Chan sect, including Yuqing Wang, did not solve this problem for Yuan Tianwang. To this day, this problem has not been solved. What a saint who likes to save face Yuan Tianwang is. In Ji Chongqing's opinion, Yuan Tianwang is even more face-saving than Ta Tianjiaozhu. Then find a way to maintain Yuan Tianwang's face. The 12 immortals of Yushu couldn't do it, and Yuqing Wang couldn't do it either. But Chongsheng Emperor tried his hand and made a big move. Yuan Tianmo solved Yuan Tianwang's worries as soon as he appeared. The most important thing is that the great achievements of the Chongsheng Emperor are here, and his promise is very convincing. Yuan Tianwang really believes that if Ji Chongsheng was born a few years earlier to help him, he would never end up with such a joke reputation of bullying the weak in the conferred God tribulation. It's a pity that in the prehistoric fairyland, the past cannot be changed. Then start to change the future from now on. Ji Chongsheng saw one thing. Yuan Tianwang never regretted bullying the weak. What he regretted was that the bullying of the weak was confirmed, which affected his reputation and image. Bullying the weak is not wrong in Yuan Tianwang's eyes, but he really doesn't want those negative effects. Therefore, the existence of Yuan Tianmo is of great value. Yuqing Wang hesitated to speak. Guanyin Bodhisattva asked his brother's doubts on his behalf. Teacher, Emperor, is it useful to do this? Can the external tribulation be done this way? Of course you can. Of course it works. Ji Chongsheng and Yuan Tianwang gave the same answer. Yuan Tianwang had completely changed his mind at this moment and explained, external tribulation. Naturally you need to rely on external forces to overcome it. Chongsheng's idea is fine. Guanyin Bodhisattva, but why has no one ever overcome it this way before? Ji Chongsheng said calmly, because I didn't come here before. There are always some geniuses in this world, who can bring forth something new and open up a new world. Yuan Tianwang nodded. Chongsheng's words make sense. No one has done this before. It is the fault of the predecessors, not something Chongsheng needs to consider. Guanyin Bodhisattva still found it difficult to accept. Teacher, according to Chongsheng Emperor's approach, wouldn't the difficulty of the Great Luo Tribulation be reduced linearly? Wrong. Yuan Tianwang directly refuted. Chongsheng can come up with this method. The difficulty is no less than overcoming the Great Luo Tribulation. Ji Chongsheng admired Yuan Tianwang more and more. Otherwise, can he be a saint? This vision is good. Guanyin Bodhisattva's love-mindedness can only see that he is taking a shortcut. But he ignores that. Except for him. No one in the world has ever taken this shortcut. Having a good talent for cultivation is one ability, and innovation is another ability. Being able to cultivate into the 3 pure ones is one ability. Being able to turn 3 demons into 1 chi into reality is not inferior to the ability to cultivate into the 3 pure ones. It's just that Chongsheng Emperor's ability is not very intuitive. The 6 saints know how to appreciate it, but the creatures below the saints can't appreciate it very much. They are not at the right level. They don't stand high enough. They don't see far enough. And their cognition is different. So after Nua Yang and Yuan Tianwang recognized the true face of Ji Chongsheng's 3 demons into 1 chi, they all applauded. Most of the strong men could only see that Ji Chongsheng had not achieved 1 chi into 3 pure ones. Guanqing, don't listen to the teachings anymore. Go back to your cave and study in seclusion. The object of study is what Qian Sheng did after his rise. Yuanshi Tianwang decisively changed the way he educated Guangqingzi. Chongqing's talent is at the same level as yours, but his ability is at least 10 times yours. You have no hope of becoming a Daluo in this life by practicing. Learn from Qian Sheng, and see if you can break through Daluo through other methods. Guangqingzi was shot inexplicably, and his heart ached. He struggled and said, Master, I think I can still save it. It's hopeless. I was also deceiving myself before. Yuanshi Tianwang said bluntly. Xuandu and Duobao. You will never catch up in this life. Whether it was Master Xuandu or Buddha Tathagata, the strength they showed moved Yuanshi Tianwang. Just like Yuanshi Tianwang was shocked by Qian Sheng Emperor's ability to do things, Guangqingzi also moved Yuanshi Tianwang. He didn't understand why his eldest disciple was so far behind Xuandu Tathagata. Now he accepted his fate. It was basically impossible to expect Guangqingzi to become Xuandu Tathagata. He hoped that Guangqingzi would become the second Qian Sheng Emperor. In this regard, Ji Qiansheng cast a sympathetic look at Guangqingzi. Heavenly King, forgive me for being blunt. You have gone from one misunderstanding to another. Ji Qiansheng said with emotion, why do you think Guangqingzi has the potential to become the second me? Yuanshi Tianwang didn't care about Ji Qiansheng's rebuttal. He said helplessly, Guangqing has proved with facts that he can't take the path of Xuandu and Tathagata. He hasn't taken your path yet. At least there is hope of success. As long as you don't play chess, you won't lose. Yuanshi Tianwang is obviously very clear about the gap between Guangqingzi and Qian Sheng Dadi. But he has no other way. He can only try desperately. It is known that Guangqingzi will definitely not be able to open his mind in cultivation. What if he really studies Qian Sheng Dadi's path thoroughly? To be a saint, you still have to have dreams. After Ji Qiansheng figured out Yuanshi Tianwang's thoughts, he also sympathized with Yuanshi Tianwang a little bit. Guangqing, you look at how you force Tianwang. It's really unfilial. Xiao Tiandi never makes his elders so embarrassed. Guangqingzi felt wronged, but he didn't dare to complain about Yuanshi Tianwang, so he could only focus his firepower on Ji Qiansheng. Ji Qiansheng, you still say you are not a demon. Ji Qiansheng smiled. Of course I am not a demon. I am the ancestor of demons. Guangqingzi, it is reasonable and cannot be refuted. In a simple sentence, he immediately felt the gap with Qian Sheng Dadi. No wonder he could rise in such a short time. He, the first disciple of the Qian sect, was about to fall out of favor. However, Guangqingzi still couldn't accept that Yuanshi Tianwang had given up on him, and even asked him to learn from Ji Qiansheng. His seniority was there. He was on an equal footing with Xuandu Tathagata. He had to prove his status and declare his presence. So Guangqingzi began to find faults. Emperor Qiansheng, you are so bold that you put Luoho before your uncle and master. Ji Qiansheng looked at Guangqingzi in surprise, and complained, no wonder you are not as good as Xuandu and Duobao. You can't understand this. Putting Luoho in the first incarnation is of course convenient for Luoho to take the blame. What kind of status are Taishang Tianmo and Yuanshi Tianmo? Under normal circumstances, they naturally cannot take action. They have to wait until something big happens before they show up. Yuanshi Tianwang nodded. This arrangement is very much to his liking. In fact, as long as Ji Qiansheng arranges it, few saints will feel dissatisfied. Besides, Luoho is an old-fashioned demon after all. A big man of the same generation as Daozu, and an elder of Taiqing Saint and Tianwang. It is normal to let demon ancestor be the first. A leader is still a leader after retirement, and can still play his remaining energy. Guangqing, your mentality of turning your face and not recognizing the leader is very bad. It is not good to be forgotten after people leave. Ji Qiansheng scolded. Guangqingzi retorted, shut up. Yuanshi Tianwang waved his hand. Don't embarrass yourself. If you have time to argue with Qiansheng, you might as well think about your Daluo hard demon tribulation. Guangqingzi's Daluo hard demon tribulation has already happened, and Yuanshi Tianwang can't help him. Yuanshi Tianwang can help with the external tribulation. It's pitiful that Guangqingzi didn't even make it to the stage of external tribulation. Yuanshi Tianwang wanted to bully the weak, but he didn't have a chance. Now that Ji Qiansheng has developed the 3 demon incarnations that can help him pass the external tribulation, it's easier to pass the external tribulation. But Guangqingzi still can't use it. He was stuck at the second step. Yuanshi Tianwang didn't let Guangqingzi continue to lose points in front of Ji Qiansheng. Even if Guangqingzi successfully promoted to Daluo, He didn't think Guang Chengzi could get an advantage from Ji Changsheng. Not to mention now. Besides, Changsheng Emperor is famous for his revenge. Yuanshi Tianwang didn't want Guang Chengzi to be attacked by the supreme heavenly demon or the demon ancestor Luoho when he left the door. Chasheng, how do you operate this one chi into 3 demons? Yuanshi Tianwang asked. It's not fully formed yet. Right? Ji Changsheng gave Yuanshi Tianwang a thumbs up again. The Tianwang is indeed very well planned. And I really need the help of the Tianwang. Ji Changsheng took out a hair. Tianwang, please attach the Yushu seal to this hair, so that when you or Yu Qingzhenwang want to come, you can contact me at any time. Through this hair, I can also ask you to help. Of course, if you are not convenient, just refuse. I will basically not bother you too much. In short, Ji Changsheng used this hair as a real-time transmission array and a tool for possession. But his hair itself does not have this ability. At least not so strong. Yuanshi Tianwang has to transform it himself. He only provides platform services. This is just a piece of cake for Yuanshi Tianwang. Yuanshi Tianwang didn't say anything nonsense. Raised his hand and ejected a divine light into the hair. Chasheng, you do the work. I am at ease. Reassured indeed. Last time, Ji Changsheng helped him to go through the conferred God tribulation, and directly helped him to see through the details of Domu Yuanjun behind the conferred God tribulation. And Ji Changsheng has never troubled Nuwa. Yuanshi Tianwang absolutely believes that Ji Changsheng will not trouble him for no reason. Nanji, you go. Make this good relationship with Changsheng. And at the same time, overcome your external tribulation and officially return to the Daoyuo realm. Yuanshi Tianwang ordered. Yes, father. Yuanshi Tianwang officially gave the order. And Yu Qingzhenwang stopped talking nonsense. His figure flashed and disappeared into the hair. Ji Changsheng saw that Yu Qingzhenwang had already taken action, so he did not stay any longer. Before leaving, he bowed to Yuanshi Tianwang again to thank him. The grace of the heavenly king's help today. Changsheng will remember it in his heart. Yuanshi Tianwang nodded. It's not just to help you. As long as the operation is good, the disciples of the Chan sect can become useful, and it can be mutually beneficial. Ji Changsheng agreed. Your Majesty is right. The original intention of my creation of one chi transforms 3 demons is to make the world have no difficult external disasters, especially my friends and allies. Unfortunately, you are so wise, but your disciples are not useful. Now only Yu Qingzhenwang can enjoy this benefit. Yuanshi Tianwang deeply agrees. Ji Changsheng's one chi transforms 3 demons has succeeded, and there will really be no difficult external disasters in the future, at least for Ji's party and Ji's allies. Ji Changsheng really wants Chan sect to benefit from it. And Yuanshi Tianwang also feels Ji Changsheng's sincerity. After all, he has reserved one of the 3 demons for him, so that he can take action at any time. Unfortunately, the disciples of Chan sect are not up to the task. They are not even qualified to enjoy the welfare support of Changsheng Emperor. What can Yuanshi Tianwang do? He can only vent his anger on his own disciples. Ji Changsheng glanced at Guang Chengzi, who was still unwilling to lower his status, and then disappeared. No wonder when the saints commented on Daoyuo. They regarded Tathagata and Xuandu as role models and Guang Chengzi as a negative example. The saints' vision is really good. Xiao Xuanzi and Tathagata have to weigh their words when talking to me now. Guang Chengzi is confused. It must be that the great Emperor Changsheng is magnanimous. Otherwise, he would have learned from the Saint Juanti and put Guang Chengzi on the blacklist. After Ji Changsheng left, Guang Chengzi was still unconvinced and said, Teacher, what kind of ability is Ji Changsheng? Yuanshi Tianwang narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, How can this not be considered an ability? Guang Chengzi argued, Ji Changsheng just built a platform and served as a transit station. In essence, he used the way of doing business and financing in the mortal world to practice, which was just opportunistic. Master Bo created a real holy skill, and I admire it very much. Ji Changsheng's so-called one breath into 3 demons is all external forces. Yuanshi Tianwang's face was as gloomy as water. He endured and endured, but still couldn't help scolding. Just build a platform. If you have the ability to build a platform, how can I not raise my head among the saints? Nuwa used to be despised like him, and would not teach disciples. After Ji Changsheng ascended, Nuwa immediately drew a line between him and him. Yuanshi Tianwang himself felt ashamed to touch Nuwa, although he felt that Ji Changsheng was more self-taught. But who let Nuwa pick him up? He only picked up Guangchengzi. So angry. Guanyin Bodhisattva quietly added, Brother Guangcheng, you probably don't know much about the current development of the human race. The hard practice of cultivation is no longer feasible. Building a platform is the most profitable. A platform that shares half is a conscientious platform. The Yuanshi Tianhuang was very satisfied with the profit-sharing conditions offered by the Changsheng Emperor, who in the heavens and the world can build a platform like one Qi transforms 3 demons and pull in the demon ancestor Luho, the supreme heavenly demon, and the Yuanshi heavenly demon to help at any time. Guanyin Bodhisattva shook his head. Anyway, I can't do it, and Tathagata can't do it. Xuandu may be able to do it, but he will not lower his status. Brother Guangcheng, you don't need to say more. In fact, only the Changsheng Emperor can do it. This kind of thing looks easy, but it is very difficult to operate. The Taiqing lineage will not pay attention to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Even the Yushu lineage will not pay attention to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Other Daluo strongmen do not have such a strong relationship. As Guanyin Bodhisattva said, apart from Ji Changsheng, only Xuandu Master can do it. And Yuanshi Tianhuang will also give Xuandu Master face. But Xuandu Master first does not have this idea. Secondly, he will not do such a thing. He does not need it. Therefore, this seemingly simple platform can only be built by Ji Changsheng. And Ji Changsheng can also achieve a monopoly. Of course, Ji Changsheng must get the biggest benefit. Otherwise Changsheng Emperor will do charity. This is actually a very simple truth. After Yuanshi Tianhuang saw through the details of 1 Qi into 3 demons, he accepted this point. He did not expect Guangchengzi to still not figure it out. Instead, Guanyin Bodhisattva saw it very clearly. Seeing this, Yuanshi Tianhuang felt even more pain in his heart. The eldest disciple, who was highly expected, is not a good person. The daughter-in-law, who had always been resentful of him, became more and more capable. Every family has its own problems. Yuanshi Tianhuang felt that his family's problems were particularly difficult to solve. He had to use the trumpet of Yuanshi Tianma to vent his anger a few times. Otherwise, he would be either angry to death or suffocated to death. Guangcheng, go and retreat. Don't let me say it for the 3rd time. Guangchengzi didn't dare to say a word and returned to his cave in disgrace. Guanyin Bodhisattva looked at Guangchengzi's back as he walked away, thinking deeply. Yushu Palace is his brother's foundation, which is also his own foundation. But the teacher favors Guangchengzi. In those days, even the teacher of Emperor Xianyuan could be directly given to Guangchengzi. It is hard to say who will inherit the foundation of Yushu Palace. Big brother, you have been in office for too long. Is it time to move to another position? It seems that Changsheng Emperor is not very satisfied with Guangchengzi. 7 or 8 clever ideas flashed through Guanyin Bodhisattva's mind in an instant. Go and call Mithrayan. Reopen the gate of Yushu Palace, and I will continue to preach. Yuanshi Tianhuang's voice reached Guanyin Bodhisattva's ears. After Ji Changsheng came to Yushu Palace, Yuanshi Tianhuang asked all the idle people to leave. He knew that Ji Changsheng must have something important to talk to him about. But what Ji Changsheng talked about shocked Yuanshi Tianhuang. Now Yuanshi Tianmo has become. It's time for Yuanshi Tianhuang to start preaching again. Saints also need an alibi. Guanyin Bodhisattva looked to the left, seeing that Yuqingzhen Wang was listening to the sermon with his eyes closed. His pupil shrank sharply, and he subconsciously glanced at Yuanshi Tianhuang on the lotus throne. Master is indeed getting stronger and stronger. She didn't realize that the jade pure true king in front of her was fake. Now Yuanshi Tianhuang was preaching, and Yuqingzhen Wang was listening. If Yuanshi Tianma shined in Shaolin Temple, it could only be that Changsheng Dadi brought forth something new and mastered the Yushu Taoism. Combined with the fact that Changsheng Dadi inherited the position of Nanji Changsheng Dadi left by Yuqingzhen Wang, this did not seem to be so shocking. It would not even cause too much suspicion from the outside world. After summarizing all the information, Guanyin Bodhisattva came to the conclusion. Changsheng Dadi is so terrifying. My brother is still the best. Simple and easy to deceive. And he also feels sorry for me. Let's talk about 2 things. 5 minutes ago, Shaolin Temple. Ji Changsheng did encounter some problems. The great magician Xuandu was attracted by the 9 spirits demon saint. Changsheng, don't eat the braised lion head. Leave it to me. I don't have a mount yet. The unspoken rule of the prehistoric fairy world is that only the Daluo strong are qualified to own a mount. It is best not to have one below the Daluo. Otherwise it is easy to cause public anger. especially the anger of the demon clan. And the end will not be too good. However, there are also people who don't care about this unspoken rule, such as the Bull Demon King. When he was still the Demon King, he dared to ride other demons. So the Bull Demon King's end was not very good. Although this has nothing to do with the anger of the demon clan. But being too arrogant is easy to attract retribution. And the probability is still very high. The great magician Xuandu has never been a high-profile person. He really fits the style of the Tai Ching lineage and never highlights his presence. The Tai Ching lineage does not need to highlight its presence. Not showing off. So it is bright. Not being self-righteous. So it is prominent, not boasting. So it is meritorious, not being proud. So it is long, only because he does not fight. No one in the world can fight with him. Master Xuandu has been practicing this style of life. But in fact, he is qualified to ride a mount. Being low-key is just his personality, which does not mean that he really needs to keep a low profile. If the Tai Ching lineage is still trapped by the character setting, it would be a joke. If you are moved, you must act. Generally speaking, I can't subdue a demon saint of the Daluo level as a mount. Only saints have this ability. Even generally speaking, the mounts of saints are not Daluo. At least before you ascend. Master Xuandu speaks very strictly. Before Ji Changsheng ascended, the mounts of the 6 saints were not Daluo except for the Saint Juanti. So if a quasi-saint like Xuandu rides a Daluo mount, it would be too ostentatious. Especially since the mount of the Saint Tai Ching was just a blue bull. But it is different now. Ji Changsheng prepared the Ancestral Dragon as a supercar for the Saint Tai Ching. Compared with the Ancestral Dragon, the 9-spirit demon saint, a rising demon saint of the demon race in the post-Witch Lich era, is nothing. It is not an overstep for him to ride it. This time the opportunity has come. I just happened to restrain the 9 spirits and suppress him to death. I have not been so restrained when I met other demon saints. The tone of the Xuandu master was a little smiling. Even for him, a demon saint of the Daluo level is still a rare treasure. Looking at the remnants of the entire demon race, there are no more than 2 digits who can be compared with the 9-spirit demon saint. Even in the ancient demon race heaven, the 9-spirit demon saint is also a super boss. The gold content of the Daluo strong has never decreased. If the Xuandu master missed this village, there would be no such store. So he wanted to stay. The father-in-law has a need, and the platform master Changsheng Emperor must satisfy it. His goal is to make business easier for everyone. Master, this is the gift I gave to Ling Long to propose marriage. Remember to tell her after Ling Long comes out of retreat. You can have love, but never be a bootlicker. You must let the goddess see your efforts. If you don't make any efforts, you have to open your mouth. Love makes people blind. It doesn't matter what you have done or not, but it is important to make the other person feel what you have done. After Ji Changsheng agreed, he immediately spread his voice to the prehistoric world. Xuandu, you are not my opponent. For the sake of the Saint Tai Ching, I will not kill you. This monster is rare, so it is my gift to the Baiyang Palace. After that, the great Emperor Changsheng showed the true body of the demon ancestor Luoho, and threw the 9 spirits demon saint directly into the air. In midair, the great magician Xuandu also revealed his true form, looking at Ji Changsheng, who was shrouded in a cloud of black fog below. The great magician Xuandu was speechless. He really wanted to beat him up, but he had to consider the overall situation. Ji Changsheng had a very good sense of proportion. After the 9-spirit demon saint was killed instantly, the other Daluo were already shocked. Although there were still powerful Daluo ready to take action. When the great magician Xuandu appeared, everyone chose to stay put for the time being. So the great magician Xuandu bought time for Ji Changsheng to go to Yushu Palace for help. The other Daluo wanted the great magician Xuandu to weigh the great Emperor Changsheng. But the great Emperor Changsheng took action to kill a demon saint, which was something that the Daluo did not expect. What was even more unexpected was that after easily solving Kong Xian, the great Emperor Changsheng almost killed the 9-spirit demon saint in seconds. The strength displayed was too terrifying. How did he do this? Master Xuandu glared at Ji Changsheng fiercely, suppressed his resentment towards Ji Huangmao, and chose to cooperate with Ji Changsheng to show off. There was no way. He still took the overall situation into consideration. So Master Xuandu asked the questions in the hearts of other Daluo. You killed this 9-headed demon saint in seconds? How did you do it? Demon ancestor Luoho said proudly. This demon is the fusion of the souls of 9 ancient demon clan strongmen. The ancient demon souls have deep resentment and negative emotions always exist. When encountering a demon ancestor like me, it is naturally vulnerable. Xuandu, you retreat. I have no grudges with Tai Ching. If I hurt you, it will be bad. Mainly play a mighty and domineering. The Daluo group started to swipe the screen again. It seems that the remnants of the demon clan are not as powerful as imagined. In other words, the great Emperor Changsheng is more powerful than imagined. This time it should be a tribute restraint. The remnants of the demon clan are also idiots. Why did they send out such a demon saint? They certainly didn't expect to be restrained. Wait a minute. If it is the real Luoho, it is normal to restrain this nine-headed demon saint. Ji Changsheng is not Luoho. How can you restrain it? According to internal information, Ji Changsheng has long been the executive deputy demon ancestor of the Heart Demon clan. Later, the Heart Demon clan was reorganized into the Heavenly Demon, and his control over the Heart Demon is no worse than Luoho. Now there is no Heart Demon. Only, the Lord of Heavenly Demons is the great Emperor Changsheng. Luoho is indeed a waste. Each version has a new god. If Luoho was powerful, he would not have retired from the version. The powerful people abandoned by the times have their reasons for being abandoned by the times. Compared with Ji Changsheng, Luoho is indeed not worthy of being the demon ancestor. Ji Changsheng is not that scary. No matter how domineering he speaks, he still bribed Xuandu with the nine-headed demon saint, which shows that he has no confidence in defeating Xuandu. The above person. Isn't it embarrassing to be inferior to Xuandu? Ji Changsheng hasn't been promoted to Daluo yet. The above person was silent. Indeed. Isn't it embarrassing to be inferior to Xuandu? He is not as good as Xuandu either. It seems that Xuandu will definitely not take action. Who will be the next Daluo to take action? Why do we have to attack one by one? Can't we attack together? Not very good. What if Nua attacks? If we attack one by one, we can still say that Ji Changsheng asked for it. If we attack together, it's not just the big bullying the small, but also the mini bullying the few. If we attack together, it's also Ji Changsheng's own fault. You and Noah are talking about reason? The Daluo group fell silent again. Of course, there are idiots who try to reason with the saints. The grass on the grave is already 30,000 meters high. The final right of interpretation is in the hands of the saints, and they can only act within the rules. As for the rules, at present, one-on-one Nu and Yang Yang is tacitly approved. If it's two-on-one, no one dares to gamble. It's so tricky to meet a person with a background like the Changsheng Emperor. Let me say something fair. An active anonymous Daluo broke the silence of the Daluo group. Ji Changsheng killed Kong Xian because Kong Xian was severely injured by Haoyan before, which gave Ji Changsheng a great advantage. Ji Changsheng subdued the nine-headed demon saint because of the attribute restraint, not because Ji Changsheng's strength really surpassed that of Daluo. When he met Xuandu, Ji Changsheng was immediately afraid. As long as we are not seriously injured and not restrained by the inner demon, it is almost certain that we can take down Ji Changsheng. Xuandu has retreated, and we can make a move. Whoever can kill Ji Changsheng will definitely gain the friendship of many Daluo. In fact, what they said is true. The Daluo masters are not lacking in confidence. But Kong Xian and the nine-headed demon saint knelt too decisively. And the deterrent effect was really a bit big. And the background of the Changsheng Emperor really scared Daluo. So much so that Daluo, who originally planned to take action, backed off after seeing the nine-headed demon saint become the mount of the Xuandu Great Master. We must be on guard against the lessons learned from the past. Are all the young Daluos so timid now? I am very disappointed in you. Emperor Changsheng suddenly popped up. He sent a smiling emoji as usual. Then at Xingmi Yuanjun. Yuanjun. I am Ji Changsheng. Come on. Let's have a hearty battle. Xingmi Yuanjun typed a question mark. Emperor. Do we have any misunderstandings? Ji Changsheng. Yuanjun. You haven't been in the group for a long time. Right? Xingmi Yuanjun. Yeah. What's wrong? Ji Changsheng continued to smile, and then took a screenshot. Yesterday, Xingmi Yuanjun was the most active in the group and won the Dragon King logo. Yuanjun. The times are changing with each passing day. Anonymous is anonymous. You talk too much. Chapter 510 Pangda Legacy. Cold-blooded immortality. Holy Mother Yuanjun was dumbfounded. She looked at Jiao Tianxian Nu beside her stiffly. Her brain almost stopped working. Why is there a reminder of who talks the most in the Shuigu group? Jiao Tianxian knew was also confused. Teacher, I don't know. Although technology is developing rapidly, these ancient great powers will not experience the latest technology every day. They can solve 99% of the problems by practicing. Technological means may not make their daily life more convenient, so they will not pay attention to some developments that are useless to them. For example, Water Group Dragon King. In the past few thousand years, almost no members of the Daluo group have popped up. Holy Mother Yuan Jun has basically never spoken. If Ji Changsheng hadn't made such a big scene this time, if Ji Changsheng hadn't come to the Holy Mother's Taoist temple before, she would still be too lazy to pop up. Never expected it. She just complained that Luo Ho couldn't keep up with the times. And then she became Luo Ho. Holy Mother Yuan Jun's Taoism collapsed. How can it be exposed even if it is anonymous? Is this reasonable? Who developed such a disgusting reminder? Nine Heavens Mysterious Lady. Developed by the human race. Holy Mother Yuan Jun. She grabbed her hair hard. She felt the crisis of death. Where is Huanyan? Go and call Huanyan. This disciple must be used in the current situation. Nine Heavens Mysterious Lady's Taoism was also close to collapse. Huanyan can go to retreat and practice. In fact, she was dragged to the world of Yuanshi Tianwang by Yu Linglong. But there is no need to tell Holy Mother Yuan Jun about this matter. Li Huanyan only told them that she had some understanding and would practice in seclusion for a few days. Xingmu Yuan Jun suspected that Li Huanyan was deliberately avoiding her. Jiao Tianxian knew explained for Li Huanyan, Teacher, this time it really wasn't the case. Huanyan told me in advance that she would practice in seclusion. Xingmu Yuan Jun Shui Chuanshui became the Dragon King. This was an accident. No one could prevent it in advance. Teacher, otherwise you can ask Cici to deal with the Changsheng Emperor. Jiao Tianxian knew suggested. Cici and Changsheng Emperor seemed to have a good relationship. Xingmu Yuan Jun still found it difficult to accept. At this time, she didn't know the whole picture, and didn't know how much wrong her daughter had suffered. But she knew that her daughter should have turned against Ji Changsheng once. Otherwise, her old nest would not have been almost destroyed. In this situation, let her daughter go to Ji Changsheng to make peace. Too humiliating. Xingmu Yuan Jun couldn't accept it. Jiao Tianxian knew also felt humiliated. But she could see the reality clearly. Teacher, Chunyang's reincarnation is still under the control of Changsheng Emperor. Xingmu Yuan Jun suddenly felt cold. Shui-kun was happy for a while, but she was burned to death afterwards. She just said a few words, and took the opportunity to retaliate against Ji Changsheng. Why is the consequence so serious? Xian knew. Does he dare to attack Chunyang? Xingmu Yuan Jun herself knew the answer. Jiao Tianxian knew also nodded affirmatively. He definitely dares. He even dares to attack the saint. It is ridiculous to doubt Changsheng Emperor's courage now. Of course, Jiao Tianxian knew understands Xingmu Yuan Jun's fluke mentality. As the widow of Pangu, only Daozu did not give her face. And the three pure ones were respectful when they saw her. She had never experienced such a thing before. She was of high generation and high status, but low strength. Pangu had helped her to shelter from the wind and rain before. Later, Dong Huagong and Shi Wangmu came forward to fight. Although Dong Huagong died later, Shi Wangmu became more and more powerful, and was able to take charge of the situation. Especially after marrying Haotian. She became the mistress of the Heavenly Court, and owned shares of the Heavenly Court. Although Xingmu Yuan Jun was marginalized by various powerful people, she still had respect and status. What really made Xingmu Yuan Jun lose face was that Ji Changsheng gave an order before, and 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals came to Xingmu Daocheng. And then the Queen Mother had no choice but to surrender. This raid completely tore off the fig leaf of Xingmu Yuan Jun's line, and made the world realize the weakness of Xingmu Yuan Jun's line. It only takes an order from Changsheng Emperor, 100,000 heavenly soldiers, plus 2 Daluo strongmen, to make the entire Xingmu Yuan Jun line bow their heads. Compared with the newly rising Ji party, the Holy Mother Yuan Jun's faction is no match. The older the strong, the more they can't stand this gap. So it's completely understandable that the Holy Mother Yuan Jun's mentality is unbalanced, and she wants to retaliate against the Changsheng Emperor. Of course, it's even more understandable that the Changsheng Emperor killed the Holy Mother Yuan Jun. It's all self-inflicted when you fail to steal the chicken and lose the rice. The difference between the Holy Mother Yuan Jun and the Changsheng Emperor is that the Changsheng Emperor can really force the Holy Mother Yuan Jun's faction to bow down with a single order. And the Holy Mother Yuan Jun is making trouble. And once the matter is exposed, She is now in a dilemma. At this time, the Holy Mother Yuan Jun received a call from the Queen Mother. Mom, what are you doing? The Queen Mother's tone was helpless. The Holy Mother Yuan Jun didn't dare to face her own daughter. I just can't get angry. The Queen Mother held her forehead. Like the Nine Heavens mysterious lady, she understood the reaction of the Holy Mother Yuan Jun. But the consequences of impotent rage are very serious. And it is likely that she will have to take the blame. Mom, I'd let you kill me. The Holy Mother Yuan Jun has now completely realized the seriousness of the problem. This has aroused her ruthlessness. At worst, I will fight with Ji Cha-sheng. I don't believe that he, a newcomer who has not yet entered the Daluo, can still be my opponent? The Queen Mother said faintly, he is indeed not your opponent. But do you dare to kill him? The Holy Mother Yuan Jun. Don't even mention killing him. Do you dare to beat him? The Queen Mother asked. You beat him first. And then my brother died. Mom, you don't think Cha-sheng will compete with you fairly, right? The Holy Mother Yuan Jun continued to be speechless. Just because my brother is in his hands, he can eat you for the rest of your life. Just accept your fate. The Queen Mother was able to be cruel enough to give up her own brother. But the Holy Mother Yuan Jun couldn't be so cruel. And it was useless to be so cruel. Abandoning Dong Wangong, there was still the Queen Mother. The Holy Mother Yuan Jun had already realized the true identity of the Jade Emperor at this time. Even if she didn't worry about her son, she had to worry about her daughter. Without the status and authority of the female master of the heavenly court, the Queen Mother's strength would be weakened by at least 1/3. By then, their line of the Holy Mother Yuan Jun would really become a coveted sweet potato by a group of Daluo. Mom, those Daluo used to be afraid of the trump card left by your father. After this time, they have realized that no matter how big the trump card is, it can't stop several Daluo from joining forces. Compared with the Cha-sheng Emperor, we are softer persimmons, so we should be more low-key in the future. The Queen Mother has already recognized the reality. The Holy Mother Yuan Jun had not before. The best and most powerful of the Holy Mother Yuan Jun line is now the Queen Mother. The times are changing. Those who cannot keep up with the times will naturally be eliminated. The Holy Mother Yuan Jun actually did not encounter any competition before. And it was always the Queen Mother who took the lead. So once she stood in front of the stage in person, she immediately had many loopholes. Not to mention, she was facing the Emperor of Immortality. The Holy Mother Yuan Jun was still unwilling. Cece, this is too passive. Of course it is passive. But we don't have the capital to take the initiative. The Queen Mother hesitated for a moment. But she had 3 more expectations for the Holy Mother Yuan Jun. Mom, unless you are willing to let my brother's soul fly away. If the Holy Mother Yuan Jun is really willing, then she will be willing too. By then, she will have one less loophole. Holy Mother Yuan Jun. Cece, I'm worried that you will be embarrassed by Ji Cha-sheng. No, I am in the heavenly court. And the great Emperor Cha-sheng can't do anything to me. At most, he will torment me twice. The Queen Mother accepted it. If this can really make her mother show her style and respect, the Queen Mother will do it. Anyway, she has done more shameful things. As for removing her title of heavenly court, Ji Cha-sheng can't do it. The Queen Mother explained. Mom, don't forget that I was named the Queen Mother by the Taoist ancestor. Not to mention Ji Cha-sheng. Even if Haoqian comes, it can't be removed. The Queen Mother was single. And the Holy Mother Yuan Jun was scared again. Can she really bear to send her son to die? Cece, Mom is sorry for you. And your brother is sorry for you too. The Holy Mother Yuan Jun finally chose to follow her heart. You're right. With your brother here, I really can't take risks with his life. Queen Mother, then why did you talk so much nonsense before? Queen Mother felt a great sense of helplessness in her heart. Haoqian once said that although she was born of a noble family, after Daluo, her family had become a constraint for her. At that time, she thought Haoqian was jealous of her brother and her family background. Now, she felt that Haoqian might be speaking from his heart. The strongest person in their family must be Pangu. The second one is her. It seems that the Holy Mother Yuan Jun and the King of the East are really holding her back now. Before Daluo, she relied on her background. After Daluo, she is the biggest background. The Holy Mother Yuan Jun and the King of the East do not add any points. Haoqian or Ji Cha-sheng wanted to attack the Queen Mother, and even use the Queen Mother's family as a target, instead of being afraid of her background. This is enough to explain everything. In fact, The Queen Mother should have been more confident a long time ago. The Holy Mother Yuan Jun was one of the 3 great Luos in her family. But Daozu only appointed her as the female leader of the Heavenly Palace. She should not doubt Daozu's vision. Haotian may be because of love. Daozu only values ability and order. Queen Mother, in Daozu's view, is the only one among Pangu's descendants who is capable of maintaining order. Xian knew. Xian Yuan. Holy Mother Yuan Jun thought of the relationship between Jiutian Xuannu and Xian Yuan Huangdi. But Jiutian Xuannu rejected her without hesitation. Teacher, Xian Yuan and I have nothing to do with each other. And don't forget that the identity of Changsheng Emperor was exposed this time, which came from Huiyun Cave. Holy Mother Yuan Jun was stunned. You mean? I didn't say anything. But we'd better not get involved in the disputes within the human race. At this point, Jiu Tianxian Nu sighed. Teacher, the human race is now stronger than us. Queen Mother felt that Jiu Tianxian Nu would really flatter their line. How could they compare with the entire human race now? This is really a scam. When the Holy Mother Yuan Jun was incompetent and furious, the Daoyuo group was also confused. Not only the Holy Mother Yuan Jun, but also a Daoyuo did not pay attention to the current group updates. Most Daoyuo did not care about this. Who would care about something that has no impact on their lives and does not appear in their lives at all? Even if he keeps up with the times like the Changsheng Emperor. He doesn't know how to grow crops. If you don't understand, you don't understand. It's not shameful and has nothing to do with IQ. But if the consequences of not understanding are very serious, they must understand it immediately. At this time, the anonymous mode has not been turned off. A Daoyuo quickly spoke up. Why is there still a Water Dragon King statistic? Hurry up and shut it down. How do I shut it down? Where's the group owner? Where's the administrator? I don't really understand. Wait a minute. I'll find someone to research it. Find someone. This is a little thing developed by the human race. Of course I need to find someone. Who in Daoyuo would research this? Instantly, the Daoyuo group was quiet. Everyone was thinking about who the Water Dragon King would be tomorrow. It's one thing to take the initiative to attack the Changsheng Emperor. It's another thing to be approached by the Changsheng Emperor. The latter is too terrifying. The initiative is completely lost. Fortunately, the first one to become fun was the Holy Mother Yuan Jun. And among the Daoyuo strongmen, there are strong men who are not afraid of Ji Changsheng, or who are on good terms with Ji Changsheng. They were not afraid. So after a moment of silence, they continued the group chat. I counted and found that Yuan Jun should be the anonymous account that called himself Old Man. Yuan Jun still knows how to disguise himself. Unfortunately, he is anonymous, but not completely anonymous. Wisdom lost to technology. Humans say that technology changes life. But now, we see that technology changes Daoyuo. You only see the bad luck of Saint Mother Yuan Jun. But I see the progress of Changsheng Emperor. He even asked for evidence for provocation. Which makes me cry. Don't talk nonsense above. Changsheng Emperor always relies on evidence when handling cases. Although the evidence is not very reliable. You haven't learned the lesson of Saint Mother Yuan Jun? How dare you say so much? The above. Haven't you noticed that those who are speaking now are not prepared to attack the Changsheng Emperor? They are probably the relatives and friends of the Changsheng Emperor, such as Mithriya. I am still looking forward to the battle between the Holy Mother Yuan Jun and the Changsheng Emperor. Who do you think will win? In theory, it must be the Holy Mother Yuan Jun. Yes, Yuan Jun is a veteran Daoyuo, and her strength is definitely above Ji Changsheng. What's more, Yuan Jun has the legacy left by Pangu, so it is not a problem to suppress Ji Changsheng. Let's open a bet. A little gambling for fun. Okay. After a while, the Daoyuo group started the anonymous voting mode. Half a minute later, all Daoyuo voted for the Changsheng Emperor to win. The Daoyuo group fell into an awkward situation. A bunch of old silver coins. Where's the bet on Yuan Jun? At least someone bet on Yuan Jun to win. This is too disrespectful to Yuan Jun. The Queen Mother seems to be in the group. TSK. The Queen Mother doesn't even think highly of Yuan Jun. Yaoqi. The Queen Mother sighed helplessly. If the Holy Mother Yuan Jun could be so cruel as to abandon Chunyang, she would definitely bet on her mother to win. Unfortunately, her mother was reluctant to give up her only son. The Queen Mother did not think that the Holy Mother Yuan Jun favored boys over girls. But she realized that her mother and brother would not be able to achieve great things. I have limited potential. And there is basically no hope for me to become a saint. My mother and brother are worse than me. If you want to stand firm, you have to choose between Changsheng and Haotian. After realizing this easy choice, the Queen Mother sighed again. Haotian, are you a little more normal? Even if a ninja turtle becomes a saint, it is really difficult to bring a sense of security to outsiders. Don't you see that Xuan Wuxinjun, as Haotian's direct disciple, has now gone to reincarnation? It was hard for the Queen Mother to believe that if she went all in with Haotian, Haotian would resolutely protect her under any circumstances, even though she still believed that Haotian really loved her. On the contrary, the Queen Mother had completely seen through the cold and ruthless nature of the Changsheng Emperor. But she still believed that Ji Changsheng would not give up on her in a life-and-death crisis. Different personalities, different styles, different attitudes towards relatives and friends, and naturally different perceptions from the outside world. Come here, Your Majesty. I am here. The new general manager of Shishao Yuqing Mansion is called Mu Xian. Right? I want all his information. After a while, the Queen Mother got Mu Xian's information. After reading it, her body completely relaxed. With such poor qualifications and abilities, Changsheng did not give up on him. I have a spiritual connection with Changsheng. Changsheng is really a person who cherishes old times. After ascending to heaven, Ji Changsheng told Li Changxi that he should pay attention to the master of the temple, who has become his auspicious sign. The gods and immortals saw that Mu Xian, who had such qualifications and abilities, could rise to prominence under the command of Changsheng Emperor, and they must have the urge to join him. Now, the master of the temple began to play the role of horse bones. The master of the temple did not need to do anything. His existence itself was the best advertisement for Changsheng Emperor. Changsheng, find out what the Pangu heritage in the hands of the Holy Mother Yuan Jun is. Ji Changsheng was a little surprised when he suddenly received the message from Nua. Mom, are you still interested in the Pangu heritage? Ji Changsheng asked. Nua's reply was very calm. Of course, I am not interested. And the saints are not interested. The Holy Mother Yuan Jun is now afraid of you, and has long been ignored by the saints. Ji Changsheng had seen this a long time ago. The name of Pangu can't even scare the Daoyuo strongmen now. Before, Ji Changsheng contacted the ancient Buddha Burning Lamp and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva to take action against the Holy Mother Yuan Jun, and they all agreed readily. There was no fear of Pangu's widow. The innate gods and demons who are still alive now have experienced the most glorious era of Pangu, so they have a clear understanding of Pangu's strength. He is very strong, but not that strong. The development of the Pangu universe to the present. Pangu is the key from 0 to 1, from 1 to 100 million, relying on us who are alive. Ji Changsheng keenly heard from the tone of Nuan Yangyang that Nuan Yangyang's attitude towards Pangu was not close. Of course, this is normal. The universe was in chaos back then, and 3,000 gods and demons were born in the chaos. Pangu used the Pangu axe to kill 90% of the 3,000 gods and demons. And then he opened up the present prehistoric fairyland. Nua was one of the innate gods and demons that was not killed by Pangu. It would be strange if she had a good impression of Pangu. However, Nua's tone was not disgusting. It was the kind of objective and distant rationality. The Pangu universe has been iterated until now, and it is very different from the primitive fairyland that Pangu originally envisioned. Changsheng, do you know which group has benefited the most in the Pangu universe? Ji Changsheng said decisively. The descendants of Pangu represented by the 3 pure ones. Emperor Jun, Tai, and the 12 ancestors of witches. In the Wa Palace, Nua nodded with satisfaction. Yes, it is the descendants of Pangu. After Pangu created the world, all he created were descendants of Pangu. The 2 tribes of witches and liches that came later can be said to have developed completely on the basis of the descendants of Pangu. But the myriad races that came after, especially your human race, have nothing to do with the descendants of Pangu. You rely on yourself. And of course, me. Ji Changsheng immediately said, we rely on you first, and then on ourselves. You are also the key to our human race from 0 to 1. This is not flattery, but a fact. So Nua accepted it calmly. Pangu left many good things to Pangu's descendants. So in the initial version, Pangu's descendants had the upper hand. Without Pangu, Dong Wangdong and Xingmi Yuanjun would have no hope of becoming Daoyuo with their qualifications. At present, even saints cannot create Daoyuo. But Pangu should have certain abilities. It's not that Pangu is much stronger than the current saints. He is definitely stronger. At least much stronger than Junti Tontian. Pangu's main advantage lies in his authority. In the Pangu universe, with Pangu's blessing, everything will go much more smoothly. Which is something that Hong Jun can't compare to. Pangu is the founder of Pangu Universe. Hong Jun is the CEO of Pangu Universe now. The founder is dead. But the company is still there. And the influence is still there. The CEO now holds great power. But it is not legitimate. And the founder's descendants are all very powerful. So the CEO cannot make arbitrary decisions. Ji Changsheng sorted it out. And it was probably like this. Pangu's legacy is divided into many parts. Even if the part held by the Holy Mother Yuanjun is not the largest, it must be among the top 5. The things left by Pangu can play 5 points in the Pangu universe. Even if it has only 1 point of strength, these things are no longer important to the saints. But they may not be useless to you. Cha Sheng. The reminder of the goddess Nua made Ji Changsheng's eyes light up. Yes, the 6 saints are high above. And it is normal for them to look down on 1 or 2 small targets. He, the great Emperor Changsheng, is a poor guy. And the 6 saints may not look down on them. It is likely that they are embarrassed to start. Especially the 3 pure ones. They are the role models of Pangu's descendants. The sons transformed by Pangu's spirit. If they try to rob the inheritance of their nominal mother, if the news gets out, will the 3 pure ones still be in trouble? Ji Changsheng has no such scruples. Who is Pangu? I don't know him. I only have one mother. That is Nua. Cha Sheng. The limit of your aptitude is probably the Daluo level. And it is an ordinary Daluo. Not yet the quasi-saint line newly drawn by Xuandu. The evaluation from his mother gave Ji Changsheng a clearer understanding of himself. He was not too disappointed. And said calmly, "This is already very high?" Nua said with relief, "Yes. This is already very high. In fact, this is the highest standard you can achieve." Ji Changsheng didn't understand. "Mom, what do you mean?" Nua explained, and the universe opened up by Pangu. Only Pangu's descendants can reach the quasi-saint level. Ji Changsheng blinked. No. Xuandu Dizong and the others are not Pangu's descendants. And their qualifications should have reached the quasi-saint level. Nua said calmly, "That's because they are my own children. And when I created them, I had surpassed Pangu in the way of creation, and broke through the upper limit of creation set by Pangu." What can Ji Changsheng say? He can only praise sincerely. Mother is mighty. It's okay. Nua said modestly, "Back then, I was only in the way of creation. Although they have surpassed Pangu in terms of overall strength, they are still far behind Pangu in terms of overall strength. So the potential of the human race cannot match that of the Pangu descendants." Ji Changsheng drew inferences from one example. The Pangu descendants are indeed powerful, and have produced many great men. Now their strength is far above that of the human race. But the human race is also accumulating strength, and starting to produce more and more newcomers. In time, it may be possible to surpass the Pangu descendants in all aspects. By then, as the Holy Mother of the human race, your achievements may not be unable to surpass the father of the Pangu descendants. "I don't care about this," Nua said. "There is nothing to compare with the dead. What I care about is you. Cha Sheng. You were not created by me. So you are suppressed by the genetic rules set by Pangu. And there is an upper limit on your talent and potential." Ji Changsheng felt warm in his heart. It's good to have a mother's child. If Nua hadn't told him these things, he would not have known them at all. Many times, a word of guidance from a famous teacher can surpass countless years of hard work. Now the advice from Nua Nyongyang has this effect. It opened a new world for Ji Changsheng, allowing Ji Changsheng to enter a higher level, according to the rules set by Pangu. Cha Sheng. Your limit is basically ordinary Daluo. You are a pure-blooded human. And you are not the first generation. You don't have the good fortune of Haoqian, nor the first mover advantage of Xuandu. After you enter Daluo, if you want to go further, you need not only your own progress, but also to fight against the suppression from Pangu's rules. Ji Changsheng expressed his understanding. The gene lock has locked my room for improvement. That's about it. This involves your own potential, and it's difficult for me to help you. The best way is to use Pangu to fight Pangu. The Pangu legacy in the hands of the Holy Mother Yuanjun may have a solution to this problem. Ji Changsheng nodded slowly. "Mom, you said before that the power of the 6 imperial emperors should also have the power to reach the Holy Realm." Nua Nyongyang said bluntly, "If nothing unexpected happens, that power is left by Hong Jun to Haotian, and the control is in Hong Jun's hands. Even if he becomes a saint, he will be too much controlled by the heavenly way like the 2 saints in the west. Haotian has given up this path. Cha Sheng, you better not choose this first, unless there is no other way in the end." In addition, the power of a saint and the strength of a saint are two different things after all. The former is conferred, and the latter is your own. I understand. If you can choose the latter, you will definitely not choose the former. However, if you can't meet the latter conditions, Ji Changsheng doesn't mind taking a shortcut. He has always been the type of person who gets on the bus first and buys the ticket later. With the power of a saint, it is much easier to do many things. Of course, now Nua has pointed out a new path for him. Then the widow of Holy Mother Yuan Jun really needs to be dealt with. The obstacles your husband set for me, use your wife to repay. This is reasonable, isn't it? Eternal Emperor, I can't attack Yuan Jun. Yuan Tianmao backed down in the first battle. Ji Changsheng expressed his understanding. It's really difficult for the true king. Holy Mother Yuan Jun is the widow of Pangu. The three pure ones are the incarnation of Pangu's Yuanshen, which is equivalent to Pangu's posthumous son. Yu Qingzhen is the eldest son of Yuan Tianwang. In theory, Yu Qingzhen has to call Holy Mother Yuan Jun grandma, although the three pure ones do not recognize Holy Mother Yuan Jun as the queen. The seniority is indeed the seniority. It is certainly inappropriate for a grandson to beat his grandmother. The Emperor of Eternal Life has always been reasonable. So in this battle, Ji Changsheng chose to fight in person. Leave it to me, the true king. No need to do anything. Hearing Ji Changsheng say this, the true king of Jade Purity relaxed, and then felt a little ashamed, because the heavenly king of Yuanshi directly ordered him to help Ji Changsheng. He refused now, not only refusing Ji Changsheng, but also refusing his father. The true king of Jade Purity said in a deep voice, Emperor, I will not refuse the next battle. No need to fight the next battle. There is something that the true king needs to do immediately. Ji Changsheng whispered to the true king of Jade Purity for a few words. The true king of Jade Purity looked at Ji Changsheng in shock. Why? The true king can't do this? Ji Changsheng asked. The true king of Jade Purity. It can be done. It's not difficult. But you need to lure her out first. No problem. I will arrange it. Then I'll go. Just 1 minute after Yu Qingzhen left, Xingmu Yuan Jun arrived. She exposed her level again as soon as she opened her mouth. Eternal Emperor. Luohu interrupted Xingmu Yuan Jun directly. What Emperor? I am Luohu. The Dalio group was full of ellipsis. Excellent acting. Addicted to acting. This is probably the sense of conviction of the actors. The best actors are in heaven. Which makes sense. Compared with the Eternal Emperor, Xingmu Yuan Jun is too young. Xingmu Yuan Jun was also shot by the sense of conviction of the Eternal Emperor's acting. There are such shameless people in this world. What did Nua create? The descendants of Pangu are still good, knowing to maintain superficial respect for her. The widow of Pangu. Unlike Ji Changsheng, who pretends when he should and doesn't pretend when he shouldn't, and directly clicks to hack her in the Daluo group. She dared not come. If Pangu was still alive, why would she suffer such humiliation? The Holy Mother Yuan Jun was in agony. But on the surface, she remained calm. Demon ancestor. I think there is a misunderstanding between us. Ji Changsheng sneered. I have been irreconcilable with Pangu in the chaos. What misunderstanding can there be? After showing his attitude, Yoguang Luohuan once again enveloped the little Lane temple. It can't deceive the outside world for too long. But as the Emperor of Time Management, Changsheng Emperor doesn't need too much time. After confirming that Li Changxi was in place, and that the 1-minute delay of Master Xuandu had been activated, Ji Changsheng tore off his disguise. Yuan Jun, let's not beat around the bush. You don't want your son to be torn apart, right? The face of the Holy Mother Yuan Jun changed slightly. Ji Changsheng was still pretending to be serious with her just now. Now he showed his true colors. This turn was too fast, and she couldn't adapt to it at all. Demon ancestor. This? Okay. Stop talking nonsense. Ji Changsheng interrupted the Holy Mother Yuan Jun again. Time is running out. There is no time to waste with the Holy Mother Yuan Jun. Yuan Jun, I want the so-called trump card that Pangu left for you. The face of the Holy Mother Yuan Jun was completely gloomy. This is impossible. Ji Changsheng, don't think that I can let you control me. Her own strength is not very good. The biggest reliance is the trump card that Pangu left for her. If even this is gone, she will completely become a marginal role in the future. Ji Changsheng felt that the Holy Mother Yuan Jun still didn't see the situation clearly. Yuan Jun, why do you think you won't let me control you now? A man of insight is a hero. Ji Changsheng realized that the Holy Mother Yuan Jun was not a hero. She was far worse than her daughter. The Holy Mother Yuanjun was extremely angry. She even lost her mind. Ji Changsheng. Even if you kill Chunyang, I will never surrender. I have a bottom line. Really? Ji Changsheng raised his hand, and a projection was projected in front of the Holy Mother Yuanjun. In the projection, Li Changqi smiled at the Holy Mother Yuanjun, and then chopped her down with a knife. Blood splattered. Only a soul struggled in Li Changqi's hands. The Holy Mother Yuanjun looked pale. Ji Changsheng said in a cold tone, Yuanjun, I am not negotiating with you. I am informing you. If you don't give me Pangu's inheritance, your son will be completely destroyed. At this time, Ji Changsheng completely entered the cold-blooded mode. This is not a just trial, nor is it justice. So I will have no scruples. Yuanjun, I want to make progress, and I will let you pay any price for this. If it was for merit, Ji Changsheng would not do this. This is obviously not a just act. If it was for investigating the case, Ji Changsheng would not do this. At least, he would use the second tree to frame him. But now Ji Changsheng simply wants to make progress. Then he is too lazy to pretend. Although Changsheng Emperor is a good person, he has never been trapped by his personality. But Holy Mother Yuanjun is not stupid. She clearly realized one thing. Ji Changsheng, do you want to use my son to control me for the rest of my life? Holy Mother Yuanjun said hatefully, if I compromise today, there will be no peace in the future. Even if my son doesn't want it, I will not surrender to you. Earlier, Queen Mother suggested that she give up the pure Yang Taoist, and Holy Mother Yuanjun couldn't bear it. But now Ji Changsheng's request exceeds the bottom line of Holy Mother Yuanjun. Son is very important, but she doesn't believe in Ji Changsheng's character, nor would she allow herself to be eaten for the rest of her life. Holy Mother Yuanjun thought that she would only have to pay a little reputation this time, and pretend to lose to Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng's appetite was beyond Holy Mother Yuanjun's expectations. She could not accept this result. Ji Changsheng, you have completely angered me. There was even murderous intent in Holy Mother Yuanjun's eyes. If my son dies, I will make you pay with blood. You are not my opponent. Even if you have offended Nua, I will admit it. Does Nua really dare to kill me? Even if Nua dared to do it, the three pure ones would not sit idly by. At this moment, the Holy Mother Yuanjun really gave it her all. I'm sorry. The answer is wrong. Ji Changsheng was not surprised by the reaction of the Holy Mother Yuanjun. Even rabbits bite when they are anxious. Not to mention that the Holy Mother Yuanjun is not a rabbit. After all, there are only a few perverts, like Haotian, who practice the way of ninjutsu. However, Haotian is not easy to deal with. But the Holy Mother Yuanjun is much easier to deal with. After learning about the suppression of the gene lock from Nua, Ji Changsheng immediately began to make arrangements. No need to plan before acting. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be broken is speed. Seeing that the Holy Mother Yuanjun had given up her son, and even had murderous intentions towards herself, Ji Changsheng did not lose his composure, but continued to calmly snap his fingers. Yuanjun, you have never been my opponent. Admit defeat quickly, and hand over what I want. Everyone outside is my people, and I don't have a good patience. After the voice fell, another projection was projected in front of the Holy Mother Yuanjun. This time, the Holy Mother Yuanjun's face changed from murderous to pale again. Xian knew. Ji Changsheng. You? I said. Stop talking nonsense. Give me what I want. The strength of the Holy Mother Yuanjun is of course above Ji Changsheng. But the Holy Mother Yuanjun has too many weaknesses. And she doesn't even know how to hide her weaknesses. It's unknown how fast Ji Changsheng can move. After Nua reminded Ji Changsheng was ready to take action. 5 seconds after Yu Qingzhenwang refused to attack the Holy Mother Yuanjun, Ji Changsheng arranged a new job for Yu Qingzhenwang. Go and capture Jiutian Xuannu alive. The strength of Yu Qingzhenwang firmly suppressed Jiutian Xuannu. In addition, Ji Changsheng also mobilized Xianyuan Huangdi. Let Xianyuan Huangdi call out the Nine Heavens mysterious woman from the Holy Mother's dojo. And let Li Changqi add a layer of disguise to the Jade Purity True King. Under the superposition of multiple factors, the Nine Heavens mysterious woman has now fallen into the hands of the Jade Purity True King. Of course, what the Holy Mother Yuanjun saw was the Yuanshi Tianmo. The Jade Purity True King was shocked by Ji Changsheng's reaction speed. Not to mention the Nine Heavens mysterious woman and the Holy Mother Yuanjun. They were completely unprepared. They didn't even have a sense of defense. If you are an enemy of the Changsheng Emperor and don't protect yourself in the first place, there may be no future. You dare to kill Zuin? Xian Yuan will not agree. Before the Holy Mother Yuanjun finished speaking, Yuan Tianmo had already attacked and directly cut off one arm of the Nine Heavens mysterious woman. Ji Changsheng said indifferently, in the face of the overall interests of the human race. Xian Yuan has no objection. Even if there is an objection, it is useless. The Changsheng Emperor respects the three emperors, but he never acts according to the three emperors' faces. Yuanjun, the lives of Chunyang and Zuin are all in your hands. Even the Queen Mother's situation is closely related to your decision. You have seen my methods. You don't want your most capable daughter to stand on the opposite side of me from now on. Right? The Holy Mother Yuanjun felt a chill in her heart. The Queen Mother said before that Ji Changsheng could not take away her authority as the Queen Mother of Heaven. Which was true. But the methods displayed by Ji Changsheng really frightened the Holy Mother Yuanjun. For so many years, no one has ever been so cruel to her. Even Hong Jun did not do it to the extent of Ji Changsheng. When the Holy Mother Yuanjun felt a chill in her heart, Ji Changsheng suddenly smiled brightly and switched to the spring breeze mode. He waved his hand to remove all the projections. Then he connected the call with the Queen Mother. Yuanjun, let me tell you a secret. Cece and I are together. We are a family now. The Holy Mother Yuanjun was stunned on the spot. Ji Changsheng said to the Queen Mother, Cece, tell our mother. Is what I said true? The Queen Mother had received the news that Jiao Tianxian Nu was attacked at this time, and her heart was full of helplessness. Mom, why did you provoke Changsheng? The Queen Mother said helplessly, Mom, Changsheng is indeed your son-in-law now. And we are already husband and wife. The Holy Mother Yuanjun was stunned. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, Mother-in-law, you are helping yourself by helping me now. Don't be shy as a family. I will respect you well in the future. Don't hesitate. Give it to me. Pangu's son-in-law. I will be the son-in-law. If the mother-in-law is not satisfied, beat her until she is satisfied. The Holy Mother Yuanjun was in a trance. Here, you quickly put away your magical powers.